pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now. But the Cocoon just gets chopped through. Smite goes down! And so does Flappers. A cross kill. Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back.
Big Mix is in trouble though, full cheap on the board.
With the silence into the cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong.
He gets blink counterspelled by Calvin. Come on, match point, I cannot believe it. Calvin blinks in. Everybody dogpiling on top of WizK, landing those lockouts, and he's completely shut down. Pen and paper, the dark horse of the tournament. They said they were going to do their best. Drill's in trouble. Stun no trinket. Cedar, the smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel it. He's dead anyway.
Oh my God.
And that's the dogs do it. 3-0.
This is True Shot Aura, however. They gotta be careful. Trill is so
He has to fake
far
counterspell.
back.
He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspelled and Gators back, close it out. Freezing trap again. He triggers it into a fear, fades the fear. He still gets feared. Borg is MVP. Mercy is in trouble.
He's trying to get the cross kill. Can he get one more? Swap the trinkets up.
One more Shadowburn. One more.
The wind chime may have died in Dennis, but a storm is brewing here in the arena. Welcome back to the AWC. It is season 1 of Midnight, and the road to BlizzCon starts right now. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I am here with Zico, Vanruki, and Super Tease. I am so excited. We are back. It is Midnight. We are here in season 1. But before we get to talking about what we're going to be seeing this season, Ben, I want to catch us up on what we've all been doing so far in Midnight. Ben, I want to start with you. How have you been enjoying this expansion so far?
Yeah, I've been loving all that Midnight has to offer. Honestly, I've been playing through the Delves, doing some Mythic Plus, checking out the new raid. But of course, most importantly for me, I'm doing, the Battleground Blitz and the arenas, the solo shuffles on the Arcane Mage, and a couple of my favorite classes. It's been a lot of fun, and I've just been waiting for the AWC to come back so I can see how all these amazing players and teams kind of handle this expansion and see what they can really do.
Does DPS increase with the hood up?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Zika, what have you been up to so far in Midnight?
Man, there is just not enough hours in the day. I mean, we got Midnight came out, we had TBC drop, we had a Shadow expansion, Shadow drop DLC for Diablo 2, which is a game I love a lot as well. So I've just been gaming all around. Of course, I've also been watching the Race to World First, and I've been leading some raids of my own. I think I'm actually ready to maybe join the next Race to World First if Team Liquid maybe wants to recruit like a new mage. I could maybe replace Fired Up or someone. But yeah, I've just been, pumping, in my rate. Wait, what is this? I've been doing some.
Is this your application?
I don't know what this is, but I've been doing some smooth Karazhan speed runs. I don't know. This might be some old clip or something. I'm not sure exactly what this is, but it's that.
I don't think this is supposed to go live. This is kind of embarrassing, isn't it?
I don't know what's going on here, but we never wiped on Maiden. I think that was
no, you would never do that.
Maybe somebody else playing that was my little brother playing on their account.
Sorry, let me just delete this message that I sent. Don't invite. Okay. What? All right, Super Tease, what have you been up to?
I've been branching out into some new content in Midnight. I've been doing obviously the solo shuffles of Battleground Blitz, but I've also been diving into some Mythic Plus. I've been tanking it, and I've found it actually very fun, especially when you get these tight keys coming down to the last couple of seconds and you don't quite know if you're gonna make it. You start allocating your resources a little bit more recklessly just to be able to hit the timer, and it's been an interesting change of pace for me. I feel like Midnight's a great expansion for just doing all content in the game. They've added a lot of these really cool introductory features like the training grounds for PvP, and then some of the lower keystones. They show you the route, so as a tank it's kind of intimidating, I don't know what to pull, I'm kind of worried, but now they have little highlighted mobs so you know what to pull and you can get in there and get your feet wet basically. But what have you been up to, Aya?
I've been in LA. I've been in Santa Monica with Team Liquid doing the Race to World First. We got Mythic Laura down. It was a super exciting moment, so it was cool that I got to be there in the building for the 4th winter in a row for those guys.
What was the secret phase like?
Oh my god, the entire building was bewildered. It was a crazy moment. I don't know how Lizzie kept that from everyone, but it was incredible. You know, we thought it was gonna be over. I was like planning my flight home. I was like, oh, I gotta like snuggle my dog, and you know, I was like, oh, just kidding. We're gonna be here for another 2 days, but that was really cool to see. But I think
so
that's
happy.
You were happy about the mythic phase?
Oh yeah, the secret phase, that was great. The
Yeah.
look of shock on everyone's face. Yeah, it was great.
There were some fire memes that came out of this expansion or this tier for sure. But yeah, let us know in chat, what have you guys been up to this expansion, Midnight, Burning Crusade, anything in between. But it's been exciting so far, and it's going to get even more exciting because now we are here in the AWC, what everybody is here for. We've got some cool things planned up as well. So let's kind of take a look at the journey that these players that they're competing this season are going to be taking. We've got some exciting things going on here. The top 2 teams from EU and NA finals will automatically qualify to BlizzCon. 3rd place from EU and NA finals play in that cross-region playoff that you can see there on June 12th for that final spot. So only one team will come out of that alive. And then something else that's really cool this season, 1 team from China will join us in that final bracket into BlizzCon. So a lot of exciting stuff, and I feel like this competition, this competitiveness is going to be just crazy, off the charts. We know how T-Dub went in that last season, and I feel like it's going to just be even more topped this season. Here you can see those first 3 cups into the season 1 finals and the gauntlet, and then of course what we are all so excited for, that $300,000 grand finals at BlizzCon. It's just going to be an incredible season. I can't wait to get started. But on that note, also signups are open for AWC Cup 2 and MDI. They're going to be closing this weekend, so if this looks cool to you, make sure you are signing up, because not only that 300,000 prize pool at the end that you guys can see, you can also get this Umbral Champions illustrious banner just by competing in AWC or MDI time trials. Definitely go check that out. But I mean, Zico, we say this every season. This one is no exception. We kind of highlighted it already. The competition is better than ever. Both regions champions overthrown last season. And as mentioned, we've got the return of China. What are your expectations for this season here in Midnight?
I mean, it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath. Last season, we saw, like you mentioned, the reigning champions, the kind of teams that had been just dominating for such a long time, finally fall. We saw Welcome to the Young finally lose, and we saw Echo finally lose. So now we have new champions. Are the new champions going to be able to maintain their spots? Are the old kings going to battle that back? So that's going to be really exciting to see, the battle at the top. And also, like you mentioned, China coming back. That is got to be such a scary thing as well. Being at BlizzCon, and you're used to the EU NA meta, pretty similar usually. And then all of a sudden, there's a Chinese team there. Anything can happen. You know, we've seen some really strong performances from them in the past, so super excited to see what China is going to bring. With the fact that AWC is a road to BlizzCon once again, and leading up to a $300,000 LAN at the end of the year. That is just such a high stake as well, just in of itself. And then, of course, that has brought back maybe some old legends of the arena, like Maro, for example. He's competing this year, and Gorecki in North America as well, competing this year. So I'm super excited to see what these old top veterans are able to do this year.
Could not agree more. It kind of feels like we really haven't skipped a beat since the last time we saw these guys at BlizzCon, but there's a lot to get through before we do get to, of course, BlizzCon. But let's talk about the open bracket. Speaking of Super Tees, that was this Wednesday. Anybody can sign up. Anybody can compete if you are have an eligible account, and only top 8 teams from that make it out alive, Super Tees. And you were watching. What were some of the things that you noticed?
Well, it was interesting to see which specializations the teams are going to kind of lock in on as far as being powerful. And we saw quite an interesting combination of specs. We saw some Subtlety Rogue, Balance Druid, and then Subtlety Mage. We saw the Fire Mage paired up with things like Warrior, Windwalker, a little bit of Feral Druid action in the mix with that as well, with Tony and Kasu running that Marksmanship Hunter Jungle Cleave. So it wasn't 100% dialed in from any team on like, this is the comp that everybody is going to be playing. I think a lot of the teams are still settling zeroing in on what's their comfort pick. Do they need to have a counter pick? Are they going to be switching their compositions or not? We had an amazing series with Last Dance versus 50, now is named Streamer Zone, where Last Dance right here, they were up 2 points in this series, and they looked so confident. And then they substituted in Jamie on the Elemental Shaman, which was a specialization I think a lot of players were not necessarily considering in, you know, like the top 5 position of specializations, but that substitute to Jamie enabled them to reverse sweep and take out Last Dance in that final game 5 and secure their top 6 position. So I think it's been a very interesting open bracket stage leading into the competition, and I think it's going to evolve even further now that we are into the, you know, the championship series here this weekend.
Could not agree more, Super Tees. Obviously, so many top moments, so many exciting moments, Zico, in the open bracket on Wednesday. But in your mind for the EU region, what is the top play in the open bracket?
I gotta shout out my guy, the Korean Zombie, for the play that we're about to see right here. I mean, I just love ice walls, and this is the best ice wall I've seen so far in Midnight. Just isolating the warrior immediately, taking him down. Nice cross counter spell there on the Shadow Priest as well, so he can't assist. And we saw a little chest ice done there as well on Clyde. So the entire team just in nice sync. Got the power infusion on Korean Zombie, sending out the damage with the ice wall here. The Ray of Frost, the Glacial Spike, just big damage coming in there. And then you can see Clyde getting cross CC'd right there. As soon as he gets around that wall, he gets stunned. So he can't drop that Spirit Link around the corner there. Can't reach it in time. I thought this was a great play in general from Boom Chakalaka and Korean Zombie.
Absolutely. And, you know, we kind of already mentioned this already. We're kind of seeing some returning faces that maybe we haven't seen in a couple seasons, Ben. We're also seeing some shuffling around amongst the rosters as well. What are some notable changes that you're seeing, Ben, with the rosters?
Well, it's like you said. I mean, these teams are always looking to improve. They don't have the results that they want in the previous season. Then they try to mix it up, bring in some different players, and we can see here in this graphic, you know, some of the players and how they moved around. So you have Nala going from Dear Mama to DOBOB. That's a great addition to the team. You've got Gelu and Mazikeen going from YOLO Inc. They're going to be joining up with Laptop Gamers, really rounding out that roster. And then on the other side, you have Corky, Tony and Kasu. They're going to be breaking up a little bit here with Tony and Kasu going from Full Smart to Last Dance, and then Corky actually joining Gelu and Mazikeen on Laptop Gamers. So some really exciting roster changes there, but we have even more, and I think the most exciting to me is Blizzo, Zeepai, and Maro. Maro coming back from retirement, Zeepai and Blizzo coming from Chibaku Tensei. They're teaming up with Lone Star to make BORGIR King, and this is an extremely talented roster. This is a roster that could win it all, and my eyes this weekend are going to be on them to see how they do perform. And then, of course, Jamie from Under Pressure, Brunhilde from DOBOB, and PMake from Forge RP. They're going to be all joining together on streamerzone.gg, making a very threatening roster as well. My eyes are on PMake. I feel like he's been kind of an up-and-comer, and the fact that he's teaming up with Brunhilde and Jamie, I feel like this roster has a lot of potential.
Could not agree more. Really excited to see how they perform. But we know what Ben thinks, Super Tees. What about you? If you are competing this weekend for the top EU teams competing this weekend, who do you think are going to be making a big impact?
I mean, there's so many to choose from. It's really difficult. But for me, I'm kind of going to go with the dark horse, maybe the considered underdog, the perceived underdog, Stop Nerf Mistweaver. This is a team that's been playing some very cheeky compositions in past seasons of the AWC with that Mistweaver as kind of their focal point. And it hasn't really been their meta. But now it is their meta. It is the Mistweaver meta, and they had a big upset in my view earlier on in the open bracket to get to this top 6. So I think that they have a lot of potential to show us what they've really got for this season given the current meta stance. And then of course I'm excited as much as Venruki was to see Maro back, and given that he's back with his former, you know, BlizzCon level roster basically on BORGIR King, means that this tournament is really anyone's game.
Certainly could be. Also, I want to remind everyone watching from home, a lot of the players are actually streaming their own POV as they are competing, and there's a lot of streamers as well that are co-streaming. So definitely go check those out. Also support them. And if you have a favorite streamer in mind that you would like to see co-stream and they want more information on that, you can head on over to the AWC Discord to get that co-streaming application in, and definitely go check those out because it's really cool to see kind of the unique perspective that some of the other streamers and players do bring to the AWC. But let's talk about the top 8. We made it out alive of the open bracket into the top 8 for EU. Now let's take a look at the bracket of where the teams actually landed. We've got the upper bracket then, and it is looking tough.
It is. So, I mean, Echo obviously off to a great start. We mentioned they didn't win last year, which is a big surprise. So I think they're trying to, recapture their former glory. And but unfortunately for them, they're going up against a really difficult team. Stop, NERF, MW. That, of course, is Smite, Bank, Cassidy, and Hidden. This is a team that is always bringing in unique compositions. And for Bank, luckily, Mistweaver Monk is finally, I think it's the best healer. I'm just going to straight up say it. It's the best healer, and he is the best at it. There's no doubt about it. But we'll see. Can Smite on the Devastation Evoker, Cassidy on the Feral Druid, and Hidden on the Hunter back him up enough to take down Echo? I'm curious, but I think it could definitely happen. And then, of course, you have BORGIR King. We talked about that roster. Zeepai, Maro, Blizzo, and Lontar. Very powerful team, and they're going up against Streamer Zone, Jamie, Brunhitty, PMake, and Next. And it's one of those matchups where I feel like in this first cup, these teams want to pick up momentums. And to me, these 4 teams in the upper bracket are kind of the teams to beat right now. So we'll see who has an early lead, who can establish domination.
Yeah, but that lower bracket too, man. There's some stacked rosters. Like DOBOB has been the main rival for Echo, many seasons now up to this point. And now there's so many more teams that are looking like they want to take that spot to be the main rival for Echo. And then Laptop Gamers in Last Dance with names like Kasu and Tony on Last Dance, names like Corky and Gelu on Laptop Gamers. I feel like every roster is just completely stacked for this weekend. You really could not ask for a higher intensity tournament.
You certainly could not. I feel like we're just going to have a banger after banger matchup. But Zico, I know that you've got one in particular that you'd like to highlight for us. So what do you have for today's matchup of the day?
It's got to be BORGIR King versus Streamer Zone GG. We got, like we already kind of mentioned, but I am super excited to see this roster back together on the side of BORGIR King. We got Maro, we got Blizzo, we got Zeepai. Last time these guys played together in 2019, they made it all the way to the BlizzCon finals, where they ultimately lost, I think it was 4-3 against Echo. And they played Mistweaver, Warrior, and Mage, and they played Windwalker Windwalker Mage and Mistweaver / Resto Druid as well. It was Looney who was healing them at the time. So this was a team that really went, as far as you can go in terms of competition. Now they're backed up by Lontar. The meta is very similar to what they were playing back then. And if they win their match and Echo wins their match, well, that's already a BlizzCon finals, kind of waiting to happen in the upper bracket. So I'm excited to see what they can do in that upper bracket. And I'm excited to see also Streamer Zone with their new additions, what they can do.
Yep, I am excited as well. Let us know in chat which one you're most excited about. But we've got to get to this first series. We've got Laptop Gamers versus Last Dance up first. I'm excited to get this one started. Of course, we are in the lower bracket, so both of these teams are facing elimination Super Ts. But what's your take on these two teams if you had to make a prediction here? Not an actual prediction yet. Just
okay. I was gonna say I'm getting the first official prediction here, but
no, we'll get to that. But yeah, vibe check.
Laptop Gamers, to me, their Boomkin Rogue Priest has looked like their best composition with Corky, S-Fury, and Mazikane. They do have Gelu for Rogue Mage, but I'm kind of worried about this Hunter that's on Last Dance. So I kind of feel like the Mage has got to maybe be on the bench for this series. So it really depends on what they decide to blind lock here. I do think Laptop Gamers absolutely need to have a Rogue in this matchup, something that can shut down the Marksmanship Hunter that we anticipate from Kasu. And Last Dance, what are they prepared for? Because they've been owning every mage that I've seen them go against, and that's why we saw actually Jamie substituted in their series in the upper bracket to try and reverse sweep them. So are they going to be able to deal with the Boomkin if it comes their way? I think it could go either direction. I feel like this is going to be a volatile matchup, really. Like, it's high burst comps, high control comps. This is a very tough one to call.
Yeah, certainly could. And, unfortunately, we're going to have to call it because we've got something else exciting happening this time for the leaderboard. We used to send in our predictions early, but now production is making us do it live on stream. Who wants to go first? Do you want Zico and Ben to do it at the same time? Like a 1, 2, 3, go?
I already know exactly what I'm predicting for this
All right,
one.
you first then, Ben.
So-
All right, laptop gamers 3-2 over Last Dance.
Okay, Zico.
Wow. See, this is why it's good that we're doing our predictions live like this and making Ben go first. So now he can't actually copy my homework. I am actually going the opposite here. I'm going Last Dance 3-2, 3-1 actually, against laptop gamers. I think they're gonna run over Corky on that boomkin.
All right, Super Tease, what you got?
I think laptop gamers take it. I think it's going to be 3-1. Main reason I think for this is going to be the case is Last Dance is a team that's based on momentum. It's one thing that I'm going to be looking out for with them is like if they're winning and they're hot, they look really good. If they're losing and they're tilted, they're posting memes on Twitter and not playing as good as they normally do. So I feel like that knockdown from upper bracket, I think it might have them rattled a little bit. So I'm leaning a little bit more into laptop gamers.
All right, great game has already started. We have got laptop gamers versus Last Dance. Game number 1. Losing team is eliminated from the series, from the tournament.
Interesting. This is an adaptation from Last Dance. They're running the Beast Mastery Hunter. This is the first time we're going to see it here on the broadcast. It's going to be a lot more bleed-focused damage, which is great against a balanced druid like Corky, who's going to be high armor bear form and high armor moonkin form. So I actually like this adaptation. This actually might flip the matchup. I was anticipating a marksmanship hunter because Casu just played that all throughout the open bracket. Dakara is also opting for the Holy Priest instead of the Mistweaver Monk, which is going to provide some immunity to crowd control in that angel form that we just saw. He can pre-fade. He can also death crowd control. He gets a full fear, but we do see a smoke bomb.
Nice setup.
Big power play right now on Tony. Are they ready to deal with it? They got Dakara's trinket and Tony's trinket. So those two players can't escape crowd control on the next setup, and the medallion is the most important cooldown when facing a subtlety rogue.
Yeah, we'll see. Beautiful setup there. Let's see what they can get done to Dakara. He gets interrupted into a cheap shot. The Mazikeen is there for potential fear. They're going after Tony. Tony's preemptively on the run. Beautiful stun there. Good backup by Casu, protecting Tony in that really dire situation. Both teams reading these setups quite well. A full sap on Dakara, though. Where are they going? Corky's getting low. Tony's getting low. It's a race on both of these druids, but a pre-bear form on the stun lock once again. Tony excellently diffusing that situation.
All right, Corky, bear form on the go again, but there's a full fear on his healer. He gets kicked on his cast. He's just getting dots up, looking for cyclones off Gouge. I really like the usage of Gouge from these subtlety rogues in the tournament. They just set up their teammates so they can't prevent the cast. They can lead into cheap shots to prevent defensive cooldowns prematurely. I really like the usage of Gouge, but now we see a setup. Full cyclone on Dakara. Tony has Barkskin, though, and it looks like he's going to be more than durable. Casu trades out Survival of the Fittest as well, so complete blocked play there from Last Dance despite the crowd control that was secured. And now Corky has Barkskin, but Avidance has no trinket. They may look to make a swap. Incarnation available for Tony, that blue icon below his health bar. When that starts glowing, you know he's looking for a kill. And then on the opposite side, Avidance below his health bar, that purple icon next to the icon that has a 2 on it. When that's available, which it is, when it starts glowing, like right now, Avidance wants to do a lot of damage, and you can see that in the health bar on Tony, just melting away. Dakara locked into an incapacitating robot connects a massive heal right before the low cyclone, but they're switching their attention onto Casu. You can see how dangerous that glowing purple icon is for Avidance when it's up, just absolutely shredding through the cooldowns, but a great response from Last Dance. Now Tony, who has been sitting on the incarnation that we just talked about, can pop that at any moment.
Yeah, so far, full cyclone here onto Dakara once again. It is just setup after setup. Tony's low. How many setups can he survive? Back into cat form, looking to get the damage rolling, but he's just so low on health. Another cyclone here by Corky, freezing his HP low. Mazikeen hopping into the angel form right away, just trying to stay ahead of the damage and not let Last Dance really pick up any momentum here in the match. Dakara as well, going to be trading out the Divine Hymn and the Spirit of the Redeemer just to stay ahead of the damage. Good preemptive plays from both teams. Dakara hops out, gets the full stun trap. Avidance is low on health, and that will be Mazikeen's trinket. So a great counter set out there by Last Dance, finally getting some momentum.
Another cyclone on Dakara, but Tony seems to be A-okay in bear form. Casu pre-walls, anticipating the stun. I really like Casu's play so far in this game on the Hunter. He can't use defensive cooldowns when he is stunned. He has to preemptively use them. So he's anticipating Avidance's movement and predicting when he's going to stun, and he's been able to outplay Avidance pretty much every single stun on this Beast Mastery Hunter. Although it may be considered a simple specialization, you know, for more introductory level players, there are some high-level decisions that can be made on it, and Casu is definitely making them here in game game number 1. If he wasn't, he would be in so much more trouble than he currently is. But here comes that Shadow Blades, that purple glowing icon for Avidance, and how are they going to exchange in the midst of this cooldown? Avidance trinkets aggressively, but he's just not able to sink his teeth in, even despite the Cyclone support from Corki. Corki now has his incarnation available on that balance tree, that blue icon. Let's see where he decides to allocate it. He's still looking for Cyclones. He's getting through interrupts at the moment, as we see Tony gouged behind the pillar into a cheap shot, forcing the Bark Skin. Nice double fear from Mazikeen here onto the Priest. Tony is still isolated. They get his survival instincts as well as Barkskin. Those glowing icons reduce damage on Tony here, and he's hoping it'll be enough, but now they have faded. And we can see a cheap shot on Dakar. They're really trying to push for the win right now. Avidance is all over the healer and Tony, but he survives in that bear form. He braced for impact and will continue on. Now a fear on Mazikeen. Potential opportunity to take out Corki. They do force his Barkskin, but momentum is going to slow for a little bit here until we see that Shadow Dance allocated from Avidance in the near future.
Nice kick there by Kasu. The disorienting roar came in from Corki, and the only one that could shut it down was Kasu. He did an excellent job there. Cyclone lands onto Dakara. Tony once again on the run, but he seems so durable in that bear form. That's going to be the Guardian Spirit as well. Tony stays alive. Now going after Corki. A beautiful setup. Trap on Mazikeen, but he escapes. Will just hop into the Spirit of the Redeemer once again. You take a look at mana. I mean, this seems so back and forth. I don't know if this could come down to mana, but it seems like Mazikeen is a little bit behind in that regard. Dakar's did an excellent job keeping his mana basically topped at this point in the game, but both these teams are doing such good crowd controls. It's unlikely we do get to that point. Tony down to half once again with a Cyclone onto Dakar, but he's got his trinket if he needs it. Ultimately will stay alive, but Tony now has no Barkskin, so there is an opening here for laptop gamers.
All right, a kick onto Dakar in the back line. In-cap roar from Tony looking for a Cyclone. He gets shut down by Corki's Typhoon. Really good lockdown here. Corki charges in, baits Dakar's Fade. He's trying to find a Cyclone, but he can't. He's interrupted from Cassie. He's taking a lot of damage here, dampening at 27%. That red number at the top of your screen reduces healing by that number, so it will increase over time, which just makes this matchup even more difficult, and it will eventually come to an inevitable end. You'll have to make a committed push and try and close this game out at the 6-minute mark here. Mazikeen's fading to avoid crowd control, but ultimately caught in the chastise. But Dakar is met by a kidney shot. He's intercepted and unable to get the fear, so now Dakar is put into a fear instead. And we can see Corki Barkskinning. He's got Incarn. He can do a lot of damage here. Shadow Dance available. Tony in trouble. Barkskin up in one. Just in the nick of time for Dakar to trinket out and re-stabilize him on that side. But now there's no trinkets for the Shadow Blades of Avidance. That purple icon we were talking about. It's 20 seconds away. And that is potentially the game-winning moment for Avidance. Can he catch Tony without a Survival Instincts activation?
I'll have to wait and see. Fear on Avidance. Takara trying to just slow down the inevitable setup, but Avidance is in hot pursuit. Chastise now on Avidance. He's getting destroyed in the middle of the map. And look at Takara just across the entire map right now. Spread out from Tony. A beautiful grip. I love the way they played that. He gripped the smoke bomb as well. So great plays. Takara, though, still finds himself in the Cyclone, and it's a race now on Tony and Avidance. Both of them are low, and dampening is getting high, like you said, Sid.
Yeah, that grip was the game-winning play. They were going to win there. It was checkmate, even if he was in bear form. If he was out of line of sight of his healer, it was going to be game over. So Dakar with a clutch life grip, repositioning his teammate, means that laptop gamers need to keep playing this out. And their mana is significantly behind that of Last Dance at this point in game number 1. And now we see a freezing trap, which means Mazikeen can't heal with that blue icon with a 2 on it, prevents him from playing his character. So Avidance activates Evasion and Cloak of Shadows, those glowing icons, to soak magic damage and dodge physical attacks, enabling him to survive during the freezing trap. Avidance gets gripped back to the pillar, double gripped around the corner, but stacked up for a double fear, potentially isolating them. Avidance on the run behind the pillar, just spamming Feint to try and reduce as much damage as possible. If he manages to catch a stun right before it, it's going to be a very significant damage reduction, but another freezing trap is secured from Casu, and Avidance is in trouble. Bestial Wrath is activated, and Mazikeen pulls the lever and pops his medallion. Crowd control, and he's going for a Psychic Scream on Dakar. He's trying to turn it around, and that number we're talking about, the dampening at the top of the screen, healing is reduced by 41% at this point. So these recoveries that these teams are making are going to get even more intense as time moves on.
And I feel like Beast Mastery Hunter, that is where they kind of excel. The damage is just so unrelenting. The pressure is so high, but at the same time, the cheap shots come in. Cassio down to half. Do they have the follow-up? He gets the Feign Death off, and now it could be Avidance. No, it's still going to be Cassio forced into the turtle. They trade the cooldowns. They stay alive, but here's a counter push. Tony's low on health as well. Laptop gamers all over the place, but now Avidance gets caught. Big rake stun on Avidance, and he gets dropped. What a back and forth game, but ultimately it is going to be Last Dance who pulls ahead in those final moments.
I think everything in this series just got decided by Casu flexing over onto Beast Mastery Hunter. And also Dakara playing a Gnome Priest. I think those two in combination, they did their homework. You know, and I was talking about Last Dance as a team where when they're hot, they're on fire and they're winning everything. But then when they start losing, they get tilted. They start posting memes about what they think the meta is. I feel like this is the version where they're hot. This isn't the version where they're tilted. So I feel bad about my prediction now because it's probably going to be wrong as long as they can maintain that type of momentum. Although there were close calls. I mean, we jump back to the 6-minute mark where Tony was very low. There was a moment where both players, Casu and Tony, were low at the same time. It wasn't like it was a free lunch for them by any means. And this type of matchup, given the duration, you know, we're pushing 8.5 minutes here at this point in the game. One slip up, it's over. So you have to play, you know, above perfect in some cases to be able to survive, like that life grip. If that didn't happen on the smoke bomb, they probably would have lost right there. So can they keep playing perfect? Can they keep playing ahead of laptop gamers? And now laptop gamers, what are you going to do? Did you anticipate this? Probably not, because Casa had been pretty much playing marksman the whole tournament up to this point. I think a lot of players were opting for the marksmanship hunter over the beast mastery, but in this type of situation, Beast Mastery looked good. I think into the high armor target, the consistent damage. You don't get shut down by the stuns and disarms as much as the Subtlety Rogue would the Marksman, because your pets are just chomping away, even if you're, you know, you're sitting a full stun, but you're like, don't worry, Charlie the T-Rex is going to finish it. Like Casu's in a Chastise, and the pets chomp Avidance for the kill. So like Beast Mastery just seems pretty good in this type of situation where otherwise Marksman would be countered. So Last Dance, I feel like they really did their homework. They've got multiple healers as well with Dakara on Priest and Mistweaver if needed for the rest of the tournament. And they're looking like the on-fire version of Last Dance, which really means it's up to laptop gamers to step up if they're going to be able to take this.
Well, I think Beast Mastery is a perfect example of a spec that's kind of held back by the meta right now. It's actually a really solid spec. The problem with Beast Mastery Hunter, and I would say something like a Demonology Warlock, is how good Mistweavers are. With you know, the rushing wind kick, they get extra healing from hitting additional targets, so it's kind of like a soft counter. And when everybody is playing Mistweaver, Beast Mastery Hunter doesn't look good. But when there's no Mistweaver in the game, that damage can be unrelenting. The healers aren't getting, you know, bonus healing from hitting all of those pets. So that might be something that Mazikeen, Avidance, and Corky want to consider going into the draft. I'm curious if maybe they do bring in a Mistweaver to be super effective against that Beast Mastery Hunter, or a strategy we saw them pull off a lot in the open bracket was actually go after healers. Because right now they're getting very low value from Solar Beam, but if you do a stun lock on the Holy Priest with a Solar Beam on top of that, I feel like they could put more pressure potentially on the Priest.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the Mistweaver pick into Hunters for the Port Trap is a lot better than the Priest for offering you that. And you have Cyclone anyways, so Fear kind of feels a bit redundant. You kind of have to expose yourself a lot. Maybe it's a confidence thing if Mazikeen in this type of situation, because that's the question, right? Mistweaver is not usually the meta healer. It has been every once in a while where it's been really dominant, but it's not like, you know, every year or whatever, it's a Mistweaver meta. It's more rare. So I feel like a lot of healers aren't really ready for it, and it can actually catch you off guard a lot. Like I've been playing a bit of it and opening up your spell school for Soothing Mist, knowing where your port is at all times if you can maximize it. There is a little bit more to it than the other healers in that format, so it's a lot more unique. So players who don't main it normally might opt for comfort, but in this case that might not work out too well for you. We are going to Hook Point, so it's a small map, which hopefully will enable Avidance to get more cover, because I feel like he was getting preemptively outplayed a lot, and that was because it was a large map. Casu can stand far away, see the rogue running at him, and then prepare for the defense. So on Hook Point, there's less space for them to have time to react, which is why this is a very common map to be selected when you have a rogue on your team.
Yeah, I like the idea of going after Casu a little bit more too. I feel like Tony, like you mentioned, did such an incredible job of preemptively being in bear form. Like, I don't know if they need to gouge him before the setup so they can actually land a stun when he's in cat form, but he was in bear for 90% of the setups that they did, and I think that's one of the main reasons he survived. So maybe going after the hunter a little bit more. I'd like to see, you know, a stun lock Solar Beam and potentially going after the priest. That could definitely work too, but yeah, so far, I mean, both these teams coming out swinging. It's nice to see Avidance as well. We haven't really talked too much about him, but he's kind of the ultimate hero of Battlegrounds and Battleground Blitz. Always at the top of the ladder. Absolutely phenomenal player. So it's cool to see him competing in the AWC, and we'll see what he can do here in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is his first tournament debut here in the AWC alongside Corki and Mazikeen and Gelu. And I kind of feel like Gelu is probably going to be cheering from the sidelines as a mage in this matchup. These hunters have been chomping almost every mage that comes their way, so it's really up to them. I feel like they had a very good, just kind of standard game, you know, safe setups, consistent play, but I think they got to push it a little bit further than that. They've got to get cheeky, like you're saying, with the healer swaps. They were actually doing that in the open bracket, the stun solar beam swaps on healers, so I do wonder if they will consider that here for game number 2. It's a much better map to do it. The gates are open. There's no going back. It's an elimination series. Who will be the first team eliminated from the European AWC? We see an immediate sap kidney shot and a massive wave of damage swelling towards Kasu, but Dakara completely negates it with that angel form activated. He's immune to all crowd control and damage. He can free cast heals, and it's a great trade for this initial exchange from Laptop Gamers.
Yeah, Tony, the disorienting roar on both the Balanced Druid and the Feral Druid is such an effective peel. And Tony did an excellent job there in that opener, diffusing it with that ability. Chastise now on Tony. They're continuing to go after Kasu. Sap on Dakara. Beautiful setup. Kasu gets knocked out of line of sight. Even though he trinketed, he's still forced to use the turtle. That was such a good Typhoon by Corki.
All right, great play. That gets him a major cooldown. Avidance trying to get ready in position here. Kidney shot. They decide to Cyclone Kasu. You can see Avidance just waiting out of the Cyclone. Bisharath is up, though. It's a lot of damage onto the Rogue. He gets disoriented along with Corki. Tony looks for a Cyclone. He Cyclones Corki with no trinket. And the thing with this Boomkin Rogue comp is that they have to be coordinated and hit at the same time. So if either of them gets crowd controlled on a push, it's unlikely that they will be able to take down the target. So they've got to set up crowd control on 3 players and prevent themselves from being peeled. Otherwise, their entire setup gets shut down. We do see a full fear with no trinket on Dakara, and they're setting up onto Kasu. The fears are much more threatening that Dakara is playing a gnome. He won't have that Will of Forsaken like Mazikeen has to escape from Psychic Screams into the future here. Kasu getting Cyclone with no trinket. They're just pausing. They're waiting for their next attempt. They have Shadow Blades, and they see the Hunter with no trinket. They probably want to connect some major crowd control here. They have them in checkmate. They can win the game right now on the next setup as long as they crowd control all 3 players. So we see a Gouge on Tony, a Cheap Shot on Dakara, into a Cyclone. They're all in crowd control. Perfect setup. Tony trinkets. It's not enough.
Oh my
Laptop
gosh.
Gamers tie it up 1-1.
That was such a nice setup. All 3 members of Laptop Gamers, they knew their job. They executed perfectly. Tony had to trinket to try to save, but at that point, it was just too little, too late. And yeah, going after the Hunter seems a lot better. Like, he doesn't have bear form. You know, he's not going to be able to use the bark skin and stuns. And I feel like Laptop Gamers, they definitely figured that one out. They made this matchup look a lot more convincing.
I think great map selection, great strategy, great execution, great synergy here. They're not, you know, backing off or getting tilted after that game 1 defeat. They're not, you know, confused as to what to do, given the fact that Kasu and Dakara are throwing this Beast Mastery and this Holy Priest play at them. So great execution. There's huge power plays, huge swings. It's crazy. A matchup like this, like I was saying, the last game was like close to 10 minutes. This one was like less than 3, and it can be ended so quickly if these teams are as coordinated as they are. And look how clean this was to gouge Tony, cheap shot to get Mazikeen in position. Corki gets clone off gouge. They can't interrupt due to the cheap shots. The in-cap roars aren't enough. All 3 players are attacking at the same time. The other benefit of the Holy Priest is that you can get these instant Holy Fires after you use the Chastise ability, and those Holy Fires on a setup like that are the exact perfect type of damage in that moment in time, which is another major reason we see the Holy Priest. I think also their mana regeneration, it just feels like Holy Priest mana is really solid, so they're good in the setups. They bring that burst damage in the moment, and they can also go the distance into the late game, and that's why we see a lot of healers adopting this as the pickup in this position. But this was a clinic right here on Boomkin Rogue Priest, and Avidance knew they had it. He trinkets for the win out of the Disorient to secure the kill with the Shadow Blades, and now it's up to Last Dance to respond. I'm imagining they're going to go to a larger map, given that they were winning on mana. They were winning when there was more space, when they had more time to react. So I'm imagining they'll go to like a 12 run maybe, or maybe an Ashamine's Fall or something like that, a larger map. And given that they won game 1, means that Laptop Gamers need to win on a big map. Sure, they can do this on the small map. Look how easy it was for Avidance to get to all 3 players. It's going to be a lot harder for him to get to all 3 players on a large map.
Yeah, it was one of those situations too where on the Grand there was a similar situation where we saw Tony and Dakara spread out. I think the big mistake we saw from this team is that they were together and they allowed Avidance, like you said. It can be a little bit more difficult on a map like Hook Point to actually spread out, but I think when you're in that situation, you're like, okay, next setup we lose, we're in so much trouble, what do we do? Running like that as a team is probably one of the worst things you could do. So I feel like Last Dance, a little bit of a misstep there. and Laptop Gamers fully punishes, especially Avidance, crowd controlling all 3 members of the team. I don't think there'll be any composition switch, and for a team like Last Dance, it's they're kind of ride or die with that jungle cleave. Like, they're a 3-player roster. If jungle doesn't work, or if a team has their number and can beat jungle, then the season gets kind of awkward for them. So we'll have to see if they can do anything else. I think it's very unlikely. I mean, we're still tied 1-1. It seems like they can win this one, but that'll be my big question for Last Dance this season is what else do they have prepared if jungle isn't going to work? Or are they just going to try to outplay everyone with jungle and just be the very best at it?
I think that's what they're going to do. I think jungle can do it. I think jungle actually can do it at the moment. It's not like maybe in other seasons where it felt like it absolutely couldn't, but I think that it can. So, and we are not going to see that. I don't, unless this is a mistake on the graphic. This would be the first time we've seen it. That's why I'm kind of questioning it. We've never seen this from Casu. A Frost Mage selected with the Feral. I mean, this adds a lot of extra durability. It removes him as a kill target. He can blink the cheap shots from the Rogue, unlike the Hunter. So, like, as far as matchup, I do think that this is well suited.
This is confirmed real.
And it's confirmed real. This isn't. It's not a simulation.
We've never seen it.
I'm not hallucinating. Casu will be playing a mage for the first time, facing elimination in the lower bracket on broadcast against Avidance, Corki, and Mazikeen, who have been having a phenomenal game so far. And Avidance is still opting for the Trickster Rogue on the hero talent. And I think a few rogues were possibly considering switching over, given that the changes that were coming through for Subtlety Rogue. But with that unseen blade damage, it's just adding a little bit of extra punch to their hits there in these setups. We can see the smoke bomb and tricks of the trade on their PvP talents in the bottom left. I think that's an interesting combination with the boomkin. So the smoke bomb provides line of sight, which allows them to ambush a target while their healer can't heal. And then the tricks bumps the boomkin damage up, the talent right next to it. So this is actually nice for boomkin because they kind of lack a little bit of that hit. Their star surges aren't as heavy as they were before. So this is actually an interesting adaptation that is probably the reason they can amplify their damage in those critical moments like they just did in game 2.
I love it. Avidance just doesn't even use a transmog. Like, most players are very,
not even
locked in with that. He doesn't care at all. He means business. He is here to win. You know what I mean? He doesn't care if he looks good doing it. Like, he is just, it's very rare where you see a player just go with like the default, options for their gear. So yeah, really cool, like I said, to see Avidance. He's really quick. Like, if you ever watch his stream and play Battleground Blitz, it's quite remarkable how fast he is, at like sapping people's trinkets and preemptively vanishing things, and just he's definitely he's got some insane awareness and gameplay. So we'll see what they can do here in game number 3. Last Dance, completely out of left field. I cannot believe we're seeing Casu on the Frost Mage, but I'm here for it. See if he hasn't practiced.
Blizzard down to try and pull him out of stealth. Arcane Explosion. He's not going to find anybody, though. They're just so far behind them. We see the sap. Are they going to test the mage? We see Casu immediately use the alter time and blink, and then decide to trinket and alter back. He's got barrier, but that got purged instantly. He's taking tremendous pressure as Takara goes into that angel form in the middle of the map to immune crowd control, just like last time in the opener. Mazikeen's going to answer that angel with an angel of his own here. Corki, though, is pretty far away at the moment, and maybe he wants to be for a life grip. He's trying to push in on top of Dakara for an in-cap roar and a cyclone, but Dakara's line of sighting him at the pillar. You see Tony and Dakara on the gold team together here. Avidance moves in to help out Corki, setting him up with a cheap shot, but he gets counterspelled by Casu. Casu now pops barrier to soak damage. Corki's still trying to move in, but he's just not able to get there. He gets feared away. Mazikeen into a sheep. They're trying to set up damage here, I believe, onto Corki. But they're just really not finding too much damage just yet. Tony gets gouged. He's not able to connect anything, unfortunately. So they're doing a good job of protecting Dakara from the Cyclones, but we don't see momentum from them just yet.
Ooh, Casu gets interrupted. It doesn't have the alter time up, but Avidance is doing the thing where you basically just don't stun the mage. You just use your dances for straight up damage, and it forces Casu into a situation where he either just tanks the damage or he has to blink away, and then he can get stunned. So he's going to be playing the good old-fashioned blink to just get out of every single one of the stuns Avidance has available. See how they weather that storm so far. It's been a pretty chill opener for both teams. No one's really been under too much fire so far. Finally, a Ray of Frost is going to be connecting here onto Corki, but he just shrugs it off. It looks like he's going to be completely fine in bear form still, just chasing after Dakara, potentially looking for a full Cyclone. He does manage to find it, but where is the damage? Finally, a little bit of pressure here onto Casu, but it seems like he's going to be okay with this altar time.
Ooh, that low clone, though, on the altar. Trying to pause his health and not enable him to recover. He does get a heal, though. A little bit of a slower matchup with the Frost Mage, slowing things down here with the freezes, but they do catch Corki in a maim, but Avidance bounces back, catching Tony around the corner. He pops Barskin as he dead through it. There's a Chastise on Dakar with no trinket. Tony gets cloned at low health. A Ray of Frost fully channeled by Casa. They're leaving the Mage open, but now they're blasting him back. That Tricks of the Trade likely amplifying Corki's damage here. A huge margin, but these Holy Priests, they just bounce their team back so quickly with Serenity, just the instant direct healing. They're able to rebound even on these critically low health targets. Ice Wall is down. Mazikeen Mass Dispels it to remove it. Tony then gets smoke bombed. A big setup. Is he going to survive? It looks like he will. Once again, a massive Holy Priest heal. Just all that instant direct healing. It's so good in this current meta to trade with these burst cooldowns for immediate recovery. Corki retreats back to the pillar with Mazikeen. Avidance, though, gets rooted and kind of left behind. He gets dispelled out of the polymorph. Corki and Mazikeen, they're all line of sighting on the purple team, hiding from their opponents, baiting Tony in like this, and then catching him with a cheap shot behind the pillar. He's going to trade Survival Instincts. They get the double fear. They're setting up on Corki. They need to win this. If they lose their swing match, they will lose that large, small map advantage that they built from game one.
Really important, a lot riding here on Casu and the Frost Mage, but it hasn't looked bad so far. They haven't even gotten one ice block out of the way, so I think it is going to be Tony who's mostly pressured in this match. They get the full gouge while he is in caster form. I would have liked to swap on Tony, and that's exactly what they do. They get the bar skin. Very unlikely Tony goes down through that bar skin. Such a powerful defensive cooldown on that Feral, and he will end up living, but that is one thing that they can just get out of the way. The next setup, potentially they get the trinket, and then the next they could potentially win. So Laptop Gamers just slowly chipping away at the defensives of Last Dance.
Nice fake from Corki here, getting that precognition, immuning interrupts, and getting a Cyclone. Tony gets bear form, but it may not be enough. There's a lot of shadow damage and cosmic damage coming from the Rogue and the Boomkin. They switch on to Casu, cycloning Tony, trying to keep them on their toes, but here comes Incarnation. Tony's ramping up. Big snapshotted bleeds with that Tiger's Fury, a very important component that we can see on Corki here, that Rake and Rip with the glowing bleed icons at the bottom of the screen. When those are glowing like that, they are amplified bleeds. But even with their amplification, Corki's still looking pretty durable. He moves in. Dakara tries to fade the crowd control, but he is still ultimately hit by the Chastise. Incarnation gets stunned. Ray of Frost channeled, disrupted by the kick, though, of Avidance. Cyclone on Mazikeen. Avidance is stunned. Is he going to go down? He pops Cloak, and again, the instant healing from Holy Priest just pops Avidance from 30% back up to full health immediately. Dakara into the Cyclone. At this early stage of the game, they need very long crowd control chains on these Holy Priests to remove them from the match and prevent them from that instant heal access. We see a smoke bomb, but Tony bear formed, anticipating the stun, and has Barkskin. With Dakara and Angel, it should be more than enough to survive. They're trying to set up on Corki. Ray of Frost available. Ice Wall available. Casu could make a play right now. He's got Dragon's Breath too. He's moving in. Mazikeen tried to death it. He tried to fade it. Now he Angel immunes it. So he's going to Ice Wall the Angel, but he Ice Walled himself off too. He's going to run around the corner. Mazikeen can just Mass Dispel it. He should be able to pick up the team. Tony's in trouble. No cooldowns available. Dakara will trinket for him and break out of the crowd control and top him with all that instant healing on the Holy Priest. Tony's back to full, so they're going to Cyclone him. Try and pause and reorient themselves for the next attempt. They just keep going over and over on the Feral Druid, trying to catch him. But Last Dance, they're rotating so well defensively.
Yeah, excellently done so far. Tony gets caught into a disorienting roar with Dakara. Full Cyclone. Tony trinkets immediately into bear form on that stun lock, just trying to survive out of line of sight. And I think he will be able to live. Now putting some bleeds here onto Avidance, but still in trouble. Needs to be a little bit careful. Finally, Dakara in line of sight to keep him alive. And now we need to see a counter push here by Last Dance. Seems like they're really struggling to get anything going in this matchup so far. Some pressure here onto Corki. They get the Barkskin out of the way, but looks like with that fake, he's going to get the precog, get the Cyclone, and now get aggressive onto Tony once again. The full Cyclone onto Dakara. Tony is forced to trade out the Barkskin. Now he has no cooldowns left here, Super Tees.
All right, let's see how he will exchange here. Blades available, Dance available. Next stun, if Tony doesn't pre-wall, at least, I think he might just disappear from the match here. They could lose the swing match, but they do have momentum. Can they ride it to victory on Corki here? He's down below 50% here on the left side of the screen. He's popping his own Incarnation, trying to get aggressive. Mazikeen tops him off with a big Serenity heal. Tony's looking for Cyclones. He's trying to fake the kick. He's not finding the kick just yet, but here comes the Shadow Blades. Avidance is ready. He kicks the clone, but he didn't commit the stuns in time, and now that Shadow Blades is fading. Corki's in trouble. A massive swell of damage, but Mazikeen breaks free and gets a huge heal with those Serenities. These Serenities almost look like lay on hands when I'm watching this. Dakara trinkets on the bomb. Can he get there? He gets gouged on his way in. Tony Walls at 1%. 1% remaining for Tony. Are they going to lose the swing match? So close, but denied. Last Dance stay alive, and laptop gamers probably can't believe it. They're actually falling a bit behind in this position. If Tony and Casu can start getting some big burst here, dampening at the top of our screen, 35% healing reduction, and continuing to get higher, so that bleed focus damage from the Feral will just continue to get more and more effective as time goes on.
Tony was so low on health, like a sneeze would have taken him down in that setup. But now it's going to be Corki in trouble in bear form. Disorienting Roar looking for a Cyclone. We'll have to get back into bear as fast as possible. Using the Frenzy Regeneration with Mazikeen behind the pillar will be okay. But both of these Druids just defying death in this game. This game number 3. Keep in mind, this is the swing match, so for Last Dance, they need to stay ahead in the series if they want to have that Game 5 advantage for laptop gamers. If they could steal this win, it would be massive for their series. Now the setup here onto Tony, but he is in bear form. Doesn't look like they have the punch to take him down just yet. Casu gets interrupted. Tony's health is just melting, and he is not recovering. Dampening is so high at this point of the game where these setups really start becoming difficult to recover from.
All right, Corki rotting down. Tony's looking for Cyclones, trying to fake interrupts, trying to fake fade. He gets the Cyclone. Corki's running away in bear form. Avidance is trying to protect him, going after Tony. Corki knocks the Priest away from potential fear. Here comes Incarnation Shadow Blades. Big push. Are they going to make the swap possibly on Mazikeen? Avidance gets intercepted by the rake stun of Tony. He shadow melded mid-setup and stunned Avidance on his blades. That was clutch from Tony, but he still got blades for a few more seconds. They're going to polymorph him. Setting up on Corki. Corki gets gripped back into center field. Great positioning from Mazikeen, realizing that Corki would need an out in that situation on his push, so he gets the life grip. He chastises the Cyclone, setting up Corki for a Cyclone. Casu is now the target. Has one more ice block remaining. Dampening at 40% at this point, reducing healing significantly. It's going to become more and more difficult to recover. Crowd control on both healers. Here comes Incarnation for Tony, ramping up damage on Corki. Corki is going to Barskin. Avidance is there to support, cheap shotting Tony away. They solar beam the polymorphs. They cyclone him while he can't interrupt, and they're trying to take out Tony, but the Barskin's making him too durable, so they cyclone him. They switch back onto the mage. Laptop gamers are trying to mix it up, and potentially the final moments of this match.
Yeah, really putting the pressure here onto Casu when it counts. Let's see what he can do. The Ring of Frost drops down. Is there going to be an Ice Wall? There is one available with the Ray of Frost. This Ray of Frost could be lethal, and it will get chastised. Beautifully done. Corki, I think, will survive because of that. It's just an all-out panic when Ray of Frost is used. Triple Disorienting Roar, and Tony is now in so much danger, just defying death once again, but he gets Cyclone low with the Guardian Angel. Those wings. Let's see if Corki can continue this push. Tony gets caught into a stun lock once again, and this could be the end. 50% dampening. Dakara in a Cyclone. I don't know if Tony's going to be able to recover. He gets gripped away once again with a chastise on Avidance. Dakara having an amazing game, keeping his team alive. His positioning and crowd control has been excellent so far, but both these priests are almost out of mana, Sid.
Avidance is cloaking aggressively. He has blades and dance. As soon as he's off stun DR, Avidance might solo him here. Here come the kidney shots. Is he going to get gripped away? He's mind controlling the rogue. Avidance step kicks it and then gets back onto Tony. Tony kicks the Cyclone. Casu just dies out of nowhere. A massive blast of damage from Corki. Casu has ice block available but refuses to trade. Both healers are critically low on mana. Dampening is now at 55%. There's a full blind with no trinket, but Corki is low. Tony has Incarnation in 1 more second. He's looking for a Cyclone. Mazikeen line of sights it. Tony gets incapped away, but Corki's dying to bleeds. Ray of Frost gets kicked. Corki is critically low. Will he survive these final moments? But Casu has to block at 1%. Anybody could fall. Corki goes down. Tony secures it. Will Casu recover at 56% dampening? He comes out of the ice block in his debut, surviving in a high intensity moment and maintain their swing match advantage, leading 2-1.
This feels like some sort of like forbidden magic. You know, a hunter playing a mage or like a mage playing a hunter. This is like something I don't think we've ever seen before. So this is something new from Last Dance. This is what we wanted to see. What are they going to do if jungle doesn't work? Well, Casu apparently is a great frost mage, so they can tag him in. They keep the swing match advantage, and like you said, in these high pressure situations, it seemed like Casu was still able to perform. He had great counter spells, you know, some decent ice walls in this game, but he didn't panic, even though they put pressure on him here. Like, it's amazing he held on for that alter time to get the ice barrier off, and I think it might have ended up winning them the game, the fact that he held on to that ice block so greedy.
Yeah, for so long, just that final moment, he knew he was going to need it right here. If he didn't have it, it would have been over. It would actually not been over. I think it would have been a 2v2 between the Feral and the Rogue and the Priest. These teams are so evenly matched, I think is something to also note. This is absolutely not a blowout. All these games are so intense. Every single moment of them just building up to that final climax here at the pillar, where it was so hectic. Like, everybody is just shutting down that last second moment, trying to buy just a millimeter of space in order to get one more global cooldown off in order to win the match. Like, this was an insane game. This was a crazy game between these teams, and this is just a lower bracket round. We're not even into the main course, you know, those upper bracket teams that are so stacked on that upper side. I really think AWC this year is going to be the most epic of all time, and it's perfect because it's the one that's going to BlizzCon, right? It's been a while, so leading up onto that global stage, all of these teams have had so much preparation and building as rosters. We've seen transfers as well to try and take advantage of situations that have presented themselves with returning players, and I think that this is going to be a very exciting weekend. It's going to be a very exciting year. If you're an AWC fan, like, you are eating good right now.
Yep. And I'm hungry for more games, to be honest. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is only the beginning. This is the first series of the day, and we're already getting surprises with Casu on the Mage. But like you said, all these teams, they want to compete at BlizzCon, and this is only the beginning of that long road to get there. But I'm curious what Corki, Avidance, and Mazikeen are going to do. I think one thing is for sure, we're going to a small map. There's just no doubt about it. It feels like with how aggressive and CC oriented this roster is, they really want to have everyone grouped up. But I did want to highlight Dakara, just talk about him. I mentioned a little bit during the games, but he had such excellent avoidance in that match. His positioning was amazing to just escape and really deny the goes by his team a lot of time. But Casu, I wonder what they're afraid of. Maybe they don't want to RMP mirror. Maybe they don't want Gelu to come in.
They probably don't want to go into Gelu, is what I imagine here, is RMP into FMP. That's going to be like a high, like, rep. You want to have a lot of reps in that matchup to know every situation. I feel like they probably don't have the reps. Whereas with the Boomkin, it's a little bit slower. And you can kind of play around it a bit easy. It feels a bit easier for Casu. So I think this makes sense. It's Runes of Lordaeron, though. And, bro, AWC fans are eating good. I'm going to get to say the thing in the first series of the day. I feel like this is a good sign. But it's not a good sign for our predictions right now, though. Our predictions are in favor of laptop gamers, so we need them to come back here. We need another performance like we saw.
Well, I said 3-2, so this is still possible.
I think I said 3-2 as well. So maybe it's possible, but Last Dance, they look good. They've got some flexibility, even with only 3-player roster. I kind of wonder if they will pick up a fourth at some point, or if they're fine with Casu flexing between the Mage and the Hunter. I mean, if you can play Mage and Hunter, you've got, like, you know, you've got the duo of the best ranged at the moment if you can play them at the highest level. But a lot of teams usually opt to have one Hunter and then another player who's the Mage.
I've never seen a Mage play a Hunter. I've never seen a Hunter play a Mage.
Yeah. You've seen ever, like, Jelly Beans, I think, tried to do it, but it never looks like, you know, it doesn't. They don't look like a main
Jelly
Mage.
Beans.
They don't really look like a main Mage though when they're on broadcast usually. So like you can bring it in like a counter pick situation, but this is very interesting to see the players kind of testing themselves into these formats that they don't normally go into. And obviously Apex talents are a new addition to Midnight, and you can see them in the bottom right side of this screen if you're using the inspect tool that is available for you guys to look at any of the gear on any of the players. And the one for Frost Mage that's super entertaining is the Hands of Frost, and you can kind of see them just channeled out during the Rays of Frost, and it kind of turns Ray of Frost into like a Kamehameha, where you know how they shoot energy into it and it gets like bigger for a little bit. I feel like it actually looks like that. I always get entertained whenever I see Ray of Frost with the Hand of Frost animation on it here. But we're jumping into Runes of Lordaeron, Ven.
Yeah, we definitely are. And this is a small map. I feel like from what we saw on Hook Point, I would anticipate Laptop Gamers wins this one. I'm giving them a slight edge here, but you know, Last Dance, they're playing a phenomenal game. We'll have to wait and see. But one thing's for sure, said this is going to be an explosive game.
All right, here we go. Runes of Lordaeron, the gates are opening. There is no going back, and it would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Corki is there right next to Tony. Are they going to find him? Can they see the Feral Druid in stealth? They don't see each other somehow. I cannot believe they don't see each other in stealth right there. They're right on top of each other. Evidence is patiently waiting. They're likely in combat here. Paramedians are bouncing. Casu is hugging the flare.
Come on.
I don't.
Tony and Avidance, come on. Like, how
They're
do they not
literally
see
right
each
on
other?
top of each other. I don't know how.
There's no way.
Tony got
the
zapped.
sap.
This is but Dakar pre-fade Angels. Dakar with a clutch play to immune crowd control on that sap. That was a very emergency situation. Doesn't typically happen. So it was a great reaction from Dakar. But here comes the
bomb,
smoke
nice.
bomb. Dakar cancels
Chastised,
Angel,
love that.
but he gets chastised clone. Sick play incoming from Laptop
No
Gamers
way.
and Kasu. Survives by the skin of his teeth. He will get cycloned as he recovers. They're switching some of their pressure onto Tony and maybe even attacking Dakara. Avidance is poking Dakara. They could make a swap with a solar beam. He has no trinket. They could 100-0 him in a stun if they can find it.
Oh my gosh! I mean, I want to see a replay of the beginning of that game. Avidance got denied with that Spirit of the Redeemer. Table that for a second. Kasu in trouble once again. Cheap shots coming in. He feigned us. He gets the turtle off, but this is a nightmare situation. We got no trinket on Dakara, and they're just trying to go through it. They throw a DR ball and a full sap on Dakara. Kasu is all alone. Can he possibly survive? He uses his wall. Dakara still not much time left. Do they have anything to follow it up? Another cheap shot. He just wants to play his character and finally connects a heal. He will, but Avidance just reading the game like the Matrix and it's just amazing.
They CC'd Dakara for like 30 seconds. He's cloned again. Kasu is alive despite all of that control. Now Kasu into a clone. Avidance into a clone. We're having clone wars right now between Tony and Corky to try and lock each other out of this match, but it's still a checkmate position with no medallion for Dakara and no medallion for Kasu. Tony and Cyclone, they're going to make their push. Mazikeen, is he going to control Tony here in the back line? They're making their moves. Binding shot, double fear. They're trying to stall. They pop Bestial Wrath, but they're going for it. Here's the cheap shot. No pre-wall. They get the cheap shot onto the healer as well. And that Guardian Spirit is 30 seconds away. Kasu is still alive at this point. Can he kite away from the Rogue and stay in this fight? He pops Survival of the Fittest, reducing damage from those Star Surges and those dots, but he's still low. Dakara finally free from crowd control. Laptop Gamers are relentless.
My gosh.
Even though they're on match point right now, Laptop Gamers face elimination. They're not letting it get to them. They're keeping the gas pedal down, and that's exactly what they need to do in this matchup.
Dakara finally has his trinket, and he's got some cooldowns to trade, so I'm not as afraid, but I'm still a little afraid here. Cheap shots come in. Avidance and Corky, they are all over him. Dakara is forced to make the trade, but once again, now Last Dance is in a situation where they have no cooldowns whatsoever. It's going to be Tony that needs to be the hero. He's going to need to throw in some stuns and some peels with the Disorienting Roar. If Kasu has any hope to survive, we'll see how Laptop Gamers sets this potential game-winning setup up.
All right, Dakara's Angel's about to end. They're ready to go. Avidance is chasing Dakara here on that tombstone on the right. He gets cheap shot, setting up with the win right here. Can Tony save him? Avidance cloaks offensively to avoid crowd control, but Kasu's turtle just came off cooldown, so he will be immune to damage, protected by that green barrier around his character. He'll be immune to direct damage and survive. He gets cycloned right at the last second of it. Beautifully timed cyclone from Corky, but then Tony matches the cyclone with a cyclone of his own. Mazikeen into a fear. Avidance is the target, and Avidance committed cooldowns to go for the win. He doesn't have that Cloak of Shadows in an emergency situation. He doesn't have the evasion now for 30 seconds. He goes for a kidney shot on Feral just for peels, setting up the cheap shots. Avidance is all over everybody. The mind control, triple crowd control. Kasu is alone. Will he fall? He pops the Survival of the Fittest. Dakara fades any more impending crowd control and manages to re-stabilize. Just so close. Close call after close call. Laptop Gamers trying to stay on their toes here and stay agile, and they're looking to set up once again. They're in position. Cheap shot. Cheap shot. They need Tony locked down. They fear him. It's a double, baby, and Kasu is isolated. He feigned death. He's trying to bait him out. He disengages out of the bomb. Clutch play. He's at 1%. He's holding on. Chastised, but he actually does it. Kasu survives. I can't believe he survives. That should have been over right there. And if Laptop Gamers end up losing this game, which they just might in this moment, if Mazikeen doesn't make the right calculation, he gets cloned on his fear break. Avidance pops evasion. He's got a kidney shot again. The crowd control is endless. The damage is senseless. And Kasu, will he survive in this moment in time? Kasu clones the trinket. Or sorry, Corky clones the trinket. Kasu is low. He's still alive. How is he alive, man? He is playing. I thought that Tony was the cat. Kasu is the one with 9 lives.
We'll see how long he can keep this up. But eventually, the damage from the Beast Mastery Hunter might end up taking Avidance down. We've seen it in the past. We'll have to see if they can pull it off. But I don't know how Kasu survived so many setups. Once again, Dakara preemptively going into the Angel form. Looking for a Cyclone here onto Kasu as they look to get aggressive. Mazikeen, he has Trinket, but he might have to make the trade. Trinket fade, and that will keep Avidance alive. But dampening is getting higher and higher. And this is becoming a very difficult matchup for both these teams. Kasu just won't die. Finally, another cheap shot comes in. Fear into blind on Dakara. Into a sap, a full sap from Avidance. And Kasu turtles. He's going to survive the setup once again. It's just, how is he alive?
I can't. Someone check his PC. What is going on right now? He's got a full
Not
trap,
normal.
no trinket, full trap, no trinket. He gets cycloned. Corki just blocks the kill right there with the cyclone on the hunter, but Dakar is there for a psychic scream. Mazikeen still can't escape. He pops out a kidney shot onto the healer. Here comes the cheap shot. Will Kasu be able to do it again? Will he defy death? He disengages away, but he's met by a double fear from Mazikeen. He's still looking decently stable. A binding shot on the healer, and they're going for the win on Avidance. It's match point for them. If Laptop Gamers lose here, they're out of the tournament. Mazikeen into Angel. I can't believe it. The damage is just so high. Kasu is tearing in. Finally, Avidance recovers. He's going to get Cyclone. He gets Master Spelled out of the Cyclone into another Cyclone from Tony. Both of these Druids, phenomenal Cyclone usage. Tony's trying to push in. Avidance is on top of Kasu. Cheap shot, Cyclone. Dakar trinket fades, but the smoke bomb is there. Will he be able to get into it? He's met by a cheap shot. Kasu, will he be able to hold on again? He's actually doing it again. How many times can you defy death? Not even the Grim Reaper is able to take out Kasu. A chastise on the healer into a full fury. Fades with the will to avoid the trap. Avidance pops evasion to try and hold on. I don't think even Laptop Gamers can believe that this game isn't over, that they haven't won, and that they haven't moved to a game 5 at this point, and that they might potentially be eliminated right now. The pressure is so high. A Cyclone again on Dakara. Kasu pops survival of the fittest. He feigned death. He silences the Boomy. He's trying to move over. He drops out a freezing trap in desperation to try and stabilize, and he manages to do it. He manages to do it again. What a living legend on Kasu here on Runes of Lordaeron.
Double fear, and now Avidance is isolated. Mazikeen is forced to trade out the trinket, but the next setup, the next trap, could be the end of the game. Avidance has nothing left as well. It is back and forth, dampening at 34%. Could be Kasu, it could be Avidance that falls. Let's see what happens here with Kasu. Looks like the stuns will subside. He gets the feign death off, and Kasu paying dividends with that orc right now. The orc racial and the stun reduction is paying off huge, and now they've reversed the pressure on Avidance. The trap lands a full cyclone. How is Avidance going to live? He is on the run. Feint and Vanish coming in, looking for a potential counter setup here, but he manages to escape with his life, and now Laptop Gamers has an opportunity to maybe close this one out.
There's a lot of big, angry red T-Rexes right now, and they want to chew on Avidance, but can Kasu survive? A double in-cap roar from Tony and a skull bash on the clone. Tony with immaculate shutdown right there. Prevents crowd control and saves Kasu. And now Kasu is moving in on top of Avidance, looking to finish him here, but he doesn't know Shadow Blades is available and can be popped at any point here for Avidance. Beast of Wrath is going to be popped first, but it gets feared. The Psychic Scream from Mazikeen was so clutch to fear all of the pets. Kasu gets gripped back to the pillar. Avidance is there, but the pets are chomping. Tony is there to support, but now Avidance gets gripped away from the engagement as Mazikeen is desperate. He's chastised with no trinket. Avidance cloaks Guardian Spirit on the freezing trap. He drops down a defensive smoke bomb to try and hide in it from the hunter's attacks, but Tony is there. He's all over him, and they're actually so close to doing it. I think it's Guardian Spirit proc there to be able to save Avidance, which means Mazikeen has a 3-minute cooldown on it. He's going to have to heal without a Guardian Spirit basically for the rest of the game at this point. We're 8.5 minutes in. Kasu has pulled off an insane game to stay alive to this point and potentially close out this series. Look at the dinosaurs. They're all over Avidance. There's so many dinos chewing on Avidance. He's dying through evasion. The pets are going behind him. He gets in-cap roared to try and get a bleed up. Tony pre-bears the cheap shot, anticipating the attack, not leaving any openings. Another round of Incarn, another round of Dance here, traded into Kasu, but he has Trinket Turtle. He's just going to pop the turtle and totally negate this attack. Once again, a nail-biting game number 4, and it could still go either way.
This is definitely the game of the day so far. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Laptop Gamers trying to stay alive in the tournament, but Avidance gets caught in the stun, and he might get dropped. It's just too little, too late. Laptop Gamers, Mazikeen, he's got almost no mana. Avidance has almost no health. Tony and Kasu looking to close this one out, but Avidance, in defiance, is still getting the setup. Somehow, some way, finding the stun locks and trying to get the pressure rolling, but he has to run once again a full trap. Gouge on Kasu. Avidance in defiance. I can't believe he's still alive. What is going on?
There's like little guardian angels behind them on their shoulders from the Holy Priest that's saving them in these miracle moments, but ultimately dampening is at 50% healing reduction. Avidance caught in a full stun. Incarnation, Bestial Wrath, but Mazikeen is there with the Psychic Scream. He hits all of the pets and pulls them away from Avidance. Binding shot though locks him down. Corki is tossing out off heals. He gets silenced. Mazikeen into a maim stun. Almost 0 mana remaining. mains for him. A full trap with no trinket. Avidance is on the run. He stuns up Dakara. He's line of sighting Tony, but Tony is there. Will he survive one more second? Mazikeen fades the next crowd control, but a full stun comes in. Mazikeen pops apotheosis just at the last second to make his healing free. They drop down the smoke bomb. They swap on Tony. He is back into bear form, recovering barely at this point. Cyclone at low health now. Mazikeen into Angel. He's chaining his cooldowns perfectly to heal with 0 mana in these critical moments for his team. They do not want to play a game 5 and risk it against Kasu's mage. They want to be able to win this. Can they do it here? Mazikeen into the freezing trap. Avidance is on the run. Once again, nobody can catch him. All of those battleground blitzes paying off for him right now, but ultimately a main stun into a rake, and finally he will fall. Last dance. Pull it off. Insane plays from everybody here. We need a round of applause right now here for all 6 players in this game going the distance. 11 minutes of perfect play from both sides, but ultimately Last Dance will come out ahead and Laptop Gamers will be out of the tournament. And I'm also kind of sad. I'm a little disheartened. Like, they put on such a good show. They don't deserve to be out of the tournament at this point in time. It's just, Avidance probably can't believe that they didn't win this. There were so many times Kasu was at just 1% health. Like, the game should have been over like 5 minutes ago.
Like, Avidance set it up so nice to just win in the opener, and I can't believe it. Avidance doing such a good job with these hit and runs, but Tony and Kasu, they just won't die. They won't die. They make the cooldowns. Dakara's mana management has been amazing. I mean, I feel like it's quite easy to not spend mana when you're just crowd controlled the entire game, and that is like one of those awkward situations where Mazikeen, he's not at as much crowd control. He's having to actually use his mana for throughput. Dakara's just kind of, I wouldn't say he's chilling, because there's a few nail biter moments in this game, but yeah, what an amazing game number 4 here. Last Dance really impressing me, and I mean, Kasu, like I said, the fact that he was orc in this game, it was everything, because there was moments where Avidance unfortunately left gaps in his cheap shots as he was trying to extend the crowd control on the healer, and that just allowed the feigned death, that allowed a potential turtle, the survival of the fittest, and it kept Last Dance alive. So a super important ratio there for Kasu to survive this one, and what an amazing game it was.
I feel like they're going to need a breather out of Dakara must be sweating right now. I would have loved to see, like the player POVs during that game, because I mean, you guys already touched on it. Just such a volatile game for Last Dance. I'm with you guys. I cannot believe that they survived and actually did get that win. But I mean, Laptop Gamers, they are unfortunately out, but there is Cup number 2. I really hope this is a team that does come back. Supatees, if we do see them come back, what do you want to see them kind of bring back for Cup 2, especially if they get this matchup once again?
I feel like they just need more lucky charms. Like I need a little lucky rabbit's foot. Like how I mean, it's skill, but a little bit of luck too. He lives at 1% like 5 times. Just
right?
Like, it's so I like their roster. I think the Boomy Rogue and the Mage Rogue is nice synergy. The Boomy's better into things that the Mage isn't, and the Mage is better into things that the Boomy isn't. So, as far as being a roster, they have the Mistweaver, they have the Holy Priest, they have the Mage and Rogue, and they got the Boomy. I feel like they have the comps, so they just need more reps, just a little bit more damage in those moments. Maybe there's something they can tweak on their gear to be able to get out a little bit more damage, possibly, considering that like Corki wasn't the target, right? So maybe Corki can gear a little bit more aggressively, drop some more defensive talents in this type of matchup. Maybe there's some type of adaptation like that they could take advantage of, because it's just so close and they just played so phenomenally. And this is a lower bracket round. I feel like every round of the tournament is going to be like a grand finals, basically. We're going to have quite a day.
Yeah, I definitely think we are. So looking forward to seeing what Last Dance will do in the rest of this bracket. They do have to claw their way out here, because they're still going to be facing elimination every single time that we see them, as they are in the lower half of the bracket. So that's going to wrap up this series. Also, I do want to make a quick note. The other lower bracket series that we were supposed to see, Specialty versus DOBOB, that is going to be a bye for DOBOB. They'll be moving forward in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Specialty had some IRL commitments that conflicted with the AWC today, so maybe we'll see them return for Cup number 2, but DOBOB going to be moving forward with a 3-0 on the bracket, which means we're going to be moving up into the upper bracket, as we can see, and we're going to be starting off with a banger, Ven. We've got Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Yeah, Echo trying to reclaim their former glory with a dominant Cup 1 finish, but They're going up against Stop Nerf Mistweaver, who runs some very unconventional compositions. We've seen them in the past. That's Smite, Bank, Cassidy, and Hidden. They played like the Mistweaver with the Hunter and Devastation Evoker, or the Devastation Evoker Feral Mistweaver, and they make it look extremely good. But honestly, after talking with Bank a little bit a few days ago, he said they might have some secret tech for this matchup. I don't want to spoil anything, but their team might be very durable for this next match, potentially.
Durable. Okay, well, we're going to find out what that means. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we have got that series coming up for you guys next. Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver in just a bit.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now in the upper bracket. It is Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Zico, what do you feel like these teams have in store for us today?
Well, I feel like Echo so far, they look very, very strong. Not to anybody's surprise. They have not lost a singular map yet. So I think they're 16-0 throughout the entire open bracket. And mainly they have been running Windwalker Mage. So it's going to be interesting to see if they continue to rock with the Windwalker Mage. I'm excited because we didn't really get to see them on the open bracket feed. So I'm excited to see exactly what they have in store. And then on Stop Nerf Mistweaver, Ben already said it. I think Bank is the best Mistweaver, and I think Mistweaver is the best healer. So I think they have a huge advantage in that, and they also have some very unorthodox comps that no other team really runs. So it's going to be interesting to see as well if Echo can deal with those.
Now, Evan, it sounds like you know something we don't about this matchup. I don't know. Are you cheating with your predictions? I don't feel like I should be giving it to you.
Cheating? No, I got my last prediction wrong.
You know
I'm going to be accused. What do you? I lost my last prediction. What do you mean cheating?
No, I mean with this one, with this series.
0-1. Yeah, I know. So Echo, they've been playing a lot of mage-based compositions. I think they're pretty much only playing Mistweaver and Mage. So Rogue Mage, Windwalker Mage, and actually Warlock Mage. So they have Mercy. They have been playing the Demo Frost Mage in a lot of these matchups also. So I don't know. Bank didn't seem like he was feeling super confident, but like Zico said, you can never really count him out. And he is known to bring in some shenanigans. Like on the European ladder, he's been known to play with some tanks, and I don't know what they have planned for the blind pick. I don't really know what tank he would even play. I mean, maybe like a protection paladin or something like that. It did receive nerf, so I don't think it's as good, but I don't know. These guys are very creative. They're always playing unorthodox compositions, but it's really hard to bet against Echo because I feel like they're more focused than ever. They've got all the best comps in the game, and they haven't lost a single round. So I'm just going to give my prediction. I hate to do it, Bank, but I'm going 3-0 in favor of Echo.
All right. Zico, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go against Echo in this position. I'm feeling a 3-0 for Echo as well.
Oh, nice.
I think... Oops, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm just going to copy Van Rookie here. I don't really know what's going on, so I'm just going to go with the 3-0 for Echo as well. I mean, they're undefeated so far. They're looking really good. I think having Bank is, huge, but I feel like JT is... he's the kind of guy who puts in a lot of work as well in his healer arsenal. He's been just getting better and better each year. He's one of the youngest players that we saw, on the last LAN. So I think JT is gonna for sure be able to match Bank and not get like super gapped in the healer department. And if it comes down to that, I think Echo just have better grasp on the meta. They're very adaptive. Yeah, I could see them maybe winning a game if they play like, I don't know, Dev Evoker, Feral Druid or something. They get like one round, but I'm sticking with 3-0. I think it's going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, I think my brain is also telling me to go on the side of Echo. Obviously, it's really exciting to see a team best Echo, but what they are so good at is just adapting so quickly. So I do feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver might get a game off in this one, but I do feel like it's going to be Echo that unfortunately comes out on top. So 3-0. Or 3-1, actually, I think I'm going to say. I think Nerf Mistweaver have it in them to get to challenge them to step up to the plate a little bit, but you guys kind of already said it. This is a team that just keeps getting better. They have been the most consistent team I think that we've ever seen in the AWC. So we'll have to see. Every once in a while there is a team that kind of figures them out, but Echo's just real good at figuring them out. But yeah, I'm surprised about this chat prediction, Ben.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't know. That's Twitch chat. I guess they maybe know something that we don't. Maybe they do believe in the prop paladin potentially and just bank on Mistweaver. This is finally his meta, right? He's been waiting for so long, but that's the thing about Echo is they'll just yoink the meta. Whatever is the best, they'll just end up playing it, and they might even play it better than you. So we'll have to wait and see what Echo decides to do, but I do think there's a very high likelihood we see, you know, Mage, and we don't even know. I mean, I feel like there's still some potential for some compositions and some specs that we haven't really seen so far that could come in. I mean, I know everyone's gonna think I'm crazy, but I think Outlaw Rogue, there might be something there. And you know, Waz is phenomenal at that. I don't know if it'll be played, but something I definitely have my eyes on.
All right, let's see. We got the blind pick coming up for game number 1 here. Potentially big match for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Game 1 against Echo here in the upper bracket.
Okay, so we get to see
is Outlaw!
No way.
way.
Yeah, it is actually. You called it. You called it. Waz on the Outlaw Rogue, and we got Hidden tagged in on the Beastmaster Hunter, and then Smite on the Dev Evoker here. So this is looking like
I gotta get bonus
spicy,
points for that. That's a crazy pick.
That's a crazy prediction. Why do you think the Outlaw? Why did you think the Outlaw was gonna come out?
It's gotten buffed over and over and over. So I feel like it does really good. It doesn't have the same setup potential as it used to have, but it's a very good brawler. It's got pretty good damage right now. Very difficult to take down. It looks like they will be going after Hidden here in the opener. A lot of pressure here onto Hidden. Raikou pushing forward, getting a Ray of Frost, gets leg swept. Nice denial there by Bank, shutting down that cooldown. But Echo playing a very aggressive start here onto Hidden.
Yeah, the CC still continuing here on Bank. Finally going to come out of that polymorph. It still has all of his cooldowns. They were able to stop most of that damage. Now Hidden still taking a little bit of damage. Raikou caught up in the silence, and he's just looking for those polymorphs. Gets a nice beautiful damage coming out there onto Hidden, but he's going to use the life cocoon onto Hidden there from Bank, so Hidden is going to be completely safe there with the free life cocoon. Now Raikou could be in a little bit of trouble. Smite is chasing him around the corner, getting some damage, but JT not in any crowd control right now, getting some work done. There's the full sleep onto JT. Smite's coming in, but nice kick there by Waz into a full trap there onto JT as well. And Raikou's just going to be able to survive through all of that crowd control. Waz still in a little bit of crowd control, but finally coming out. Hidden down to 50% HP. No life cocoon available here on Bank. Caught up in a full polymorph. There's the full kidney shot. Big damage. They might just take him down right here. Beautiful setup coming out there from Echo, but the time stop is going to stall enough and allow Hidden to get that turtle off.
Look at Waz on the damage too. He is doing a lot of damage on that Outlaw Rogue, but we'll have to see if it can translate to a win. That was a really close attempt there onto Hidden. Raikou getting low on health. He's got Ice Block. Oh my goodness. I mean, Life Cocoon and Ice Block going to be traded out. That was a bit of a greedy play there, but a full Ray of Frost gets Feigned Death, actually. Nicely done there by Hidden. A little bit of a preemptive usage there by Raikou, not doing it into the stun, but it looks like Hidden will hold on. And now it's going to be Raikou that could be in trouble. No Ice Block for a little bit of time here. Still on that hypothermia. Blinks away with the Ice Barrier and the Alter Time. JT needs to connect the heals. Mana actually in favor of Echo in this situation, and Hidden once again is getting absolutely destroyed here by Waz in the midfield. It's like I mentioned, Outlaw does not have the same control that it used to. It doesn't have access to Cheap Shot as much, but the damage is really convincing here.
Yeah, and that was a nice pre-life cocoon coming out from Bank there. But look at Hidden. He could be in huge trouble right now. Can he get any more crowd control out of that cheap shot? It doesn't look like it. Hidden gonna get topped off there by Bank. But a nice attempt there from Echo. They did overlap earlier, that Ice Block and the Trinket life cocoon there from JT. So there is a bit of an opening here as well for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. But right now it's been the Echo show. They get a counterspell onto Smite. Raikou looking for the crowd control. Not able to find it just yet. Bank doing a great job avoiding it. Bank kind of rolling into the midfield there, trying to maybe break himself out of crowd control by just stacking on Hidden. But there's a cheap shot. That is just it right now. No Trinket for Bank right here. And Hidden, what are you going to do? Smite actually rescuing him behind the pillar. Is it going to be enough that the smoke bomb comes out? Survival of the fittest is going to fade. And Echo takes game number 1. That was a really, really nice setup there coming out from Echo. And like you mentioned, the Outlaw Rogue looked very, very deadly, topping the damage and still providing good control.
Oh, that was a really nice... We got a Feigned Death from Hidden, too, on the Touch of Death. So JT just a bit too early on that one, going into like the 90% damage reduction. But ultimately, it is going to be Echo that pulls out ahead. And this is a curveball. Like I said, I feel like we're still figuring out some compositions that are good. I mean, for Echo, Rogue Mage, it's still Rogue Mage, right? Like, I don't think anyone's really surprised that that is solid coming in here from Echo. But the Outlaw pick is something I really don't think anyone expected to see here. And it could be something that we see more often because the damage does seem really solid. And someone like Waz can definitely pull it off. It looks great here in this matchup. Hidden was just under so much pressure throughout this game. There were a few openings on Raikou, like we saw an overlap here on the ice block as well as the life cocoon, but other than that, Echo felt really safe in this match.
Yeah, definitely. I really like the outlaw pick, and you can see towards the end there it was a double leg sweep, and they got a full poly there onto Bank Smite with a nice rescue attempt there around the corner to try to buy Hidden some time, but also a nice blinding shot there onto Waz, but not enough. They got the follow-up sleep, they got the smoke bomb. Echo's crowd control is just looking so good, and Waz on the outlaw is looking super comfortable, so I like the pick. I like the pick from Stop Nerf Mistweaver as well, but I don't think they were expecting this in the blind. Maybe they were expecting the Windwalker. What do you think actually they were expecting on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver to go with the Dev BM Hunter?
I don't know. Maybe the subtlety rogue. I mean, in theory it should be okay, but I mentioned it in the last series. It's like one of the problems with Beast Mastery Hunters right now is how good Mistweavers are. Mistweavers just get a ton of bonus healing just for the fact that they can cleave the pets. Like every one of those rushing wind kicks is a significant amount of their healing, and if you hit a bunch of pets with the rushing wind kick, it's basically just a top on Raikou over and over. So it's definitely a little bit of a disadvantage there for Hidden specifically into the Mistweaver Monk, and I think just because of that they might want to consider changing, but this could be their best option. We saw some cooldowns pulled from Raikou, but I feel like Echo seems to have an advantage here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, the other thing that they've been running is a lot of Feral Druid Dev Evoker with Cassidy, so that could be maybe an option. Yeah, well, we'll see what they do. Empyrean Domain locked in. Stop Nerf Mistweaver running the clock here. I think we're for sure going to see Bank staying on that healer, but they have some options. They could go for a Cassidy. And Echo just blind locking the Outlaw Frost Mage once again. And I feel like it's a bit nostalgic for me to see the Outlaw Frost. It's
always the final form.
Yeah, it is always the final form. I feel like, you know, it reminds me a lot about the Legion meta. Getting to see Outlaw Frost, getting to see like Windwalker Mage, things like that, and also a lot of Jungle Cleave. And that's exactly what we're going to see here. Another Jungle Cleave once again. So I feel like we're seeing a lot of these kind of like aggressive setup-based comps, and I love to see that.
So here's a little spoiler, a little tidbit. So in game number one, Raikou was playing a dwarf. So I think they actually anticipated playing into this composition. So I think there's actually maybe a matchup that Echo wants. If they thought that Cassidy was going to be locking in the Feral, and this is what they locked in game number one with Raikou on the dwarf, then yeah, definitely is solid. I'm also realizing Waz's transmog in game is different than we're seeing here.
Yeah,
so
he had Warglaives in game.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what could be going on.
There's a bug right now with the companion. So
oh my goodness.
We can't see the transmogs. They are transmogged, but we just can't see it. But the talents and the actual gear that they're wearing should all be correct. Should just be a visual bug, I think, with the transmogs. But yeah,
he's built like a tank. Look at his versatility. He has 0 mastery and basically 0 crit. Everything is just versatility. I'm pretty sure he's crafted his bracers, he's crafted his helm, he's crafted his boots for just maximum versatility here to literally just be built like an unstoppable tank brawler, and that's what Outlaw is really good for. As you can see, he's gemming for it. It's something I want to try. Like I played a little bit of Outlaw Rogue on my Rogue, but I'm obviously really bad at it, and also I was like full mastery, which is also really bad. So, but it still felt like there was potential there. So I like seeing what Waz can do. It's interesting to see his gear choices and how far this Outlaw Rogue can really go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Echo is looking the best whenever Waz can be on a melee where he can stay in, create pressure, make plays, and then the team can kind of just follow up and kind of follow his lead. So I think that the Brawler has worked very, very well for Echo in the past, and we'll see now. Raikou, is he still at Dwarf over there? We'll see in a moment.
He's got the stone form.
Yeah, he's got the stone form. So that's an old-fashioned dwarf, though. That's not a dark iron dwarf, I don't think.
Yeah, the defensive dwarf.
The defensive one. All right, let's see the opener here. Full blind on the bank. And Raikou actually taking a lot of damage there, but And nice alter time is going to hit him back up to full for a moment. JT out of crowd control, manages to keep him completely topped. And so far, no one really using any defensive cooldowns, but there's a leg sweep onto Bank. Can he get any follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Hidden's going to drop down to about half HP. Raikou dropping a Ring of Frost defensively there onto Cassidy. Ring of Frost, beautiful, huge damage there onto Hidden. And Life Cocoon gets shredded.
Yeah, Hidden once again just under pressure from start to finish. Double leg sweep comes in. Looks like Raikou will finally get caught into a stun here. Are they going to be able to take him down? Is he playing Shimmer or is he playing Blink? I'm going to be looking out for that because he did get caught into that stun. We'll use the Stone Form, looking for damage here onto Hidden. Once again, Bank and Hidden are just on the run, but if Hidden gets caught into a stun, if he gets caught into a paralyze, a leg sweep, anything like that, the Song of Chi-Ji on Cassidy right now, Hidden is still just getting absolutely destroyed. This is insane. Waz is putting so much damage out on that Outlaw Rogue, and Bank just cannot get away. Hidden, just, it's so difficult to escape an Outlaw Rogue. You got Crippling Poison, you've got the hooks over, you know, things like Sprint. You really can stay on target for quite some time, and it is a big advantage here. Kidney Shot, Smoke Bomb, Ray of Frost. Nice knock there by Cassidy, shutting that down, but still Hidden is just, he's just having to play so defensive in this match.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. They keep setting up for these Ray of Frost, big punches. Finally, JT is going to get in some crowd control, but this crowd control was pretty short. It was a paralyze into a trap. And here comes the Ray of Frost. Massive damage onto Hidden. They could take him down here. Bank's in a blind, but they trade out the turtle. Hidden still not feeling too confident. The Song of Chi-Ji gets casted there as well. Bank's going to have to try to maneuver around and gets gouged, but manages to dodge the Song. Hidden still down to half HP here. Bank's got a lot of work left here. Does have the Life Cocoon, so we could trade that out, but he's being greedy. There's the stun onto JT. JT ports. Did he manage to port the trap? It looks like he was able to actually in that position. No, there's the Bank with the follow-up. They get the trap. They get the full sleep on the JT. He's going to trade out the Will of the Forsaken on that Undead Monk. Waz gets the Life Cocoon, and both teams stabilize.
All right, here we go. Polymorph on the Bank. Hidden once again in trouble. Ray of Frost gets kicked. Nicely done there by Hidden. They've done a good job denying these Ray of Frost so far, but it is just such a panic mode. Hidden now into a Sunlock, and that could be the game. Bank doing what he can to keep him alive. Throws in a wind kick, and it might be enough. It looks like he will be able to hold on, but that was an extremely close call, and I just feel like Stop Nerf Mystery, but they just cannot get any pressure going. Waz eats the trap there. JT gets paralyzed into a leg sweep, as it looks like Bank is trying to set up his team, but just force so defensive in this game. Hidden is trying to get away once again, but Waz is just all over him, shredding him on that Outlaw Rogue. And you can see Raikou as well looking for some additional crowd control. Paralyzed into Dragon's Breath. Full Kidney Shot lands, and Hidden goes down. This is a dominant game. Like, I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they could not do anything here.
That was brutal. I mean, it was just full gas pedal for Echo from start to finish, just running them over basically on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I mean, even when you looked at the damage, it's just Raikou and Waz at the top, constantly dealing pressure, and even the winning CC chain, they're just going with these kind of small, like micro CCs and focusing on keeping their damage up and getting their damage off. These Ray of Frost, Raikou gets a full Ray of Frost there. It's an immediate turtle. They had the blind there to cover it. Here they got the double sleep. Hidden almost going down through that as well. Bank had to trinket and do what he can here to actually keep Hidden alive, manages to recover, and then here at the end it's just a paralyzed into a Dragon's Breath. Get a short paralyze there, and then Raikou's just there, gets the Dragon's Breath follow up, and just continues the pressure there with Waz, and it's enough, just those two short kind of instant CCs to take Hidden down, just because they had so much pressure before they got the paralyze there onto Bank. So pretty crazy to see Echo. And this is what we always talk about with Echo, right? Like, they really do their homework. They really are a team that kind of figures out the meta early on, figures out the best versions of RMP as well, because all we've seen so far has been sub rogues and you know, sub frost, sub fire, but seeing Outlaw Rogue being utilized, and seeing also the other comps that that they have available, you know, with the Windwalker, with the Windwalker and the Frost Mage, as well as the Windwalker Fire Mage. It just gives them a lot of flexibility. So it's a difficult team to prep for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what Stop Nerf Mistweaver is going to do. They're going to have to go a totally different direction, because I feel like Hidden, he's just too much of a vulnerability. He can't kite on the Hunter. He's never getting away from Waz. He's really struggling to land the traps. And also, he's just giving JT additional healing. So I don't know if he can change to like a marksmanship Hunter. I don't know if they just need to get the Hunter out of the game and maybe play the Feral Devastation, but it's going to be tough either way.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, we've seen like 2 out of the 3 options basically that we know they have on Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I think it's time for Cassidy and Smite combo now to be tagged in, and I think that's. I mean, I don't know how that's gonna work, but I also feel like that's the hardest comp to kind of prep for. We got the Ruins of Lordaeron, so it is a good map for you know, Smite. Yeah, there it is. Smite Cassidy, Dev Evoker, Feral Druid, Mistweaver. I don't know. I feel like offensively. Yeah, maybe that's just because of the Hunter, but I feel like offensively they didn't really, in both of these first 2 games, they didn't really have too much going. There was like one moment where Echo kind of did that defensive overlap in game number 1, but aside from that, it was never really like big pressure moments from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I didn't feel like Echo was really scared, aside from that one moment in game number 1. So I don't know. I feel like it's about the offense here from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. That's what's gonna like actually reduce the damage that they're taking from Echo.
It's so difficult to kill a Frost Mage. Like, Frost Mages are really, really strong right now, especially with a Mistweaver. With the short cooldown on Ice Block, especially him being a dwarf, like, he can dwarf, he can Ice Block, he can Life Cocoon, then he can Ice Block again, and Life Cocoon again, and then Ice Block again. Like, you will very likely get 3 Ice Blocks in a game. And Waz now an Outlaw. It makes it really awkward because this might have been a matchup in the past where they could pressure the Subtlety Rogue, like do damage on the Subtlety Rogue, try to just deny his goes, and then you're going to inevitably roll them over. But this is different. Like, all of a sudden, Waz he's playing, you know, a tank specialization on Outlaw. He's a brawler. He doesn't need to run between the goes because he's doing so much damage. So I think this is just one of those things that might be throwing a curveball to Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and they need to try to figure it out. But I'm trying to see where the openings are. This is going to be a really tough one for them. They do have a lot of damage, though. Like, let's be completely honest. Their composition does bring a lot of damage, but it's been a difficult showcase so far. And you can see Raikou also doing something very similar to Waz, where he's just building as durable as possible. Most versatility, like, it does seem to be, you know, the tournament meta is just make yourself an unkillable target. Play as much versatility as you can, especially when you're playing a composition like this, where you have so much crowd control. As long as you're not dying, it feels like you'll just kind of inevitably win. So Echo playing this one really smart.
Yeah. I mean, the versatility stack, and yeah, it's kind of like you mentioned as well. It's just he's playing improved mass invisibility, Master Shepherd. Yeah, Raikou loves Master Shepherd. It's his favorite talent. Even when everyone. But even in the meta where everyone was playing Ice Wall, Raiko's like, nah, Ice Wall is bad. I'm playing Master Shep always.
It's so good because, I mean, so it gives you 12% versatility and movement speed. So if you have a polymorph on someone, not only are you getting 12% more damage, roughly.
Yeah.
I think we're back. All right, sorry about that, technical difficulties, but not only are you getting 12% more damage from the versatility, roughly, you're getting about 6% damage reduction and bonus move speed. So it's a really good way to kind of bolster your goes against your opponent. If you can get cross crowd control, you do more damage during the setups, and also you get even more defense if you can find the polymorph.
Yeah, that's Raikou loves that playstyle, and he's kind of been known for being a player who doesn't play the flashiest, but he's very consistent. He wants to do, a lot of damage. He wants to always do the most damage and just kind of play to that win condition. And we can see an opener here onto Smite. Ray of Frost immediately gets opened on by Cassidy to shut it down. Smite now getting aggressive. Eternity Surges coming out, and he's starting to creep. There's the full sleepwalk. No, they don't get it, but they do get the sleep from Bank instead onto JT. They force out the will early, and so far, opener-wise, a lot more pressure coming out here from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. So far, they haven't had to use any defensive cooldowns, but there's the full polymorph coming out onto Bank, who is going to be the target. Smite, immediate time stop there onto himself before he can get stunned. They're going to stun Cassidy instead. Raikou is going to go for that Ring of Frost, and here comes the Ring of Frost. Huge damage onto Smite. Bank is going to have to make the trade.
Yeah, Smite's still really struggling to get away from Waz here. He gets gouged up on his Disintegrate. Sleepwalk coming in, but Raikou now under pressure. I like this, and it's going to be a Trinket Life Cocoon there from JT. So finally some signs of life here on Ruins of Lordaeron. Nicely done. And now it's going to be Waz's time to strike back. Smite going to be using that deep breath just to get away, avoid the double leg sweep, but he gets caught. And now still Waz is there. He is under just so much pressure right now with this Outlaw Rogue all over him. It's unrelenting damage. It just seems to never end here from Waz. JT, though, caught into his sleep, and Smite doing a really good job actually getting pressure, getting crowd control. Raikou, what are you doing, man? God. These are too close to call. I know you're stacking versatility and you're a dwarf, but I mean, that could have just been such a throw of that game.
Yeah, he almost pulled him in Rookie right there. Crazy to hold the ice block for that long, but he managed to get it off. And Raikou now going for the glacial spike. Cassidy is going to get the life cocoon there, not taking any chances. That was a great chain, though, from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. And here comes another one. Can I get the Song of GG? No. Beautiful interrupt there with the blind, actually, shutting down that CC attempt from Bank. And now Cassidy could be in a little bit of trouble. Leg sweep onto Bank. Cassidy activates the survival instinct. Should be able to survive potentially with that. No, they get the full polymorph onto Bank as well. But Bank actually rolled into the frozen orb there and broke himself out of jail with that one. And now Cassidy is going to be able to survive, but still, that was with his Incarn up. He had to run, and he might still not be out of danger here. He's still taking so much damage. Raikou is just absolutely blasting. Here comes the cheap shot. Huge damage onto Cassidy. Can they take him down? Bank is not in any crowd control. Celestial Conduit to save the day. There's this Paralyze into the Song onto JT, and it looks like they're going to be able to at least reverse some of the pressure. No, Raikou is just going to be able to survive. Here comes the big, deep breath from Smite. Cassidy gets the life cocoon, and it looks like they're going to stabilize on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, but they need to get something onto Raikou. They get the life cocoon at least.
Yeah, I mean, such a close call, but they're pulling cooldowns. This composition is looking a lot more threatening. Bank is actually evened out on mana here with JT, but I'm still a little bit afraid for Cassidy and Smite in this one. Going after the Pharaoh Druid, potential Cyclone, gets kicked at the last second there by Waz. So good with those interrupts and just creating pressure on that Outlaw Rogue. Gets the full kidney shot on Bank. Cassidy on the run. Raikou's there for the polymorph, but it gets interrupted immediately by Cassidy, doing an incredible job shutting down that polymorph and allowing his team once again to get some pressure. Raikou almost has 2 ice blocks back, and that's one of the things about this expansion. It's only a 2.5 minute cooldown, so it can be very difficult to push through, you know, the second and third ice block here. Well, I honestly want to see Stop Nerf Mistweaver try to force some mistakes here. If they can, that might be their ticket to winning this one.
Yeah, and I feel like Waz is just completely unbothered in this match. He doesn't, there's been no pressure on him whatsoever, which is usually what you see from a Feral Druid, but right now Cassidy might just go down here. Huge pressure coming out in that kidney shot. There's a stun now onto Waz, but they're just going to continue to go after Raikou here as the main target. Maybe with a little bit of dampening, they can take Raikou down, maybe in his hypothermia window or something, but right now they got the life cocoon at least. Smite gets polymorphed up. Bank is going to be there with the Dispel. JT pushes in, looking for crowd control, but it's going to be Bank actually who lands the first crowd control. Paralyzed into a full sleep onto JT. Raikou could have to use the ice block. He blinks away to safety here with the alter time preemptively popped. Going to be able to come back there to life, and now here comes this disintegrate though from Smite. Does he have the healing on the side of JT? Meanwhile, Cassidy also getting blasted. Had to use his trinket there defensively in the mix of things, kind of on their own go. Time stop coming out there onto Cassidy as well. Nicely done there by Smite. Look at Waz. He's just waiting like a shark in the water. Cassidy might just go down right here. Huge damage onto Cassidy. He's going for a Cyclone there. Tanks the kick from Waz, so potentially Bank can actually cast something. Bank running low on mana. Cassidy running low on life, and they are running out of time on Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Oh my gosh, Waz is just so annoying on that road. Just watching the way he positions his character. Cassidy is trying to get away, but Raikou might just die! And that will be the life cocoon. Beautiful counter push up there by Smite, just trying to get something going, as Cassidy is just forced so defensive in this match, and he's done an excellent job so far, finding the sleepwalks, finding the disintegrate damage to force Raikou into some cooldowns, but Cassidy is still just so incredibly low. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and this is a very important game. If Echo wins this, they will be advancing in the upper bracket. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they do not want to go down to that lower bracket. Some very difficult teams there, but it is almost looking inevitable. And as I say that, they get another ice block from Raikou. Signs of life here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They might be able to do it. The Feral Devastation Evoker is looking good so far, but Raikou just has to hold on. He's got a little bit of time here before he can access another ice block, but Cassidy's just too low. Cassidy. Could be too little, too late. Rake stun there onto Waz into a full Cyclone, and Cassidy is just continuing the push. Raikou gets the life cocoon, just inevitable cooldowns trading out here from Echo, but JT's almost out of mana, and finally Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're looking good, but
that's it.
Are they looking good enough?
Oh my God, he survives yet again from the smoke bomb there. Beautiful save coming out from Bank, but that was his absolute last little bit of mana. Cassidy is in a bear. He's trying to get away from Waz, but Waz is all over him. Nice time stop coming out from Smite to pause the damage for just a little bit while Bank is hitting through that crowd control. He gets a full sleep onto JT. Smite gets polymorph. Frank is pushing in with low HP, actually had the ult the time there. Goes for the reshape. Waz is soloing Cassidy behind the pillar, but Bank finally managing to get some healing out, but Cassidy still
Nice,
no
yes.
life left here. They get the CS onto Cassidy there as well. He is so low, shutting down the peels, and Raikou is there with the Ray of Frost to finish it, and that is going to be a 3-0 for Echo. But I like it's kind of what you said, Van. We like the Dev Feral. I feel like if they ran this all the way through, it could have for sure been a little bit different result here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. There was a lot of close calls. There was more offense, which is kind of what we wanted to see prior to this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot better of a game. I just feel like the Beast Mastery Hunter, it's going to be super ineffective into a Mistweaver. This is a really close call. I mean, this could have just, I mean, this is way too greedy. Like, let's just, I know, I'm the guy who does an ice block. Yeah, I get it. Haha. But that was really greedy. And I feel we've seen a few greedy plays from Raikou. And I honestly think sometimes mages are too greedy, especially with the cooldown of ice block being so low. Trade out the first one, get it on cooldown. Don't risk it. Come on. But ultimately, the greed pays off, and they managed to secure the win here with Raikou's Ray of Frost. But I don't know. What did you guys think about the Outlaw Rogue? Because it's looking like this could be like a new thing. I know Waz is exceptionally good at it, which is a nightmare. If Outlaw's good and Waz can play it, I mean, it's so scary.
Oh my God. I mean, they were already scary, so Echo might be even more terrifying than they normally are. But yeah, I am curious as well. Zico, what do you think about Outlaw? I mean, Ven kind of already had it predicted, but is that something we're going to be seeing a lot from Echo?
Yeah, not just from Echo. I can already hear like all the rogues are currently marching to the rogue trainer to respect Outlaw, and I think we're gonna see a lot more of this, Ven.
Well, I think it's just one of those things. Like, so one of the awkward things about Rogue is if you play Subtlety and you play Assassination, you need Mastery. It's just like the whole spec is just Mastery. You need as much as possible. For Outlaw, you don't want Mastery. It's the worst like secondary stat you could ever have. So a lot of rogues, when they just are like, all right, maybe I'll try Outlaw here, it's like it's a little bit awkward because you have to redo all of your gear. You kind of have to be like committed to the spec. But on the tournament realm where you can just set up whatever you want, it's definitely looking good. So I feel like we might see more rogues dedicating themselves to Outlaw with how much damage we're seeing here.
Maybe the arena players just need to be a little bit more dedicated to their craft, like the Race to World First guys, and just level like 20 characters of the same
25,
class. Yeah, just 25 rogues, and then you just test stacking Mastery on one, stacking Versa on one, just testing every spec, every build combination, and then the one that gets highest rating in Solo Shuffle, that's what you lock in for the AWC.
Oh my God, please, let's not bring that level of degeneracy to AWC too. It is yeah, get him in some mythic splits or something. Let Trill teach him how it's done. But no, I think it's cool to see. What's up, Ben?
I was gonna say, you guys have never heard of Big Damn. If you don't think players are doing that, you've never heard of Big Damn. You've never seen Big Damn.
Was it the guy that has like he queues with multiple different accounts?
Yeah, you see players like Pet Kick and Big Damn who literally have 30 of the same character, the same spec, literally 30. It's insane.
I respect it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of subscriptions. Or is it on the same account?
I think maybe they play like 2 accounts or something like that and have 10 on each, you know.
Okay. Why though?
For fun. They just,
all right. It's like seeing their name up there a lot. It's okay. All right. Well, here is where our bracket currently is 3-0. So we all got the team right, but I think it was just me and Supatis that thought that Stop Nerf Mistweaver could have gotten at least one game. Unfortunately, not so. But Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they are not out of it yet. As you can see, they're moving down to the lower bracket. We're going to be facing off against Last Dance, Zico. How do you feel like that series might be playing out?
I mean, they have similar comps, so I mean, they can both run jungle. I don't think we're gonna see a jungle mirror, but I always enjoy watching a Cassidy and Tony showdown because I feel like those two are just such strong Feral Druids. They've been the kings of Feral Druid for such a long time. So I'm really excited to see it. I hope we get to see some version of Feral showdown down there. And we'll see. I don't know. I feel like both teams could take it. I think Bank on the Mistweaver could have the edge. Okay. Don't want to spoil too much, though. I have a 100% perfect prediction rate.
Dude, it's been 2 series. Let's relax a little bit. Okay.
I'm just talking statistics right now. You know?
All right, you're right. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we've got a couple of exciting series coming up, but before we do that, we do have a mini game. We have the first Who spell of the season ready to go. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm
ready.
I've been waiting for this day.
Right. Okay, if you guys don't know what this is, we are going to try and decipher what this spell is based only on the information available to us from the tooltip. Production historically likes to mess with us a little bit and kind of mislead us. So we'll see if that happens. We'll see if they get tricksy. Let's check out the first spell. Ooh.
Okay.
You ascend blank high.
Is this Demon Hunter?
Empowering
is this like rain from above or something?
Well, while in and enhanced and you're okay. I don't know. I'm gonna need to see some multiple choice here.
Oh, this could be angel form for priest, no?
You think so?
Do you ascend high though?
I don't
You're
think
floating on the ground, are you?
I guess you don't ascend that high, but it's
I also
like
don't think it enhances anything. Like when you're flying up in the air.
Could it be a Drakthir thing? I don't know. I feel like they're always
flapping around with their wings and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, this one is difficult. We need the choice nodes.
Yeah,
we need the choice. This is too hard.
Yeah, this is way too difficult.
For the first one, I mean, are we gonna warm up a little bit, make it like a little easy? But I guess we're always talking smack.
I was like, oh, this is way too easy. Production, come on. Okay. Ulti Penny. Nah.
I actually think it might be Ulti Penny.
Could it be Void Meta? Do you go up? You don't go up in the air. You stay on the ground. Sorry, go ahead.
The Void... It enhances your penance, I guess. Or your healing, I don't know. But what does it reduce when you ulti Penny?
Movement speed?
Yeah, it does actually.
I don't understand.
All right, we go with that one.
What is the 50?
I don't know.
50 yards.
I don't know. This one is too confusing. Is it Void Metamorphosis? I don't think it's Incarnation and Tree of Life, but it could be. You ascend into a tree.
Wait, I think it's Ascendance. I think it's actually Ascendance.
It could be, yeah.
I don't think it's you. I think they're being tricky. I think it's actually Ascendance.
You go up in the air though?
I mean, but what if it's you ascend? No, that's too obvious, no?
I'm going with Ulti P.
I'm going with Ascendance.
All right, then.
I'm thinking. I don't know. Reduces your, what does it reduce? Enhanced and you're slow? What? I don't think Ascendance slows you. Does any? I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know which one does.
I'm just gonna go.
Void Meta doesn't.
I'm gonna take one for the team, and we'll just cover all of our bases. You take A, Zico takes C, I'll take D, and just like.
Don't take D. That definitely doesn't reduce anything. There's no way. Whoa! What is production doing? I'm like comforting myself. I forgot this camera. I was like, what is this spell?
I'm ready.
Full panicking right now, dude.
Here, let me put my hands up. All right.
Oh!
Void Meta.
Go!
What is it? Wait, what is it reducing?
You said it is
Don't
not
eye me. I do not play Devour. I do not play Devour.
Aren't you a Demon Hunter?
Me. I was a Havoc Demon Hunter. That's different.
Aya, come on, this is all you. This is all you.
Hey, I'm happy. At least one of us got it right.
Oh my god. Wait, well, what is it? Reduces your fury drain.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna read this. You ascend to a higher
is...
state of being. Wow. Substantially empowering your abilities. While in Void Metamorphosis, your Consume and Reap are enhanced, and your Fury will slowly drain. Additionally, Void Ray reduces your Fury drain, deals increased damage, and no longer consumes. That was a good one.
That was
a tough one.
Yeah.
No, I'm mad. I'm not moving on from this. They made us think that you're ascending into the air and that you're reducing like something bad, like reducing casting speed or reducing movement speed, but it's reducing your fury. Oh my god. Okay.
Now what about this?
Okay, which one looks the most photoshopped?
I know which one I'm going with.
What?
I think it's much easier to add on that third ring than it is to remove it. So just based off that, I'm going with B. Like I think,
Ooh.
you know, because it looks good. Like I don't know, maybe the fingers looks a little skinny there, but like
Yeah.
Finger looks a little sketchy.
I'm also looking at the photoshopping. I think it's also either B or D.
I don't think the gold makes any sense.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't think the gold, because they've got like the wraps, right? Like around their eyes and
yeah.
stuff like that.
They
So
wrap
I'm
their
gonna
finger
go-
though, that knuckle joint. I don't know.
Bruh, I don't know. I don't think they're wearing gold though. I don't really think demon hunters are historically dripped out too much.
I think it's probably. Is it a similar look to Havoc though? You should know this, no?
Okay, all right. Let's stop with that narrative, please. I'm gonna go D.
I'll go B. I don't know. I think I'm wrong, but I'm gonna go B. I just have to.
Okay.
It's been calling to me.
Okay.
I'm still analyzing the pictures. This is a tough one. I feel like it's either A or C, actually. What is even the difference between A and C?
I don't know.
What,
Oh, the purple hand. It's much more purple.
Yeah, it's like they turned.
I
yeah,
think
I'm
the
gonna
C
go with
looks-
A.
The C looks not right.
Yeah, the C looks a little dodgy. I'm going with A.
The
Lock
sea
in.
looks deep fried. Right.
Please be
yeah.
B,
What is
please.
it?
Yeah, it's
Let
like
us know.
like dipped in void energy or something.
Yeah.
I don't believe the C at all.
Yes!
Oh, nice. All right, Ben.
Oh,
You're
okay.
Okay.
doing well.
Thank you.
okay.
That's 2 for 2. I like that.
Nice job.
nice.
Very
This
good.
is so easy. I hope it's a little
sh-
little bit more challenging next time.
Okay. Can't compliment anyone around here. They just get an ego immediately. My God. All right. Well, let us know how you guys did in chat. And in the meantime, we will be heading to a break. And compliment anyone around here. They just get an ego immediately. My God. All right. Well, let us know how you guys did in chat. And in the meantime, we will be heading to a break. And when we come back, we've got some more series up for you. It is BORGIR KING versus Streamer Zone GG. We'll be right back. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have got BORGIR KING versus Streamer Zone GG. Super T's, what is your take on this series? What should players, users be looking at from home if they are watching?
I think BORGIR KING is the, all eyes on Morrow, basically. This team, Morrow is the king of BORGIR KING here. On their side, I think he's going to be a very pivotal player for the roster, and it's going to be how they flex the melee DPS around him, I feel like, in a lot of cases. Whereas Streamer Zone, they got some flexibility. Are they going to try and go head-to-head with their mage of their own P-make? Or are they going to opt out and try and run Jamie on that elemental shaman? Because that is what they did in the open bracket leading up to this position. So they also have Brunhilde on their roster, which has been, I want to say an up-and-comer, but like he's been a phenomenal player now for a couple of years, but he's still kind of like on the newer side of things when you compared him more to like Waz in the European region, but now he's definitely up there at that level as well. So just head-to-head, they have very similar compositions. So I'm anticipating like what this is going to look like a little bit, because I am a little uncertain.
Okay, we're doing predictions live now. Zico, I'm going to go to you first. What is your prediction for the series?
3-1 for BORGIR KING. I believe in Morrow. I believe in Blizzo. I believe in the gang. I think they're going to lock in Windwalker Mage, and they are going to look just as good as they always have.
Okay, 3-1 from Zico. Super T's, what about you?
I'm just copying Zico at this point. He's got 2 perfect predictions in a row. I'm just copying him, bro. 3-1.
That's so weird, because like I'm also going to be a 3-1.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it weird that we're all just feeling this way right now? Like,
yeah,
Ben's not even on the
going
camera.
on, dude?
Ben's not even on the camera, and he's feeling
You can't
this
do
way.
anything. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry, Zico.
I'm never going first again, all right? Like,
You go first if I say you go first, Zico. I control the.
When Aya says jump, Zico, you say how high.
It is 3-1 across the board for BORGIR KING, but I mean, Streamer Zone GG. Like there's some arena veterans, AWC veterans, Zico, in this team. This is a team that we've individually seen pull off tremendous feats here in the AWC. So I mean, what do you think it's going to take for them to pull off a win?
I mean, the last time these guys were together, we saw them, go head to head with Echo in a best of 7 grand finals at BlizzCon. So these guys have what it takes. They have what it takes to go all the way. Is how much Lontarino has been flexing on the Mistweaver, because of course Lontar has been, he's been a very adaptable healer. Like we saw him do really well on the Holy Priest. We've seen him, obviously his main, the Shaman. We've seen him on Resto Druid a lot as well. Haven't historically seen him too much on Mistweaver. So hopefully he's been doing his homework since Midnight came out and just been practicing a lot of Monk. And I think that's really the only kind of weakness I see. The other question I have is for Streamer Zone. Has Brunhilde had enough time to go and respec Outlaw Rogue?
Yeah, a lot of questions in the air for sure. We're going to be seeing what Streamer Zone GG and BORGIR KING have frying up for game number 1 here. Lot on the line for these two teams, Super T's.
All right, let's see it. We got Brunhilde on the Subtlety Rogue here, so running some Rogue Mage Chi. RM Chi here is going to be the name of the game. And then we got Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk. We haven't seen Blizzo spend too much time on Rogue, and we'll have to see if that ends up being a liability or a strength. Right now, he is the target in the opening stages of game number 1. Bursted down to about 50% health, but recovering now as we see them switching their attention over to Morrow with P-Makes Combustion. Here comes the Shadow Blades, a kidney shot onto Lontar. Brunhilde trying to find a target. He goes after Morrow. Morrow just blinks out of that immediately into another cheap shot, catching a couple of hits from Brunhilde's blades, but honestly, those Shadow Blades did not get a lot of value, and now Morrow has Combustion active, and immediately next is pressing Life Cocoon, and they've actually broken Life Cocoon. They've broken through its absorption effect. He will still stabilize. Now Blizzo on the back foot, trades Karma with this blind polymorph. I do feel like the Rogue Mage is getting more momentum so far in this game. If it's really going to rely on Morrow's Combustion that heavily, I feel like BORGIR KING's comp might be a little bit too predictable.
I feel like BORGIR KIng's comp is just going to need uptime. And I think that's going to be the name of the game. If they have enough uptime, I think Blizzo's damage is going to be just unhealable. But here comes the setup from Brunhilde. Can they get the Ring of Frost? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to connect it. Lontar is going to be able to free heal Blizzo in that position. And Blizzo not having the touch of Karma in this position means that this was a very crucial setup to stop. Good job here coming out from Burger King. And now P-Make gets bounced behind the pillar there from the Ring of Peace. Blizzo gets stuck in a Nova there behind the pillar as well. They're swapping to Morrow on the side of Streamer Zone. And Morrow just kiting Brunhilde. Actually, Brunhilde using a Vanish there to avoid the crowd control. Morrow gets paralyzed on his own setup. And now both mages just looking to let it rip here with the combustion. Big damage from Morrow onto P-Make. But P-Make just doing a great job here. He fake cast Blizzo, gets the precognition, kites defensively away from that Phoenix as well. And now it's going to be Morrow on the back foot, blinking in aggressively like that. Could cost him, but he will stabilize for now. Here comes Brunhilde though with the setup. Do they have any follow-up? CC looks like Lontar is going to be able to avoid it there with the Transcendence around the corner. And so far, both mages stabilized, but P-Make, it costed them the life cocoon on him.
Morrow blinking back to the pillar with altar time, taking a huge hit on Brunhilde, pre-positioned on the altar to meet him as he rewound his position. Now he's finding a kidney shot. I feel like Brunhilde is having a crazy game right now. He's top of the damage meter, forcing the trinket and the life cocoon in this exchange, and now just immediately switching his attention to Blizzo all over the map, making everybody feel uncomfortable at the moment. It's at the hands of Brunhilde.
Yeah, Brunhilde just bouncing between the targets so far. Blizzo really not getting any uptime right now. At the bottom of damage, which is not where we expect to see him, but maybe he can get some uptime. It's just these swaps that they're doing on the side of Streamer Zone are really, really solid. Just bouncing between the targets. P-Make trying to get the crowd control there onto Lontar. Not able to find it. Blizzo pre-karma here in this position. Beautifully done there. And he's going to be able to survive. Because of that, P-Make gets the life cocoon there as well. That was a beautiful chain with a blind onto Lontar. They were actually going for the KO, but Blizzo reads it and stays alive. And now there's a chance here for Burger King to potentially get some pressure going. Blizzo's going to replace his porter, I think, behind the pillar as well. And now gets caught up in a cheap shot. Big damage here onto Blizzo. It's kidney shot. He's got a trinket, and there's the port coming out from Blizzo to safety. And that was a big cooldown, though, that they pulled. And Brunhilde, he's got Shadow Blades, he's got Shadow Dance, and they could potentially go for a KO soon.
Yeah, this is going to be very scary right now for Burger King in these next couple of seconds. They're setting up with Gouge, waiting for DRs to reset, but they get intercepted. I like this grapple weapon from Blizzo. He's preempting the Shadow Dance because he won't be able to use it while he's stunned. And Lontar preempts the stun with a life cocoon. So this is exactly what Burger King needed to survive in that moment to protect Blizzo. They're switching their attention to Morrow, but he's looking durable with the Blazing Barrier and still has Cauterized to save himself should it proc. P-Make being pressured at the same time. Both mages at critical margins of health. Morrow's combustion is up. His damage is amplified. P-Make sees that and pops his Blazing Barrier to absorb the initial hit. But now Morrow is faked and interrupt. He's spamming up Polymorphs. Blizzo is low on the switchback. We see the smoke bomb drop, but Lontar is right there in it, ready to go. Morrow's trying to sneak a polymorph. He gets it onto next behind the pillar. P-Make's going to alter and blink, and luckily have to alter immediately back here as he blinks again. Blizzo in hot pursuit, but Life Cocoon comes out from next. Mana is neck and neck right now. These teams are very evenly matched.
That was a beautiful gouge from Brunhilde to stop that setup. And here comes another one. Full sleep onto Lontar. But if the Forsaken, he's not messing around with that. Morrow, nice alter time there as well. P-Make with the combustion. Morrow looking for the Ring of Frost potentially onto next. Not able to find it. Counterspell is going to connect Blizzo. In the meantime, though, taking huge damage. Lontar, what are you going to do here? Manages to keep him alive for now. 10 seconds on that life cocoon for Lontar. Doesn't have the revival either. So definitely struggling here. But here comes the double leg sweep. Beautiful by Blizzo. Trying to finally get his team ahead in the match, but P-Make with the empowered barrier there is going to be able to survive for now. Still taking a lot of damage from Morrow, though, dropping very low. The counterspell is good there onto P-Make as well, but Ring of Frost, oh my god, almost in touch of death range. P-Make being extremely greedy here, but they get the blind into the full sheep onto Lontar, but it breaks from damage. P-Make on 1% HP, finally going to press the ice block here. Big power play from Burger King, holding on to Lontar's trinket and getting the ice block.
Next had to use so much mana to stabilize the team right there. He's going to need some mana here. Going to have to sit down for a drink pretty soon. He's not going to be able to keep this up. He's got Life Cocoon in 2 more seconds. They have Blizzo with no trinket. Potential opportunity there. They're switching on Morrow for a moment, trying to cleave him down and force Lontar to spend more mana. Next got some mana there with the Manatee. He's about back with Lontar. He's just going to pop Life Cocoon to stay ahead of the damage. Next has been just throwing Life Cocoon almost rotationally for a major cooldown, but there is still combustion available. If Morrow can survive here, if he can stabilize, here comes his combustion. If he connects it here, it could be the caught, and P-Make has no ice block. Can he get the damage? He's sheeped. He can't. Lone Tar is getting swapped to. Big swap on Lone Tar. He pops the Fort Brew at 20%. And that barrier of damage reduction will keep him alive. But P-Make in trouble. It's cauterized procs, and Burger King turned it around at the final second. Streamer Zone had the early game edge, but Burger King held out. That critical moment when they had both no trinket, Blizzo pre-disarmed, and then Lone Tar pre-life cocoon, that moment right there, because they were able to survive it, they get a little bit deeper into dampening. Blizzo started to clean up his plays on that Windwalker Monk, got his damage up there ahead of Brunhilde's, and they were able to close it out as a result. And the King is back. Maro is back, and he wants that fight with Raikou. He's like, you know, Raikou, you've been sitting on that mage throne quite a long time in Europe. I think it's time that somebody comes back and takes it away from you here. So looking very good here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a nice performance here from Burger King. And yeah, like you mentioned, Maro at the end there, popping off with the combustion, manages to get the sheep there as well onto next. He was able to find quite a bit of CC there onto next, despite playing with that blink stun. So just having good positioning and that mass invis as well can be very crucial as well. Burger King getting the dub. And I think the biggest, the most crucial moment in the match was when they got that first ice block, because that was such a long extended push, right? Lone Tar got blinded into a sheep, and they didn't get Lone Tar's trinket. Instead, they had to use ice block there on P-Make. So that was a really, really crazy push. And yeah, they were able to kind of snowball the momentum there as well. This was the moment right here. Look at Lone Tar sitting through a blind as sheep, and then it breaks there from Brunhilde. And then as a result, they continue the damage onto P-Make as well. No pressure on them. They burn through a lot of the mana from next as well. Maro letting it rip here with the combustion. Going for Lone Tar in this position just frees up Maro. And then look at Maro just sniping the polymorph there as well. And they get the win off the back of it. So just a really good, clean play. And I think that it looked really good, the sub-rogue, kind of in the early mid game. But as we got more and more into the late game, I feel like the damage of the Windwalker really, really started to add up. Like you can see it on the details. Blizzo starting to establish a lead there on the damage done over the sub-rogue. And yeah, you can see it right here. Big damage onto P-Make. They proc the combustion. They already got the polymorph onto next. And at this point, there is nothing they can do in that position. It's just checkmate. I feel like the most crucial kind of defensive play that happened this game was that moment when Blizzo pre-karma'd the go. Because I feel like that was the checkmate. Like, they had no trinket on Lone Tar, and Blizzo kind of read the situation really, really nicely. Got the pre-karma. And they kind of got off really scot-free because of that. So I think Blizzo has a really tricky job in this matchup to try and stay alive against the burst of sub-Fire Mage.
All right. The one thing too about Maro is I feel like Raikou's one of those mages who like prides himself on like his damage output, right? Just being the consistent mage that kind of plays safe and always does top damage. I feel like Maro can match that in this type of situation. So he's looking very impressive here. They didn't let that early game edge that Brunhilde was really pushing to them. It felt like Brunhilde was pushing the pace, like he was controlling the pace of the game, and Burger King was just trying to react and just trying to block him. And then eventually they got comfortable, it gets reset, and then they're getting more uptime and they were getting better swaps. And they're actually, Brunhilde is going to switch too. He's just going to straight up mirror Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk. Just
interesting.
Okay, one for one right here between Burger King and Streamer Zone. And what's cool about this roster is that they're just basically mirrors of each other as far as like Blizzo's a melee specialist, Brunhilde's a melee specialist, P-Make's a mage, Maro's a mage, Zeepai's an Ellie, Jamie's an Ellie. So like these guys are like almost like class envy, you know, against each other as far as a roster to try and figure out like who's going to be the best, who's going to be the main opponent. For Echo in the upper side on Championship Sunday. So I feel like there's a lot on the line here, just in qualification, but also a little bit on ego.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's such a crazy season for mages right now, because if you look at like, you got P-Make, he's been an up-and-comer for a while. He's been constantly getting better and better and better, and now he's on like a really top-tier roster, I would say. So this could be a big season for him, right? But then you also have Tessia. We've seen what Tessia can do. We've seen his ice walls. We've seen how he can control an entire team. We've seen Raikou for the longest time now as well, sitting at the top, just being super consistent, going toe-to-toe with any mage. And now we got Morrow in the mix as well. It's just there's so many insane mages. You know, Gelu still also. You know, there's so many good mages in this tournament. So it really is a joy for me as an unbiased mage to see so many of my fellow mages out here doing what they can do best. Watching PMake and Morrow go head-to-head. And potentially, oh, the wave there. Wait, I didn't know. How did you do that? How did you time that? That's crazy.
What is that?
That's crazy, actually. How did he do that? But yeah, you can see very, very similar builds as well. All these mages just going haste versa. And now we get to see a full mirror. Full mirror.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. It's the phrase of the Windwalker, after all. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who has the highest kick of all? You know, I feel like that's a thing, right? In like dojos, you like do a high jump kick, and it's like whoever gets their foot higher on the mark.
Oh yeah,
like that. The highest kick of all, right here between these teams. We got returning legends here on BORGIR KING, basically reforming their roster from like 7+ maybe years ago, competing at the BlizzCon finals, and now getting Lontar on as the healer, looking to make a run for it with the return of BlizzCon, a massive prize pool towards the end here of the season. A lot on the line. You really want to get in that top 1 and 2 position for a guaranteed spot there by the time we get to the finals. So you really want to show what you've got right now and get those points, get that seeding, get secured. And guess what? Fasten your seatbelts. We are into the Empyrean domain. Is Brunhilde ready to go? He looked so solid on Rogue. If he looks as good on Rogue on Windwalker, I do think BORGIR KING might be in trouble.
Yeah, let's see it. Morrow right now going for a little Dragon's Breath there onto Brunhilde. I think it's going to be a lot about shutting down these Windwalkers. It looks like it's just going to be playing out as a mage race here from both sides. So I think whoever can control their Windwalker better on the side of mages is going to be able to potentially pull ahead here. Morrow with a nice alter time. Oh my goodness, big damage. That's going to be the Life Cocoon coming out from next, as well as Lontar in this position. And both teams very, very even so far on damage. Morrow falling behind PMake a little bit, but looking like he's going to be able to catch up here, just focusing on defense, getting a full poly there onto next as well. Can they make something happen out of it? Blizzo getting good uptime. Brunhilde getting kited there. Nice Nova onto Brunhilde into a sheep there as well. Morrow buying important seconds there for Lontar to fake cast a kick and actually get some heals out.
All right, Morrow getting on target here for towards PMake. Brunhilde looking to reconnect as soon as possible. It's interesting that Brunhilde, the monks are using their leg sweeps pretty much only on the opposing monks, because they know these mages can just blink out a stun. So you'll see them rotate off the map to try and get in cap and leg sweep on the healer. Next at the moment is pinned here. He's paralyzed in the middle of a Ring of Frost. I think they want to go maybe swap to him. It's a big swap. No trinket. KO. BORGIR KING serving up a win. My God. That
Lane grilled.
A lot of damage right there. Like, I don't... That was okay.
This is what I'm talking about. No. Rewind that. This is what I'm talking about. When we talk about Morrow, this is what we're talking about right here. You see it. He forces the Dispel defensively on the Monk. Then he kind of traps the healer around the corner with a Ring of Frost. And then he's like, all right, dinner served, boys. Let's go. And everyone collapses out of that paralyze. And it is just so nice to see. I mean, you can see it. This is a little bit earlier. So right here, they force the Dispel onto Brunhilde. Actually, it's right here. So they get the sheep on Brunhilde, and then he starts casting a ring because he knows the healer has to go out right there to dispel Brunhilde. And now it's just like, all right, cool. Healer's isolated. He's stuck in a ring. They get the leg sweep, and they get the damage, and they just cook them.
Oh my God. Look how fast he died. It was 2 pyros from Morrow. His teammates were stunned. Lontar and Blizzo both got stunned on this push. Like, watch the final seconds. Watch Morrow. He locks him in place. So now next can't escape. That Ring of Frost will CC him. He wraps around the corner with Lontar, and then watch Brunhilde. Brunhilde trinkets and stuns, and Morrow's like, don't worry, guys. I got this. Just deletes him by himself with the feet. I didn't expect cheeky plays like that. Here I was thinking, like, when you look at these lineups, Blizzo, Morrow, Lontar, these guys are like old dogs, you know? Like, these can you teach them new tricks? And then you got Streamer Zone, which are kind of still more or less new blood relative to them, right? So I was like, can BORGIR KING, like, spice things up? They actually did. They actually did spice things up there. I was thinking that they were going to play like conservative and safe in a standard game, but they would get the complete mix up there here in game number 2, minute and a half in, and now they're up 2 points.
Yep. I mean, this is the team that specialized in this comp. They played in the 2019 BlizzCon when they had Looney on the roster. It was the exact same roster, but instead of Lontar, it was Looney. This is what they did. This is exactly what they did, right? They played Windwalker Mage and they played Warrior Mage, which also no one played, with a Monk Healer. So this is a team that has so much synergy. They instantly can see these swaps. They know how to play around the trinkets. Locking in a mirror against these guys, I mean, I respect the confidence from Streamer Zone, but I don't know, man. I feel like it could be an Outlaw Frost angle if Brunhilde's been setting up his Outlaw. Could be maybe the Rogue Mage didn't look bad, to be fair. It had, you know, kill potential as well. I don't know if, like, what do you do now if you're Streamer Zone? Do you lock in the mirror? Like, do you ego it and be like, oh, well, we can run it back. That was just a bad game. Or do you just I feel like mentally as well, right? If you forfeit the mirror right now, you're kind of just like, yep, they're better than us. So I don't know, man. It's a tough one. Once you've locked in that mirror, I feel like you got to stick with it. But I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's like you either believe in the rogue or you don't, because Blizzard's not going to play rogue as good as Brunhilde in my mind. So if you do believe in the rogue, you should utilize the rogue. Whether that means outlaw or not, I actually think outlaw might not be too bad, especially with these mages that run blink stun, because the advantage of sub is you get more stuns. But against a mage, you can't stun, so what's the point of having more stuns when you can't stun? You may as well be outlaw, get more uptime, do more damage, in my mind there in the matchup. And maybe that's what Waz is realizing. And why he's actually starting to flex onto Outlaw more here. It's match point. It's Runes of Lordaeron. This is 3 series in a row where we've gotten this, by the way. I think where it's been match point on Runes of Lordaeron. So like,
I didn't say it.
Are we? You didn't steal? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
No. I respect it. I respect it. You know, 'cause it's the first cup. Tomorrow I disrespect though, but today, you know.
I get 1 day grace, a 1 day grace period here where I get to say the thing here.
Today's all you.
Streamer Zone are taking their time with this, so. You know, are you going to mirror it again? Are you going to go rogue? Do you go outlaw? Like, I can imagine they probably don't have a lot of practice on outlaw, though. They are going to go outlaw. I think they're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Is like, it just does more damage, and who cares if it has less stuns? Because you can't stun the mage anyway. So, may as well get more damage, be a bit tankier here. But how much practice do they have with it? Obviously, they've played rogue mage to some extent over these years a lot. So, it's, you know, the nuance of that is going to remain true, even with this build of outlaw rogue. But the Mistweaver is a different taste, you know, like you got to you play around it a bit differently than the expected priest in this type of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, Brunhilde was basically Waz's biggest rival, I would say, on the outlaw rogue. So I like seeing him on the outlaw rogue, but you know, it does raise some questions about, you know, how much have they played it, like you mentioned, and you know. Is it even going to work in this matchup? Like, is this a matchup that they actually have practiced, even with the Outlaw, if they have played it? And, you know, also other rogues out there. There's a lot of sub-rogues. We saw it in the open bracket. I didn't see a single Outlaw rogue in the open bracket, at least from all the games that I watched. And now we're already starting to see, you know, like, on tournament day, rogues are starting to adapt. Rogues are starting to switch it up. So, you know, we still have all of North America tomorrow. We still have Championship Sunday. Still days left of the tournament. Like, what are the other rogues doing? There's a lot of rogues in the tournament still, you know. That's one thing. Then the other thing, which I think is a little bit more interesting, is you just locked in a mirror confidently after losing that game 1. Got botted in 1 minute and then swapped off of it. So, like, what does that do to your confidence? Like, heading into this game, you're down 0-2. I feel like, I don't know, man. I would be thinking about it still. Like, I'd be like, damn, that was rough. Like, and I don't know. It could be like, okay, but maybe we can win if we do it again. Like, maybe someone on the team feels that way, and someone else on the team is like, no, we can't. So I don't know. I feel like that's a really tough position to be in, heading into, you know, game number 3 here. Not elimination though; it's still upper bracket, but still, I feel like that's a tough, like, mental hurdle that you're gonna have to pass now and lock in.
Yeah, hopefully they're not too tilted from that one, because Runes of Lordaeron would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Morrow hits a flame strike, pulling P-Make out for a second there. Doesn't hit the rogue, though. Brunhilde's making his way around. He's not going to get a sap. Lontar's spamming spinning crane kick to hit Brunhilde out of stealth here. They're going to open on the Windwalker Monk, swap over to the Mage, and this is really where we're going to see the advantage of the Outlaw Rogue, is that uptime that he's going to get without needing to stun. Morrow kites across the universe. He alter double blinks. Brunhilde chases him, he Dragon's Breaths him, and then alters back on the other side of the tombstone to escape from Brunhilde. Brunhilde now in a leg sweep, not getting a lot of uptime, and Maro blinks in confidently. He might actually get stunned here pretty soon. He's popping Combustion to trade into P-Make, and he's absolutely blasting him. What I really like about P-Make is he positions his Phoenix really well. When you activate the Combustion, that Phoenix goes on the ground, and that Phoenix does a lot of damage, but it can be line of sighted. And Maro is really good at making sure that it's in a spot where it gets all 100% uptime.
Yeah, and look at the pressure still onto P-Make. Finally gets full HP. There's a stun now onto Lontar. They're looking to set up it. Look at that paralyze onto Brunhilde, slowing things down. There's a full blind onto Lontar as well. Maro could be in a little bit of trouble, playing a little bit defensively here. Full sheep as well to follow it up, but looks like Lontar is just going to respect the CC chain, trinket out there. It's half sheeped in this position as well, but Lontar should be able to pick him up. Maybe not. If they can force the ice block or the cauterize, it would have been huge, but Lontar is going to be able to save the day. Paralyzed now onto next, into the full sleep. Next, going to trade out the Will of the Forsaken there. And Maro still in a lot of trouble. Has to use the ice block while his healer was going for offensive plays. That is not something that Maro is going to be happy about. Now they need to try to force something here onto P-Make. Maro with his Combustion. Immediate trade with the Life Cocoon there from next, right before the leg sweep connects. And now swap onto Blizzo Smoke Bomb. Blizzo is going to be able to port out. Didn't even use his trinket in that exchange. So good plays here from Streamer Zone. You can tell they're not too phased about it. And Lontar with a rare misplay there, kind of playing too aggressive, not respecting the CC chain. Kidney shot now onto Lontar. Can they get the follow-up? Get stopped. And Maro should be able to survive for now.
Oh, the Crackle next is getting that Sphere up, which is buffing that Outlaw Rogue damage by 10%. It's going to be a lot of pressure incoming. The Outlaw Rogue looks so good in this matchup. Usually these Fire Mages, they look like unkillable, but the Outlaw Rogue damage output and uptime is so strong, and Maro is just stuck. He's just dying to the Rogue at the pillar. He tried to alter and juke him, but Brunhilde's right there to reconnect almost immediately. He grapples into a Paralyze. Just every second of uptime, Maro is dying, and I think teams are going to flex onto Outlaw after seeing this. This looks insane. I almost wonder if Waz didn't play it, if no one would have even bothered trying. It's one of those things that, like, you had to have somebody else prove its worth and prove its viability, but I feel like it looks so good. This is the most pressure we've seen a Mage under. Blizzo is trying to desperately match it at the moment, but he's just not getting the uptime. We see Maro once again with the Phoenix on the corner here, so the Phoenix is hitting P-Make while he can line of sight P-Make's potential Phoenix. That's why I always love Maro's positioning. He knows how to shut down his opponents. If they do win this game down an ice block in this position, it's going to be because of his positioning. He's just catching Brunhilde behind the pillar and Novas, altering to the other side, and then blasting P-Make. Maro just navigates through that so expertly. He knows every turn of every arena match. He's coming out of retirement and absolutely dominating.
Oh, nice. He gets a Ring of Frost there on to Brunhilde on his grapple hook as well. Buying a little bit of time here, and every second against these Outlaw Rogues is important. He gets a full Nova there onto Brunhilde as well. He's doing a great job, actually, kiting Brunhilde. Here's a double leg sweep, though, coming out there onto next. Can they get something going with that? Doesn't look like it. Maro is going to be just playing defensively. Once again, full kidney shot onto Lontar. Do they have any follow-up? It does not look like P-Make is going to be able to make it around that corner in time. Now Maro just trying to line of sight P-Make. He knows P-Make has Combustion. Maro now has his Combustion as well. Could let it rip if they can get something going. Blizzo just needs uptime. Here's the Combustion from Maro. Big damage. There's the Phoenix as well, blasting away. And that's going to be the Life Cocoon coming out from Lontar. Can they force the Life Cocoon up next? It's up in 1 second. I think he wants to make the trade as soon as possible, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Meanwhile, Lontar going for CC once again while Maro is getting absolutely blasted. That could cost him the game.
P-Make's dead.
It's going to cost him another ice block. P-Make, though, surviving again with the Life Cocoon up next. I feel like Lontar twice now pushed for CC, and Maro had to use his ice block as a result of it.
Oh no, he's still low. Polymorph ends in just a second. Not a lot of options, but Lontar manages to pick him up from the brink. They're still on match point. Lontar's trying to get these advantages, but he's punished time and time again by P-Make, and one more punishment might cost him the game. But here comes the momentum. A paralyze on the healer into another para into para. He has to trinket it, and now P-Make is in trouble. He recovers. Maro is low still at the pillar. I feel like Maro still has the positional advantage. He can just spawn that Phoenix, kite around the tomb. He's caught into a gouge at the moment. He alters back. Brunhilde's there. He barriers, soaking the hits here. Really well-timed barrier, but he's taking some hits from next as well. Maro blinks back behind the pillar with Lontar with Life Cocoon. Defensive Ring of Frost. Lontar trinkets out to get into the smoke bomb. Blizzo has no trinket. He walks into a leg sweep, and oh no! Blizzo disappears. Streamer Zone put a point on the board.
Beautiful swap right there. Maro just playing so defensively in that position, really respecting the Combustion, line of sighting, and that leaves Blizzo in midfield. doesn't read the swap, and Streamer Zone just take advantage there. They have the combustion, they have so much damage available, and with Morrow being in such a good defensive position, they're just going to go for the second best target, which is going to be Blizzo, and they're going to be able to immediately delete him. And you can see here, Morrow a little bit earlier on in the match had to use his ice block, and then here once again Morrow had to use the ice block again from Lontar, actually getting counterspelled there after he pushed in for CC and into a leg sweep. So good punish. Morrow here just line of sighting in this position, and meanwhile that's going to be the swap to Blizzo, and next pushes in, tries to get the leg sweep there from max range, but it's not going to be enough, and Lontar stuck in that, not going to be able to heal up Blizzo. So that was a nice little snipe there by Next, kind of walking in there into the bomb, and at the very last second kind of shutting it down. Beautiful stuff. I really like this from Streamer Zone. Just play the Outlaw Rogue. This looks disgusting to play against as the mage. I feel like it's basically full uptime. I'm not going to bring his damage. He's out damaging Blizzo. He's just able to set up much better than Blizzo as well, and the damage here is just incredible as well. So I really like the Outlaw pick.
All right. I think it's been a great adaptation. I'm still just sitting here thinking about what beats it, because I feel like Mage is almost countered by it. It just seems like you get so much uptime and just passive momentum. He's just auto-attacking him and just eventually going to knock him down. It feels like a hard counter. So if you can't... I mean, you could still run the Mage, obviously. They were able to win, but maybe there's a tankier, like a beefier caster. I'm trying to think what it would be. Like maybe a Boomkin with the high armor, or maybe an Ellie Shaman or something like that. Like maybe they consider using Zipai in a situation like this, because I don't think Blizzo will have the option to change over, and it's a staggering amount of damage that Brunhilde is getting here, even though it's less control and everybody was talking about subtlety. I actually made a tier list predicting what specs would be on top, and I threw Outlaw on A+, even though I was like, its sub is good, but I actually think Outlaw could have some potential here, and this is the potential that it's showing in this matchup, and they're so evenly matched when it comes to the breakdown here, and games can end immediately if you're caught or you make a mistake and you get punished. And Lontar was kind of making some cheeky moves, as feeling like he was really ahead in the game or really ahead in the moment, and PMake shut down those moments. And then Brunhilde sees a swap, he catches him in a smoke bomb. But we're gonna move. We have a series. It's not a blowout. We have a series here, showing signs of life on the side of Streamer Zone, and now we are going to go to Hook Point. Oddly enough, they actually went to the small map. Usually rogues prefer this, but I guess Windwalker also, is getting kited, and maybe they realize, the tomb maybe wasn't the best there, so they want to match aggression with aggression, which is interesting from the side of Burger King.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like they have their own kind of win condition on PMake on the mage, and sure, there's things that they could have done better in general to survive there, but I feel like I would rather have a Windwalker hitting me than an Outlaw Rogue hitting me. Like, it feels like an Outlaw Rogue you actually can get away. But a Windwalker, you have these moments where you can actually outplay the Windwalker and get him off of you for a little bit. Like Ice Nova is a great tool against Windwalkers. If you're if the Windwalker is rolling towards you, you can actually interrupt his animation with the Ice Nova, and then a lot of the time Windwalkers will use Tiger's Lust to try to get back to you, and then you can just full Frost Nova them. You can get a lot of sheeps on them as well if you fake cast their kick. But Outlaw Rogues, even if you fake cast their kick, you're not really gonna get too much CC on them. I feel like they just have so much uptime and so many interrupts, so many ways to stop you, with vanishes and gouge and all these crazy abilities. So I don't know. I feel like the Outlaw Rogue is much more uptime, and also with some ranged attacks. So we'll see if they can make it happen here on Hook Point. Lontar's in a full blind. Blizzo's going to be the target, immediately taking a tremendous amount of damage here. But Blizzo holding onto his trinket, holding onto his touch of karma here as well, actually being very greedy in that position. But the Fort Brew is going to be enough here to save him. Actually, really nice opener here from Streamer Zone, but they don't really get too much from it. They wanted to get those trinkets, not able to find them.
All right, Burger King, combustion up, targets on PMake, he barriers, wraps around the corner, and I think PMake's actually running an embellishment, I think it's on his neck piece, where you activate it and gives you a void shield that absorbs damage. Oh, but Morrow is dead. We have to bench that thought for a second. Morrow almost goes down there. Lontar gets a life cocoon to recover him. Next is going to use a life cocoon as well. This is on a razor's edge right now, just anybody could disappear in a matchup like this. Cheap Shots engage the fight here on Lontar, but they don't have any follow-up. You should be able to recover Morrow here in a moment as he pops the barrier. They shred the barrier immediately. P-Make is just staying on top of Morrow. So I think what happened last time, too, is that Brunhilde got left behind a lot on the tomb. So I think P-Make here might play more aggressive. We'll have to see if he decides to blink forward or not. Song defensively, Brunhilde dodges it. Ring of Peace bounces Blizzo back to his teammates here. They're all stacked up. How are they going to take advantage of this? Here comes the combustion. Big damage incoming from P-Make. He barriers to stay aggressive. Morrow barriers, then answers back with a combustion of his own, almost blasting P-Make out of the ozone layer there for a second, but manages to stay alive. Morrow low, and I'm constantly just on edge. Like the health bar is just down and then up and then down and then up. Next has to use Life Cocoon here to be able to stabilize P-Make. They broke the Life Cocoon. That wasn't even like 1.5 seconds. They broke it, and he's almost dead again. And here comes Blizzo's cooldowns. He didn't even activate Zephyr just yet at this point in time. He's trying to cut through the Blazing Barrier. He's Frost Nova'd into a Polymorph. He manages to get dispelled. P-Make faked the kick. Ring of Peace to bounce him in line of the Kidney Shot. They're dropping a Ring of Frost. Are they going to swap Lone Tar? Are they going to do Lone Tar like they did next on Empyrean Domain? Doesn't look like they're going to make the swap just yet, but I feel like they could.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they could also go after next here. He's got no trinket. They might actually be setting up for that. We saw it last time. There's the leg sweep. They're going after P-Make, though. Song of GG gets interrupted there. Nice counterspell sniped by P-Make. Or wasn't not
blink
in
the
position
bomb.
there. He blinks out of the smoke bomb. Beautifully done there. Lontar with an immediate Life Cocoon there to respond. The grapple weapon coming out there onto Brunhilde as well. Brunhilde getting the kick there. P-Make still just a lot of sighting Morrow in this position. Here comes Combustion, though. But the Phoenix is slightly off center there. Not able to actually connect any of the damage to P-Make. But Morrow still with heavy hits here. Can they get it? They get the cauterize. The proctive. Morrow almost procs as well, though. But nice double leg sweep. Brunhilde's actually going to trinket out aggressively in that position. Now getting a gouge on Morrow, just being as disruptive as possible. Lontar out of crowd control. Can he keep Morrow alive? It's going to get a big heal there. Ring of Peace bouncing them back on the corner. And Morrow going for the Ring of Frost. Gets interrupted by Brunhilde, and look at his Outlaw Rogue just hitting him, and at the same time kind of line of sighting him. There's the Nova, there is the Dragon's Breath coming out on the Brunhilde, and now finally a Ring of Frost is going to slow him down for just a moment, but still not really getting away from this Outlaw Rogue. He's getting so much uptime on tomorrow. Meanwhile, P-Make is just getting his combustion back here and could let it rip at any moment. More down to 50% HP. Blizzo trying to get counter pressure as well. Both mages with combustion available here in just a short second. Who's going to pull the trigger first? And it's going to be the Life Cocoon actually being popped here from Lontar onto Morrow. Now Morrow with huge pressure. This could be the ice block. Next is going to trinket to try to save the day, and it should be enough.
Morrow combustion up, P-Make low, no cauterize to sit on. He's going to ice block. He doesn't want to gamble it. It was a very safe ice block. He was actually fine without it, but now he's down the ice block. Next has no trinkets, and they're on match point. Burger King just need to win this game. They will advance through to Championship Sunday. Streamer Zone will be in the lower bracket. That triple stun. P-Make is almost dusted here. Things are heating up in hook point. The Life Cocoon at 10%. Blizzo can't close it out. He's trying to crush that Life Cocoon. Not finding enough damage, though. He Fist of Fury into the Life Cocoon, managing to break through its absorption effect with a couple more hits. But now he's using the Void embellishment on P-Make here to get another powerful absorb. We see Blizzo in a Kidney Shot trying to swap to him and disrupt his advance here. Combustions are coming back up. This could be the final bust of the game. Burger King have all of their cooldowns to get aggressive and close out this match, take the series, and beat Echo's opponent. They're doing it. Triple crowd control, massive pressure incoming, and Burger King absolutely serves Streamer Zone. 3-1. The Outlaw Rogue not going to be enough, even though we were just talking like, oh my god, it looks so good. How is anyone going to beat this? It seems like it's not beatable. They do it. They do it. Doesn't matter. Burger King do it. They will advance. They will be Echo's opponents. Morrow the King is back. He wants that throne. He wants that crown. Raiku's had it a little bit too long. You know, it's been like almost like sealed to his head at this point, like welded to his head because it's been there. So Morrow is coming to pry that off on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that match because that, like we've mentioned before, is the 2019 BlizzCon Grand Finals. It was such an epic finals too. So I'm excited to see, there's something that could potentially be the theme here, but let's not get ahead of ourselves too much first. Let's watch how this happened. I feel like it was this ice block right here from PMake. Like he wanted to block the meteorite, which can do an insane amount of damage in that position, but he also got a big heal at the same time. So I can't fault PMake too much for that ice block. And then in this position, they just get the live cocoon. They get big trade there. And then as soon as they have that next combustion, they set it up. They get the Song of GG out of the Paralyze, and then Lontar with the leg sweep on the Will of the Forsaken, connecting it onto PMake as well. Moro just has to do damage in this position. Blizzo is free as well, and they're able to just burst PMake down. And Burger King looking real deadly on this comp here. They have a lot of options.
Are you casting the next series?
No.
I'm not gonna be able to copy you. I'm asking production whatever you send them. I'm asking. He has 3 perfect predictions in a row. That's like a hat trick. Like what?
Yeah.
He's getting too powerful.
If this was bowling, he just got a turkey.
Something about this.
A turkey.
Yeah, you get a turkey with 3 strikes in a row. Yeah, and then on the little screen, a turkey shows up too.
I think I won the predictions last season as well. I don't know. It might just, like, at this point, we might just be from the future here. I don't know. I'll send you my predictions, Super Tees, for a small fee.
You're going to sell a small fee, I see.
5,000 gold.
Some classic WoW gold? You need some classic WoW gold for all your Karazhan wipes for the repair bills?
I need retail gold, actually. Oh, that reminds me. I need to collect my housing tax. I made a neighborhood, and I'm selling all the best plots in my neighborhood. Yeah, of course. All the best plots, like all the beach plots, like near the water, they're going for 50,000 gold a month. So I need to go and collect my
Just
taxes
imagine
there.
your little goblin mage RP walking with like a bag transmogged and just knocking on the door.
Starting.
Yeah, we got.
Go ahead.
We got a few more plots available. Like, contact
I'm
me
good.
if you're looking to rent.
My neighborhood's free if you want to live in a fair and just society. You're like starting your own little fiefdom. You're a slum lord now, Zico.
Always have been.
I wish you luck. All right, Zico finding a new way to troll his fellow WoW players now with the addition of housing with Midnight. All right, well, interesting series for sure. Zico continuing to be bulletproof on those predictions, and I'm a little bit worried here about Streamer Zone. We know that this is a powerful team. Like you guys mentioned, they will be dropping down in the lower bracket to face off against DOBOB, Super Tees. I'm curious, do you think that we're going to see another composition from that team? Like what in your mind is the best comp for Streamer Zone GG? Did we even see it in that series in your mind?
I mean, I think the Rogue Mage Mistweaver is probably, whether it's Outlaw or Subtlety, might depend on the matchup. But I feel like that is their strongest comp. Like, even though they just got 3-1, they were actually doing like really good. One of those games was like written off really fast also, right? If that plays out a little bit longer, it might actually go their way in the mirror. So to me, they have the right comps. It's just about fine-tuning it now and building synergy, because a lot of these teams are also kind of like coming together for the first time. Like, they were remnants of other teams and they're rebuilding a little bit. So it's going to take a little bit of growing room, because I think PMake played in NA last time, or at least in one of the AWCs. He was kind of flip-flopping, I think, between the regions a little bit, and I think he likes to play on both regions. So I think for them it's just about building synergy as a team, more or less than it is about switching their comp or what their best comp is.
All right, well, we'll see if they can do just that, but they will be dropping down in the lower bracket. We will see them again, and that means we will be heading to a break. We've got another series coming up next after this. Stop NERF Mistweaver versus Last Dance, the team that dropped down from Echo earlier today. We're going to head to a break, and we will be right back with that series. Stick around.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
You're doing my cosplay. You're cosplaying me right now. Oh, okay, we don't have Aya's audio either. I was just complimenting that she was doing a cosplay of me, able to stare without moving, just staring at the camera like this. I wonder if I start doing it, if production will panic. If I've also crashed, and then it'll be Venruki solo, but I don't know if I'm going to do them that badly under the bus here,
I
Ben.
got this, don't worry.
We got an exciting series here. Stop Nerf Mistweaver with some cheeky Mistweaver Feral Druid compositions going up against Last Dance. And I really am excited to see that Tony kind of Cassidy head-to-head on the Feral Druid. It's always really nice to see those situations in Europe because it's who's getting the upper hand. This time around, I feel like Last Dance looks really good, even though they're a 3-player roster. Relza was their healer for a long time. Relza ditched them. Their sponsor ditched them. So they've just been left on the side of the road as a 3-player roster, having to pick themselves up. They've hit rock bottom. They've had to pick themselves up from rock bottom and climb back up into the competition here up against Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Hey guys, I'm back. Welcome back. Sorry about that. All right, well, I mean, Super T's kind of already said exactly what we wanted you to say. So now, Ven, I'm going to have you do your predictions first.
So for me, I feel like the main edge Stop Nerf MW has is the Mistweaver. Like, I have full faith in Bank for this one. Last Dance, they're looking good. Takara, of course, and the Priest was looking amazing, but I feel like I'm going to give a slight edge here. I think it'll be a close series, but 3-1 in favor of Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Ooh.
Okay, all right. Super T's, give us your
Kinda wanna know
official
why.
prediction.
Why do you think that, Ven? Because that might impact my decision.
Prediction first, and then we'll get the why.
And then he can do
Yeah,
reasoning?
No cheating.
I can't
Super
steal his
T's.
homework?
Nope.
I'm trying to think why he's leaning so heavily into this team. Like, they just got kind of throttled by Echo. They're probably not super high spirits. This is going to be like a pretty intense mirror. Maybe it's the Sleepwalks, like the Devastation Evoker, the extra CC there. Like, he's thinking that maybe against them. I'm you know what? Every prediction I've done where I copy someone, I do really well. So I'm just gonna copy Ven. We're just gonna go 3-1 against Ven until this stops working.
Wow.
I'm not gonna fix it. If it's not broken, why would you fix it?
I work with a bunch of sheeple. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what Zico said before we came back too. He's like, whatever Ven says, just do that for me. So let's get his prediction up there too. A little bit sketchy, but you know, we'll accept it.
Wasn't exactly the same.
Okay.
See, he's like, copy the homework, but change it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just copy and paste my prediction from Ven or Super T's. One of these. We'll do 3-1 as well. I think that looks good. There we go. All right, 3-1 is also my prediction.
This is gonna be a problem. This is a problem.
Yeah, they're gonna regret this choice of making us do it live. But I mean, you know, it's interesting. There's a clear underdog in this. Chat also copying Venruki. But what's it going to take, do you think, Super T's, for Last Dance to get a win here? Because obviously they're not a bad team. It just seems like universally they are viewed as the underdog here in this series.
I think the main difficulty is I think the Dev Evoker possibly, if it's not a mirror, might be an issue for them. I think like the bleed removal, the kiting, the roots for pets if they run a Beast Mastery Hunter. But I don't know. At the same time, I feel like a Marks Hunter could be really good in this matchup. Maybe I'm going to regret copying Ven.
I don't think you're going to.
I guess we'll find out. It really depends on what comp they lock. Is it BM Hunter? Is it a Frost Mage? Like Cassie played a Frost Mage. I mean, I feel like they're not going to do that, but
a big thing for me is just the Mistweaver angle. It's just like I feel like the Mistweaver edge has to go in favor of Bank here. Dakara going to be locking in the Priest, and that was the main reason I went with this pick, is I just feel like in all of the open bracket in both regions, I don't think I saw a Mistweaver lose to a non-Mistweaver, so we'll see what happens. Maybe Dakara will prove me wrong. It's going to be an early Life Cocoon there. Trinket and Life Cocoon traded out from Bank in the early stages of the match, and now Stop Nerf is going to have to continue to make a push, try to get some damage rolling.
I think the Priest pick from Dakara is actually good. He's be able to death the Sleepwalks, although he can't when he's paralyzed.
Yeah.
Bank gets some crowd control there. Double leg sweep. Dakara's will was already taken there from him, so he won't be able to break out of Sleepwalks or potentially the Song of Chi-Ji from the Mistweaver, but he does get a fear on Bank around the corner, and Cassidy's going to Barkskin. He's also time stopped Dakara going for a mind control. Bank now into a freezing trap. Cassidy running to the pillar and then immediately just charging back into the middle of the map to get in on top of Casu, who's looking for aim shots, but he's taking so much damage. He just has to turtle. We're not even a minute into the game, and they are down that most potent cooldown of the Marksmanship Hunter.
Yeah, it's just a lot of crowd control that Dakara has to deal with in this game. There's the sleep, the in cap, the Song of Chi-Ji, Casu low once again, but Smite taking a huge hit of damage. And once again, Bank is going to trade out the Will of the Forsaken and the Life Cocoon. Great pressure, but at the same time, Casu might just outright die. Feign death to avoid the touch of death. Nicely done. Casu's done an excellent job avoiding death, but once again, I mean, his health is going nowhere but down. Paralyzed on Dakara. Now Last Dance needs to strike back, but this is not looking good.
I didn't expect the Devastation Evoker to do this. I thought it was the Marks Hunter that would do this to the Dragon and keep him pinned at the pillar and hide, but
nice time stop.
Smite time stops all the burst from Casu right there. And Casu is actually playing a Sentinel Marksmanship Hunter. A lot of hunters were opting for a Dark Ranger, and I actually wonder if he'll come to regret this or not, because this version of Marksman has to cast Aim Shot a lot. And Aim Shot, you can see it, it's a lot longer of a cast in this expansion, so it's more challenging to actually connect it. And he might just die here to damage. This is overwhelming pressure from Smite and Cassidy. He does land a trap on the Mistweaver. Potential opportunity on Smite here. No Life Cocoon available. Ready to CC the Trinket possibly. Actually, Life Cocoon did just come up there for Bank. He's going to get that off right after the Cyclone. And it should keep him alive. Casu on the back foot, Feign Deathing, Dakara fading to immune crowd control, Angel Form to immune crowd control to keep Casu aggressive, and look at those aim shots, trying to go for a couple here onto Smite. Main issue with this build is that it just doesn't do a lot of damage without True Shot. The Dark Ranger, you get way more damage on your rapid fires because they're proccing black arrows. So I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this. I think he probably wanted to play Sentinel because he thought it would be low armor targets, but these aim shots are just too slow. Smite immuned that aim shot by flying into the air right when it was about to hit him. It completely negated the damage. And because they have so many these micro immunities for an aim shot, I just feel like this build can't connect any damage. And he's just inevitably falling behind. He turtles. He might just die to bleeds. Dakara is trying to pick him up. We're not even 3 minutes in, man. He's blown through a turtle and then a turtle off CD, basically, in order to stay alive here.
Oh my goodness. Eternity Surge comes in. These disintegrates are just absolutely destroying Casu, but somehow, some way, he's staying alive. But no trinket now available onto Dakara. A full leg sweep lands. Are they going to be able to follow it up? Is there a Song of Chi-Ji? Doesn't look like it just yet. Life Cocoon trades on Smite preemptively there just to keep him alive, keep them aggressive. Stop NERF really wants to continue their push, keep the pressure up onto Casu, not allow him to gain his footing in this match. The next setup could be the end. Full stun here onto Tony. They're making a little bit of a swap here onto the Feral Druid, but still, I think Hunter's going to be the main target. Big damage incoming. That's going to be the Song of Chi-Ji. Casu, how are you going to survive? Nice interrupt there from Tony, but he's getting smothered, and Bank is there for the touch of death. That will be 1-0 for Stop NERF.
Smite is so insane. He's just immuning the aim shots before they go off with his deep breath animation there. So you get this immune frame. It's kind of like a metamorphosis for a demon hunter. When you activate it, you go up in the air and you immune for a second. And so he's preemptively immuning right when the aim shot channel finishes and totally negating the damage that Casu is trying to dish his way. And then these disintegrates are just absolutely melting Casu throughout these games. And I wasn't expecting it to look like this at all. I thought it would be the dragon running for the hills and hiding behind the pillar, but the script was flipped. It was Casu that was just dying the entire game, unable to connect damage. I do wonder if he'll either change his hero talent build to Dark Ranger or if he's going to completely opt for something else. But I feel like a mage might get run down pretty similarly to this.
Yeah, I would definitely be afraid of fighting this team as a mage. I really just... The Mistweaver factor is so good. There's actually a few times in the game where Dakar did a really good job, because you can, if it's a very difficult thing to do, but you can, if you think you're going to get paralyzed, you can fade, or you can use Shadow or Death to avoid it. And Dakara did that a few times in the game, stopping the goes, but it's incredibly different to consistently pull that off, as a Mistweaver can kind of just roll in from 40 yards and get the paralyze. And once you're in the paralyze, you're stuck. You're going to get Song of Chi-Ji'd. All the interrupts are basically going on to Smite in this match as he's spamming out Sleepwalks and Disintegrates, and if you don't kick those, then you just outright die. So it gives Bank a lot of freedom to land those Song of Chi-Ji's, and it's just really difficult to stop the unrelenting damage Cassidy and Smite have.
All right, this composition is looking very mighty for Stop NERF Mistweaver. And I think I'm feeling happy about copying your prediction here on this side of things, because I was sort of leaning to Last Dance before seeing this first game and just the absolute devastation that Casu was met. I mean, think about the series they just played. Casu was surviving, skin of his teeth every game. You're edge of your seat watching him, and now this time he's just getting thrown around like a children's toy. Like, he's just not able to really get anything going. I did not anticipate it to be that one-sided in this scenario, so I feel like they do have a lot of considerations to make here for game number 2 if they're going to be able to come out ahead. And they don't have a lot of choice. They only have 3 players on their team, so it's probably some combination of Hunter Spec and then also maybe a mage. So
Mistweaver.
they're running it back, same thing, but a Mistweaver Monk. So the throughput's going to be way better through the consistent damage of the Devastation Evoker over that of the Holy Priest. Holy Priest is really good at dealing with cooldowns, like, oh, they pop Shadow Dance, oh, there's Serenity, you're full, and now their damage is gone. But Devastation Evoker damage doesn't stop. So you Serenity, they're full health, and then they're just back down to 50, and you're like, I don't have another one. I can't do that again. But with the Mistweaver Monk, you basically never run out of those options. So I think this is the right decision from Dakara in this situation. And it is an adaptation, and they're going to go to a large map. I'm going to be looking at Caster to see if he's running the Sentinel or not here pretty closely, because I feel like it just didn't look good in this situation. I feel like Dark Ranger is just better against everything right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that's what they decide to go for. I think it'll be nice that Dakara can try to set up CC for his team. A little bit less responsibility will be on Tony and Casu. When they do have, a stun on the Smite, that's where Dakara can try to get some cross crowd control going with the Paralyze and the Song of Chi-Ji. And we have a bit of a Mistweaver battle between these two teams. I have to give the edge to Bank once again, but I'm really curious to see what Dakara can get done in this game number 2. Or if Stop Nerf Mistweaver is just going to be able to continue their momentum and go up 2-0 in this series. I don't know if we saw what map we're going to. I think we did, but I spaced out. So are we going
to Tolvaron?
Okay, so big map, which should be good for the Hunter to create a little bit of space. It's going to be a little bit more annoying for the Devastation Evoker, who's a little bit of a shorter range class. So I think as long as Casu can run away and pull Smite off the pillar, then he might be a little bit of a vulnerable target before he can kind of retreat and get to a LOS.
Ooh, big cocoon just right off the rip here from Bank. I feel like these Mistweavers, they just toss it out so they can get aggressive and not worry about falling behind. Let's see if they can punish it or not. Now Bank into a freezing trap. Casu in the middle of the map. Wailing Arrow, he's Dark Ranger. Look at that damage. It's so much bigger burst. Smite is just on the back foot, and this is just such a better pick, I think, at the moment. Look, he has to run to the pillar. It's a completely different matchup. Just switching that hero talent. You don't have the right build, it can absolutely cost you in this type of situation. So Casu with that adaptation, but defensively he had to blow a little bit here. Survival of the Fittest, Exhilaration, his Roar Sacrifice. So it's not like they're not answering back here. Smite is trading Disintegrates in the midfield and taking aim shots as well at the same time. Tony getting knocked away here. Smite hovering away from the Pharaoh, trying to get some distance, but those black arrows just a crack. When you see those shadows fly out from Smite's back, that means a black arrow hit him, and that's the big burst moment. The rapid fire is the big burst moment for Casu in this type of matchup. The aim shot's a lot less important. Here's that rapid fire. About 20, 30, 40% of someone's health, basically. You pair that up with some bleeds and CC, and it might just be a KO. Smite has actually used a lot here. No Obsidian Scales available for him. He's getting interrupted on his casts, and it's looking a lot better offensively, I would say, for Last Dance here in Game 2.
Yeah, definitely. I'm liking this a lot more. Dakara, though, caught into a leg sweep. Potential Song of Chi-Ji. Nice fake there by Bank, but unfortunately, it seems like Dakara will be able to just use the Transcendence to get away from that stun, avoid the Song of Chi-Ji entirely. And now the crowd control will subside. As they say that, though, Sleepwalk lands. Casu going to be using the Feigned Death. They're going after Casu, putting out quite a bit of damage on him, but looks like he'll able to get away. Big stun here by Smite as he's going in. That could be the game once again. That's going to be the aspect of the turtle. The damage is just so unrelenting from this Devastation Evoker. Feral Druid, this is a composition these guys have played for such a long time, and it's finally paying off here in Midnight in this Season 1 in the lower bracket. Let's see if they can continue this pace.
Volley swap on Cassidy here, so that volley gives an instant aim shot with lock and load to the Marksmanship Hunter. So he's going to switch to the Feral Druid with that, try and keep pressure. Wailing Arrow, this is the big moment here as Casu is trying to blast Smite. Smite uses Time Stop to immune it, but he has to come out eventually. He's still in the middle of the map. If Casu has a rapid fire here, it could be deadly. Switching his attention, though, onto the Feral Druid. It seems like he's disengaging into midfield. He's kind of low. Dakara's going to trade with the Life Cocoon. Tony gets on top of Smite, stunning him. Is rapid fire available? Aim shot. Trying to line that up, but Cassidy is there as well to stun potentially at the end of this cast. He's looking for a Cyclone. He Cyclones Tony. Dakara's laying some damage in as well with that Cyclone, forcing Bank's hand. He has to Trinket and Life Cocoon. Now Smite can get aggressive. Deep Breath across the entire team, but Dakara immunes it with the Conduit. That was a nice play, but he's still met by a Sleepwalk with no Trinket and no Will for 10 seconds. No Turtle. This might just be it for Casu as top Nerf Mistweaver are all over him. They were ready for the adaptations. They didn't let it throw them for a loop, and now they're just one win away from advancing to Championship Sunday.
It's just so fun to see Smite on the Devastation Evoker. He's been one of the only Devastation Evokers we've seen in the AWC pulling off wins, and it's just amazing. I mean, this team, they've been playing these compositions for multiple expansions now, and it's looking good once again. They finally built up that synergy, and the Devastation Evoker is definitely looking convincing here. There's lots of moments where he's getting these deep breaths, and this was a really interesting moment where Dakara, he actually goes for the Celestial Conduit. We'll see it here in a second. He gets the Celestial Conduit off to avoid the stun, but Smite times a Sleepwalk perfectly. Right as soon as the Conduit ends, he's just into a sleep. Nothing he could do. He gets cycloned out of that, and that's going to be the game. But Dakara did his best to try to outplay that crowd control, but Smite just was one step ahead, managed to find it anyways and secure the win.
All right, really well done here. Adapting to that, not backing down from the scary damage that is available with that Dark Ranger Marksmanship Hunter, and now you're down 2 points. They fought tooth and nail to get out of that last series against Laptop Gamers. And Last Dance, they're down bad, man. Like their teammates left them, they moved on. They've only got 3 players. They're still trying to make a run for it in like the biggest year for AWC, I feel like, in some time, with as far as stakes, like a live tournament, a trip to California at the end of this road. So can they manage to pull this back and reverse sweep? They have to do basically what their opponents in the upper bracket did with the reverse sweep that we saw from Streamer Zone against them. Can they actually do it? Can they keep their momentum in this type of situation? Because otherwise, if they're too hot-headed, if they're getting too tilted, if they do want to blame the meta too much, I feel like they could just completely fall apart, and we will not see them anymore, at least for this week, as they will have to come back next week, hopefully better, stronger, and faster. Because in this situation, it seems like Smite, Cassie, and Bank, they were ready. They were ready to adapt, didn't falter to that early aggression and early burst from the marksman, just kept a level head and still kept cheeky as well as far as pushing for crowd control. Because I was expecting Smite to be very scared in this matchup and run away, but that push that he made on Dakara earlier on with the Deep Breath, baiting his Conduit, and then sleepwalking him across the map with the hover as he moved away from his port, that was really clutch from Smite. I think Smite is like, I want to say maybe the best Devastation Evoker. I'm trying to think if there's a better one at the moment. I feel like Smite, every time we see him, is really impressive, as he knows these little tiny matchup details, like immune frames with Deep Breath. He knows when to be aggressive. He's not just randomly flopping. The time stops are really clutch from him as well in a lot of these situations. And a lot of players haven't decided to like allocate time to Devastation Evoker when it comes to tournament play. A lot of players are just, no, I'm a mage or maybe a boomkin every once in a while, or warlock if they're meta, but Smite sticks to the Devastation through and through.
We do know that the combat Visage is going to be coming in for Evoker. I feel like Evoker stonks they're going up quite a bit here.
It's going to be a lot more.
You know, people love their transmogs, and one of the unfortunate things about Evokers is it can be very, very difficult to make a nice transmog or show off your transmog where you are in the, the Drakthir form. And there are some options coming in a near patch, so it'll be interesting to see how many more people decide to play the Evoker, because I think it's really fun. Not only is it really fun, it's super good right now. I think it's a bit underrated, and Smite is definitely showcasing that here.
All right, here we go, Last Dance. It's your last dance right here. You're going to be eliminated from the tournament if you do not pull this off. A reverse sweep. They need 3 wins in a row. Running the clock here to try and consider their options. And Casu is just going to mirror him. He's just like, you know what? Hunter's not working. It's dragon time.
Dude, Casu Frost Mage, Casu Devastation, what?
This is what I'm saying. Like, is it going to work? Is it going to be enough?
I don't think so. I'm not going to lie. This reeks of desperation to me. If Last Dance pulls this off, I'll be incredibly impressed. But it's like you said, Smite, he has been the devastation. Like, this is a bold pick from Last Dance to try to mirror match this. And if they win, I don't even know what that says. Casu is just the best multi-classer, I guess, but I don't expect them to win this one.
You won with the mage last time, maybe but that wasn't a mirror.
Yeah,
you know?
was it gonna mirror like Raikou?
But at the same
That's
time,
like mirroring Raikou on mage, you know, doing this into Smite.
Yeah, but at the same time, like Stop, Nerf, Mystery would probably have never played a mirror. This matchup, I think this matchup has never been played in tournament format for sure.
Yeah, I've never
but
seen
probably
it. Also
also on the ladder. I don't think about it in 3v3. How many times has this comp played a mirror match on the ladder, or just this might literally be the first time that this comp is played in a mirror. How many years of AWC? How many years of World of Warcraft? We're actually still having a new matchup.
World first.
This is a world first right here, with a Devastation Feral Mistweaver mirror between these two teams, and Smite has been the forerunner here for each guy. I think that's the elite set he's got there, and it's got a nice little shoulder animation as well with the glows coming off the shoulder pads, or maybe that's just the set because we can't transmog anything right now, can we? That's just the base Conquest set. That thing looks insane for the base Conquest set.
Oh, it's nice. Can we see that neck? What is that neck?
What do you mean? Oh, his actual neck. I was looking at his dragon, and I was like, what do you mean there's nothing there?
Okay, just I think some of the players are using like the raid neck that has like a shield on it or something like that.
I thought it was a crafted embellishment. Maybe we should highlight all the pieces and we can try and find. I don't think he's playing it. I think it's been the mages and the Ellies mostly that I've
seen. What is Voidstone Barrier?
I think it's an embellishment.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a PvE item that has the embellishment, but I'm pretty sure maybe it is a raid item. But I know it's some type of embellishment. I think it's supposed to be on the neck piece, but if you can craft it, it might be able to be on other things too. It's been nice. Oh, we're zooming into his neck because Ben definitely saw something on the neck.
Zoom in. Yeah, let's
this
see
guy
it.
definitely trains neck. Like that is a very sturdy neck. He goes to the gym. Like his neck is thicker than every other part of his body. He does not skip neck day.
All right. I mean, yeah, flying around the arena needs to make sure that head is nice and
He doesn't
sturdy.
crash into anything,
Yeah.
right? Like if he crashes in, he's got to have a strong neck. It could be bad.
Exactly. All right. You really think that the Last Dance has a shot here? I'm thinking this is a blowout. Like, I know. Like, I just have to be honest. Like, I don't know how they're gonna win this mirror match. Like, I think Tony's.
I don't
gonna have
think
to carry.
anyone knows how this mirror match is supposed to be played.
But, okay, let me ask you that. Okay, let's just assume they both. But who knows the ins and outs of this composition more, though? Who knows the win conditions and how to, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But at the same time, it's Devastation Evoker. You know, when I'm recommending that to players in my stream, like, you know, this is good for a newcomer. So, like, maybe they can shore up that, and Casu can actually make this happen. Regardless, the gates are open. There's no going back. It's been locked in. Can Casu on Evoker match Smite? So many years of practice and polish from Smite. Can Casu just day one out of nowhere on a dragon pull this off? He's just deep breathing through the skies and immediately popping damage here onto Smite, but he is met by an incapacitating roar. He's still just really aggressive. Casu is just playing in his face, playing with confidence, going for that second charge of deep breath to try and find somebody with it. I don't know why his character's running through the air like that, but definitely very entertaining. He's going to finally be met by a stun. Will he just flop in the first stun of the game on his debut on Devastation Evoker? Just disintegrate after disintegrate, going after Smite, and trying to stay aggressive. Actually, on the back foot a bit. They do pull the first life cocoon.
Yeah, and they get a nice Cyclone too. You can look right now, Tony and Cassiu playing very aggressively here. I think Smite, Cassidy, and Bank may be playing a little bit more calculated, but I feel like for Last Dance, the all-out aggression strategy is really good, and it might catch them off guard. The damage is quite overwhelming right now. At the same time, Cassiu's getting low. He gets caught into the stun. Smite is there. Big disintegrates. And that will be the first life cocoon from Dakara traded in the game, as both teams are looking stable at this point. But it seems like the Devastation Evoker will be the main focal point for both these teams.
All right, Smite, Fire Breath lined up here on the Casu into the Eternity Surge, developing a lot of essence to spam Disintegrate, Bank into a Cyclone. I honestly, I feel like Last Dance aren't looking too bad. Like they're actually controlling the pace of the game. Nice time stop from Casu here, immuning the push. He looks like he's decently familiar with it, but the triple stun, no trinket, match point. Is it bye-bye? Dakara trinkets. He's trying to power through it. He manages to save Casu once again by the skin of his teeth against the wall, facing elimination in rock bottom, trying to rebuild their team here in the competitive AWC scene. Can they manage to make it and pull through and get to Championship Sunday? They knock Cassidy up in the air, preventing the Cyclone. They knock him back, preventing the Cyclone. Kasu utilizing the maximum kit available to the Devastation Evoker. Fire Breath connects through, but Bank is Life Cocoon available. So does Dakara. Incarn is up for Tony. Cassidy gets slept on his. Smite is spamming out Disintegrates, but Cocoon is just absorbing it here on Cassidy. Now sleeps onto Tony, pulling the Feral Druids out of the fight, limiting their uptime, and trying to prevent their bleed application during that Tiger's Fury window. We see Casu flying through the air with Deep Breath, stunning up the entire team, flying through the air again, just going vroom around the map to make sure everybody's locked down. Dakara into a Song of Chi-Ji. Casu pops his immunity with Time Stop to negate damage during it. Now there's Cyclones on Bank. Cassidy potentially a target. They just got his Bark Skin. Tony gets Cycloned away. Casu the target here. Disintegrates are incoming. Cassidy's looking for Cyclones. And Casu hold on. Looking kind of flimsy at the moment. Not a lot of defense available. Kara manages to buy time, just healing through with that Fistweaver, but now he's caught into a sleepwalk. No trinket. It's match point, but Cassidy in a massive swap out of nowhere. He gets time stopped by Smite at low health. Bank is still in a sleep. He breaks free with the Will of Forsaken. Smite is flying through, trying to immune CC and stun the team to save Cassidy on the swap, and he manages to do it. I mean, this is an even match at the moment, but once again, crowd control comes through. Casu trinkets and time stops to immune, but that Song of Chi-Ji is lasting so long. How are you going to survive, Casu? You can't. Stop, Nerf, Mistweaver, drop him. 3-0, Championship Sunday, secured.
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance, but I have to say for Last Dance, they answered a lot of questions for me. They did get eliminated here, on Friday, this day, today. But for next week, I feel like this is promising. The Devastation Invoker didn't look bad. The Frost Mage didn't look bad. And they are showing that they have some flexibility on their roster. So excited to see how Last Dance does in the future. But for now, I mean, stop Nerf. They are the kings of this composition. And even though that was a close match, I feel like they maintained composure. And their setup seemed a little bit more kind of convincing, you know, like these moments on Cassidy seemed a lot more devastating. No, I say that Cassidy's incredibly low. This is a really close call too. It was super back and forth.
I feel like Cassidy didn't do a bad job. I feel like he used the whole kit. He stopped everything. It's just you maybe are unfamiliar in the matchup. Like Bank was getting a lot of these in-cap sleeps, whereas we didn't see the opposite of that. Opposing side, it was always Dakara trinketing something and trying to react in the mid game, at least from my observations. And I mean, Last Dance have a lot to consider for the second cup. Like, are they gonna just practice with Casu on different specs and have a 3-player roster? Are they gonna pick up a fourth who can be a main on one of these roles if it's necessary? Because I don't think the meta is necessarily locked in, right? Like, it's like we're thinking Windwalker's the best melee and Subrogue's the best melee, then everyone plays Outlaw, but then Outlaw didn't work for Brynhiddy, so like maybe Windwalker's actually still good, but Feral's still doing really well too. So like, what's going on? And then in North America, there's Warriors. So like the healer meta feels a little bit more solved as far as like Mistweaver and Holy Priest, but when it comes to the DPS, I don't think it's 100% dialed in. So if you're a 3-player roster and you can't flex a lot, depending on how people are adapting, I feel like it's going to be such a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players is, I think, just always going to be a disadvantage, except the fact that maybe you're a little bit more practiced on your one comp, and yeah, because you don't have the options, you're kind of forced to play it. But yeah, and it, like with how many different specializations we're seeing played out, having that 4th player, like you said, is going to be super important. But I think, you know, if Tony could also play Rogue, if they had like Feral and Rogue, and then Casu had all these different range DPS, I feel like that would give them so much depth on their team of compositions that they could run.
Yeah.
You go.
I just agree with you, Ven. Basically, it was all I wanted to say there. I just feel like they got to get a 4th.
I do feel like they've shown that they're kind of like you guys have been saying, not afraid to adopt, not afraid to try new things like we've seen today. So like you guys have been saying, I'm excited to see these guys hopefully return for cup number 2, but nice 3-0. Do you feel like they did better on Dev Evoker Supatees than you were initially expecting?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I was expecting like he's just going to flop or something, but the entire kit was used there. There wasn't any like glaring mistake. I think maybe just like a overall strategy thing, like a game sense thing in that matchup that maybe they were lacking. But as far as like mechanical skill, you know, on Casu, I feel like he was doing the things Devastation Invoker's supposed to do. There wasn't something like missing, you know. It wasn't like he was baking a cake and he didn't put the egg in or something. Like he had all the ingredients there, just not able to finish it off. So unfortunate for them here that they're out of the cup, but stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're not going to stop. They're going to continue into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, they certainly are. So really excited to see what they're going to be doing to the rest of these teams. So we will have to wait until Sunday, though, to see Stop Nerf Mistweaver once again. We've only got one more series left. But before we do get to that, not only have we been seeing some creative plays and compositions so far here in Cup number 1 of the AWC, we've also been seeing some creative housing. As you guys know, housing did come out with Midnight, for Midnight, and we've seen so much creativity so far from the community. So it is time for Front Door Friday. On the Twitter account, you guys have been submitting your front door build, basically your housing builds. And here's one we're going to be taking a look at today. This is from Rock and Stone. Oh, it's made from Rock and Stone. Okay.
Mountain King.
He's living up to his name. This is really good. This is a dwarf. Just a dwarf face. You're just introduced by this giant dwarf.
That's
idol
sick.
in the house. I feel like that is pretty rad right there. How did he make the helmet? Like, what is?
Got a bunch of spheres.
It looks like the platforms that you can use, plus like some rocks, like some cobblestones maybe that are blown up for the beard. And then there's like the lava lamp things. There's so much going on in this. This is so cool.
Looks like a Titan dwarf. A Viking Titan dwarf.
I don't know how people are so creative, honestly. Like, it's just amazing the things people come up with.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, my house is literally just like, oh, I'm gonna make a kitchen, and it's just like a table and chairs, and I'm like, wow, good job, Elliot. You know, it's like, it's embarrassing, honestly, but.
I like. There was one that came out this weekend. It was the CS:GO map. Did you guys see that? Dust.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Oh yeah. Super cool. But yeah, if you guys would like to submit yours, you can head on over to that thread, hashtag Front Door Friday. We'd love to see your housing builds, and let us know how you guys have been doing in housing, because like you guys have been saying, it's been really cool to see what people have created, and I feel like people just keep raising the bar higher and higher, as they do here with the level of competition in AWC. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the last series of the day. It is Streamer Zone GG versus DOBOB. We will be right back. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the last series of the day. It is Streamer Zone GG versus DOBOB. We didn't get to see DOBOB earlier, unfortunately, Zico. They did have a bye due to one of their teams not being able to show up today. But now we get to see them hopefully shine here in this series. Zico, what do we want to be looking out for from either side?
I mean, DOBOB, kind of a contender last year, and Streamer Zone's roster also, like, you know, contender AWC players. So it's one of these teams is going to go home. But my main thing that I want to watch out for is P-Make going up against Tessia. He just went up against Maro, and now he's going up against Tessia, which is another like really tough mage. I think like just being a mage in this weekend's competition is actually crazy. There's so many good mages that you have to play against. So I'm excited to see kind of that head-to-head, how it plays out. The Nala Brunhiri maybe matchup as well is kind of the same thing as well, but in reverse for Nala, where he kind of gets to be the less experienced AWC player going up against, you know, Brunhiri, who's a bit of a veteran. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Ooh, okay. Chat overwhelmingly on the side of DOBOB. So Zico, Ven, you guys have your own rivalry here on the desk in terms of predictions. Who wants to go first?
I'm not going first this time. Zico's been copying me all day, so
okay.
It's his turn.
I have an idea. How about I go 1, 2, 3, go, and then you guys say your predictions at the same time.
You just say the team name?
No, I'm not. He can go first. I'm not going to copy him.
Zico?
I'm not going to copy you either.
Okay, I'm gonna count to 3. All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Are you guys serious?
I don't care. Listen, I'll go. Actually, you go first, man.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Okay, I'll go. DOBOB.
Okay, good. I'm going to a Streamer Zone, so it's perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
What scores? What scores?
Yeah, elaborate, Zico.
Or Ven, like don't all jump at once, you know?
Actually, maybe I go Streamer Zone
Okay,
as well.
you cannot
I hate
change.
this so much. I hate this so much.
Okay, so Streamer Zone, Outlaw Rogue. I'll just go DOBOB 3-2. Okay.
DOBOB 3-2.
DOBOB 3-2. I could see the logic. Ben thinks the Streamer Zone Outlaw Rogue is going to be the X factor here, and it's going to pull them to win. Am I wrong?
And Zico thinks that Tessia and his ice walls will be the thing that secures the wins, and we know how this goes. But I think Streamer Zone, I feel like P makes hungry on that mage. You know, their team's good. Also, I have faith in the Elemental Shaman. I feel like Elemental Shaman, Jamie on that, something that they could run with Brunhilde, maybe on Windwalker Monk or Outlaw Rogue into the mage teams. Into the mage comps, and I feel like DOBOB, they really only do have those mage setups. So you're going to be playing Feral Mage as well as Rogue Mage, and I think Streamer Zone can kind of reliably pick the Ellie Shaman, maybe go for the mirror match. I wouldn't hate it. I think P-Make and Brunhilde have a lot of potential as a Rogue Mage duo.
Okay, I think this is tough. We haven't seen the new DOBOB, so it's hard to make a prediction, but I think I'm also going to go on the side of Streamer Zone GG here. I think I'll do 3-2, though. I think it's going to be a close series. I think DOBOB certainly has it in them. Obviously, like I said, we didn't get to see them play earlier today. It looks like Supatees is also 3-1 in favor of Streamer Zone, so they certainly could prove us wrong. We are into game number 1, though, of Streamer Zone versus DOBOB.
Okay, so Frost versus Fire. We've mostly only seen like the Fire Mage mirrors, but Tessie seems to really be preferring that Frost Mage with the Pharaoh Druid, so going to be focusing on a lot of control with Novas and Polymorphs, as well as Flappers getting Cyclones. So I think this is going to be a very controlling match here from DOBOB, and Streamer Zone's going to have to find an opening to kind of punch through.
Yeah, let's see it. Tessia on the Frost Mage right now. We got a blind onto Relza, and both of these heroes, of course, playing the Monk. So it is pretty even so far in the opening stages. Incarnation being popped here by Flappers, looking for some damage. They're going to immediately trade out that Life Cocoon. Brunhilde on the Outlaw Rogue, trying to get some pressure, but he's actually getting pressured hard here by the team of DOBOB. Life Cocoon is going to be traded here by Next. And now here comes the setup. Kidney shot onto Relza. Can they get the follow-up? No. Flappers is there with a swift kick on the Polymorph, but they continue to chain there with the paralyzed Tessia solo. Forced into the first ice block.
I love the Outlaw Rogue into the Mage, because right now, Mage feels really strong into subtlety. You can just blink out of the stuns. You can mass invis to create gaps in the stun lock, but Outlaw seems different. Brunhilde, though, might just get dropped. He's in trouble. Trinket and Cloak of Shadows, so some major defensive cooldowns coming from Brunhilde right now, and I think he's playing Orc. He's stacking versatility, but he's still just getting shredded in this match.
Yeah, beautiful counter attempt there, and they did get his evasion earlier on as well. So one team focusing the rogue, one team focusing the mage here. Let's see how it ends up developing here in the match. Here comes the combustion though from P-Make, big damage potential onto Tessia, realizing that he is in a little bit of danger. It's gonna blink back towards the pillar. They could swap the flappers here for a moment, but no, it's gonna be a paralyzed Song of GG coming in onto next. Leg sweep there on, huge damage here onto Brunhilde. He might just go down actually. Beautiful leg sweep there on the Will of the Forsaken of next. Nice push here coming in from DOBOB, but Tessia still not out of the woods yet. Flappers trying to peel for his mage here as well, looking for some Cyclones. Can they find it? There it is. Kidney shot now onto Flappers, but they got P-Make in a Cyclone. So Tessia still dying remarkably here in this position, but now it looks like everyone has recovered on both teams, and they're looking to make the next push here on the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, Brunhilde got a lot of between the eyes resets there. He was just, using his pistol, attacking Tessia from range, and they managed to get the ice block and the life cocoon. Now Tessia is really vulnerable here. Combustion is almost up here for P-Make. They don't have adrenaline rush, but that combustion and Brunhilde's damage might be enough to actually take Tessia down. There is a clear opening here for Streamer Zone. Combustion gets ripped immediately, and Tessia realizing he wants none of that. He's just going to be line of sighting, trying to get away from P-Make as much as possible, but P-Make is there. Beautiful Ray of Frost.
Oh,
Brunhilde might just go down. Excellently done.
Wall!
Did the wall actually block anything? There was a wall down, but I don't know if it actually did anything.
It was a Tessia wall, and it led to a kill. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes, it did.
We'll see.
That was the Ray of Frost as well. Isolated target once again. Beautiful stuff here from DOBOB. Nice setup, and maybe that's one thing, like, because I said that during the last series where we saw Outlaw Rogue, that we didn't really see the Outlaw Rogues really pushed in any of the matches, but this was way earlier when Tessia had to use his ice block. Tessia had to use his block there, and then here, this was the close call as well. They got the leg sweep there on the Will of the Forsaken of next, almost taking Brunhilde down, but manages to survive, and then I guess this will be the kill here. So next actually porting away. Oh yeah, so it does. I mean,
it didn't do anything.
It isolates him. It forces him to go into Relza though. So yeah, well, it cuts off one side,
Well,
because Relza's there.
I think he walled to block a counter spell, and then P-Make just blink CS'd him anyway. So he actually got immediately locked on his Ray of Frost, and I'm pretty sure. Let's see what happens to next here. Next is just he gets leg swept. He ports. Yeah.
Oh, he stops the sheep on himself with the wall.
Yeah.
P-Make locks Tessia on poly, and then he wants to poly Tessia.
I see.
But he walls himself out of line, so he doesn't get peeled.
Hey,
because his healer can't dispel him because he's behind the pillar.
Yeah, I think the only thing that P-Make should have done there, I want to look. I think P-Make could have mass invised the Ray of Frost sooner. I think. So let's take a look. I think mass invis, because he uses it late here. So mass invis is up in just a few short seconds. Here's the polymorph he gets counterspelled on, and he needed a mass invis. Better global is just mass invis right there instead of shimmering trying to get in line of sight. If he just mass invis immediately, I think Brunhilde maybe could have lived there. It would have been close though.
Go to the wall. Go to the wall. It was one of those walls where it gave you the kill, but you could, like, it's it takes a slow motion kind of replay to actually see why it got you the kill.
I'm still not, even with slow, I'm not convinced it did anything. But
what do you mean? He was getting sheep there. Like it literally interrupted the sheep.
That's
it
true.
interrupted the sheep on himself. Right there, he would have gotten sheeped.
Yeah.
Out of the counterspell.
I feel like P-Make was a little quicker with the mass invis, but
yeah. not debating it, but still mage diff.
All right, and that's why I put one in the prediction, But I honestly, I kind of want to see the gearing, like how Brunhilde is gearing. Is he just stacking versatility like Waz was? Doesn't look like he's going way more haste oriented. So maybe that's something that he wants to do, is just be more of a tank, like literally just straight up copy what Waz was doing, play 40% versatility, and just not be a target in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can take a look at that. But now we're going to Asherman's Fall. Home field advantage for Flappers. What do you think we see? Do you think we just see the same comp locked in? Do you think DOBOB was happy with the way that game was going? Aside from, you know, like getting that finish, like sure, it could have been prevented. Let's just agree. That kill could have been prevented for sure. Do you think DOBOB should lock in the same thing?
I don't mind it. I mean, they're so good at this composition. This is one of the ones that they really popularized, and when everyone was kind of playing Feral Mage, they were kind of the kings of that composition, dominating everybody. So if they can win with it, I feel like they can just lead with their best foot once again and try to just outplay their opponents, because they are such a highly skilled team that, you know, pulling off plays with the Ice Wall and just finding those opportunities, especially punishing Brunhilde in this matchup, it looked really good. So we don't have to speculate anymore. They will be playing it once again. And of course, they have Nala on the bench as well. Phenomenal rogue, which does give them some options. But I feel like in these matchups, we're seeing a lot of the mages opt for fire, and Tessia is still just kind of locking in on that frost.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Tessia favoring the Frost Mage, but I feel like it kind of works. Ooh, now, okay, this is very, very spicy. Streamer Zone locking in the Outlaw Ellie. I'm telling you, I'm feeling the Legion meta. I am actually feeling it. We're seeing like Outlaw Frost Mage, we're seeing Outlaw Fire Mage, we're seeing Mage Feral, and now we're seeing Outlaw Ellie Shaman, which was just such a OP comp back then. I'm liking it, yeah. And Jamie was somebody who played that a lot. Like, Jamie has a lot of experience playing Outlaw Ellie Shaman, so it's going to be exciting to see. You know, this is a comp that can just absolutely destroy you. Just small CCs, a lot of the time they can just do a gouge on the healer into a cap stun and just like kill somebody in a kidney shot, or they can do those kidney shots on the healer and follow it with hexes. Like, they have a lot of options, and a lot of like just the scariest thing about Outlaw Ellie is the instant burst. Like, just out of nowhere, the Ellie just pops off and somebody just dies, you know, while the Outlaw pins them down. So I think it's a cool comp. I don't know how good it is, but yeah, I don't mind it.
I like it. So I kind of mentioned it last game, but mages in general are pretty good into subtlety rogues. So not only do you have Mass Invis, which is some new tech all the mages are running this expansion, well, it's some old tech that has become new once again, you know? It's like when fashion 20 years ago comes back into style. These Mass Invises are really good for just like creating gaps in the crowd control chains. And then in addition to that, if you're playing Blink, which Tessia is, he can just blink out of the stuns. The kind of soft counter to that is Outlaw. You're not really cooldown based. You just have really good consistent damage. You don't rely on stuns. You have some range damage as well. So the idea of like using an Outlaw Rogue and an Ellie Shaman to kind of soft counter the mage, this could be something that works. But at the same time, Ray of Frost is just so devastating. Tessia is really good at weaving in his different schools of magic as well. Like, when he wants to polymorph, he'll cast a wall. You shear that, then all of a sudden he is getting the polymorph, or vice versa. When he wants to ray, he'll cast a polymorph, and if you shear that, all of a sudden he's casting a Ray of Frost. So lots of things that Tessia can do in this matchup, but I do think he's going to be under a lot of pressure this game, because this isn't the type of damage you can really avoid. Outlaw and Ellie Shaman is kind of unrelenting with the pressure they bring.
Yeah, and also a lot of interrupts, just like a lot of like micro CC and a lot of ways to interrupt the healer and the mage too. So it's definitely annoying to play against, but we'll see if they can navigate it. I feel like if they can pin down the Ellie Shaman, they can definitely do a lot of work if they can actually pin him down and get a ray off. But it's going to be up to Flappers, I feel like. Flappers needs to make sure that this rogue is in CC when they're going for the Ellie Shaman, or make sure that they're stunning the rogue and getting big kind of openings on the rogue as well when they're actually trying to take him down. So I don't know. I think this is going to be a really close series. Both teams definitely bringing some comps that we haven't really seen yet. So not sure exactly how it's going to all play out in the end, but I'm here for it.
Things you love to see. The old school compositions, Feral Mage, a little bit of Outlaw Ellie. the classic combos, you know? It's been a really fun first day for the AWC. And this is just an amazing matchup too. We've been talking a lot about like these kind of mage head-to-heads. Unfortunately, PMake will be subbed out. They're bringing in Jamie on the Elemental Shaman. And yeah, I think it's going to be a really difficult matchup here for a Frost Mage. I would definitely not want to be going into Brunhilde and Jamie playing my mage, but we'll see if Tessia can navigate that storm.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we got Nala on the bench too, so DOBOB using their delay timer. Okay.
Emergency. So what do you think they're setting up for the Ellie Shaman?
Emergency race change right now.
Yeah. What race would they even go?
Going on.
Yeah, Night Owl?
I guess Ellie Shaman? Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe Night Elf. Dwarf? I think Dwarf could be good.
And to Outlaw Ellie?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. I've got no clue.
So,
it's interesting. Relza is playing a builder. He's not using any of his Apex talents. So Apex talents are a new feature here in Midnight. For a lot of classes, it's like power you cannot give up. Like on a Frost Mage, you'll never, ever, ever give up your Apex talent. It buffs Ray of Frost, gives you Hands of Frost, gives you an extra charge of Ray. But for some specs, the other talents are just, they end up being better. So instead of using your Apex, you just don't use it at all. Maybe you only use one, and then you can pick up some of those other really powerful talents. So it's interesting to see, you know, how these players are utilizing that, or utilizing the extra talent points to get, you know, things like Tear of Morning, the Spirit Font, and the buff to Shayloons, Mistline, like just lots of good talents they can use.
yeah. Is there any difference, do you think, between Relza and Next's build?
Well, we can find out. We have the technology.
Yeah, the technology is here. Let's see. Let's take a look if
Relza.
they're using it. Yeah, bye Relza. Now Next is doing the exact same thing. They're prioritizing the same stats, going Versa kind of main stat and then Haste secondary.
Versa seems
look the same.
Dude, there's just like something that happened, I think it was at the end of last expansion. I mean, I think it's been happening for a while for certain classes, but Versa just seems king. Like these people just don't want to die. Like as much versatility as possible. It's like, it's a good strat.
Yeah. It is a good strat. And when you have like Master Shepherd and stuff like that, that buffs Versa, makes it even better. So for some classes, so I don't know. I think it also depends on your role, right? Like I feel like these Outlaw Rogues, they wouldn't work if they weren't as tanky as they are. Like if they constantly have, like when Outlaw Rogue has been kind of bad in the meta, it has been when it can't really stay in and kind of soak up the damage for its team. It's when it has to kind of run back and reset a lot. At that point, you're usually just better off playing with a sub-rogue because they can do the same thing, like hit and runs, but just better. But yeah, we'll see. Ellie Shaman, Outlaw Rogue here from Streamer Zone. Jamie tagged in, and we're going to see DOBOB here, keeping it going with the FM Monk. I feel like we're going to need a little bit of dampening here. Anytime I see Ellie Shaman in the arena, in my mind, I go, okay, we need dampening.
Ascendance or dampening. That's your win condition. Like, yeah. You can win with Ascendance early, but otherwise, yeah. But Ellie Shaman are also, Shaman in general are quite tanky right now. You have a proc, a Nature's Guardian proc, that has a relatively short cooldown. So even if Jamie gets low, his health is just going to bounce up. Pay attention to that. Like some of these setups onto Jamie, he's just going to heal himself really, really quickly with that proc. And it makes going after a Shaman kind of difficult. Brunhilde eating a full Ray of Frost early on. Floppers into a kidney shot. So just trying to control up the Feral and continuing pressure here on Zetessia.
Yeah, and already they had to use some cooldowns there, but still holding on to that Cloak of Shadows, still holding on to a Vanish. So Brunhilde not going to be too scared in this position. Now it's going to be Tessia on the back foot, blinking away, trying to get some distance. Nice fake cast there on the kick. Resummoning his Water Rally. Brunhilde now in a full stun. There is the Life Cocoon as well onto Tessia. There's the Paralyze now on the next Song of GG. Look at Jamie. What a nice play there. Sick. With the Gust of Wind into the knock there, just to reposition and then to interrupt the CC attempt there. Really nicely done there by Jamie. And also, they're going to have the Tremor Totem here to potentially get out of some of those songs. So really nice for Jamie as well.
Yeah, Jamie's going to be excellent backup here for Brunhilde, who just makes the push. Tessia trying to kite away, playing Blink once again so he can free himself from the stuns. But Outlaw doesn't even have that many stuns to begin with. Big Ray of Frost here onto Brunhilde. Could be Cloak of Shadows and will be. And the Ray of Frost, that is the heavy hitting ability for Frost Mage. It's what you have to look out for. And unfortunately, I actually feel like Fire Mage is really good into Frost Mage because of the Mass Invis. You can drop the target of that Ray of Frost. It's a little bit of a soft counter, so not having the Mage can actually be difficult here. Jamie's going to have to do a really good job with his groundings, as well as his wind shears and lassos to shut that ability down, because if Tessia can channel full Ray of Frost, he's going to be lethal in this game.
Tessia getting very low in that position. Actually sheeped Jamie, but still able to force that ice block. But here comes a stun. Here comes the Ray of Frost. Song of GG being casted. Big damage, but it will be responded to with the Life Cocoon there onto Brunhilde. So still good trades being made here. I think that was a Tremor Totem as well from Jamie on that CC. But look at Flappers left alone there behind, and he's taking some damage, but now has the Incarnation active, looking for the setup. He gets kidney shot defensively there by Brunhilde just to slow down his Incarnation push a little bit. But now Flappers doesn't really have any more damage available to him. But there's the Life Cocoon. Tessia looking for the sheep onto Jamie. They get the paralyzed onto next. They get the stun. There's the leg sweep as well. This is looking good, but Tessia unfortunately out of line of sight, not going to be able to connect any of that damage, and that means that the push is not going to net them anything. That was a really good step there by Brunhilde to go behind the pillar, because if he got a Ray of Frost there, that could have been lights out. Ooh, second ice block.
I think that was the Ascendance there from Jamie as well. You can see him, just his damage is sky high. Playing the 2-minute Ascendance, so not going to be as powerful, but he'll have that cooldown to punch through a little bit more often. And Tessia, this is awkward. He's got no ice block for quite some time. Full Ray of Frost channels, but I think Jamie's going to be okay. They just decide to trade out the Life Cocoon. I think that might have been a little preemptive because he still had his Nature's Guardian proc. Jamie has a lot of cooldowns. Tessia, though, low on health, and this Frost Mage is getting owned in this game so far. I like this pick from Streamer Zone. As long as they can stay alive, I feel like they'll inevitably take Tessia down.
Yeah, this was good peels on Brunhilde. While Relza was sitting through that paralyzed leg sweep, they did a good job just crowd controlling Brunhilde with a full cyclone. But look at this. Jamie could just go down right now, get stunned on his trinket. Oh my goodness, the damage is insane. He gets the Astral Shift off though, but it costed them 2 trinkets there from Next and from Jamie because Flappers did that beautiful stun there. So now there is an opening here for DOBOB to climb ahead here in this matchup. But Tessia, no ice block. Relza, no, actually does have the Life Cocoon. Might have to press it here if Brunhilde gets enough uptime, but at the same time, can they get the Cyclone there? They're fishing for it. They do manage to connect it onto Brunhilde, slow down his pressure. Now, if Tessia can actually connect here onto Jamie, this could be a big push here for DOBOB.
Yeah, gouge on Tessia. Jamie realizing he's in a lot of trouble. Full setup. It's a 3 versus 1. Brunhilde trinkets. Jamie's low. Tessia at the same time. He's low in health. He's going to just burrow underground and continue this pressure here onto Tessia. Bloodlust comes in. Big damage from the side of Streamer Zone. Can they take down Tessia? They get the Life Cocoon. And now an Ice Block has rotated back up. And now all of a sudden, turning their attention from Brunhilde onto Jamie, this has worked out way better for DOBOB.
Yeah, I don't like that knock, though, from Flappers there. And I usually don't criticize his knocks. They're usually on point, but I feel like they might have actually been able to get the kill there if he didn't knock him out of Tessia's line, but let's see. Next now in a Song of GG. They get the stun onto Jamie. This could be it right now. Huge damage coming in, but no, they're not going to be able to finish the job. Jamie drops down to 10%. The Life Cocoon is going to be there in time. And Next Trinket and Jamie's Trinkets are slowly rotating back up here. And now Tessia, though, still has an Ice Block. Might have to press it right now, and he will. Huge damage coming in response from Streamer Zone.
All right, here we go. Tessia going for a polymorph, but doesn't have an ice block for quite some time. Ascendance still not available here for Jamie. He just used it to get that last ice block. So cooldowns traded equally for both of these teams. Brunhilde now caught into a stun. Nice ice wall here. Tessia, what is he going to be able to get done with that? Brunhilde is low on health. Paralyzed on Next, but looks like he will be able to stay alive. Next, greatly ahead on mana in this situation. Life Cocoon trades out here for Relza as well. We'll have to see how many stacks of Manatee these two Mistweavers have available. Double leg sweep, and now Brunhilde is all alone. He uses the Cloak of Shadows. He is on the run, but I think he will live, and you don't want to leave Jamie open for too long in this match. I'm still worried here for Tessia. No Life Cocoon, no ice block. Brunhilde, if he can live and make a push here on the Tessia, they could close this out, but it is just so scary. The crowd control is never ending. Brunhilde is just not getting topped off. There's the Life Cocoon, and this is what Streamer Zone needs. They have to win.
All right, let's see if they can do it. One more push here, potentially onto Brunhilde, could be enough to close out the match. But Tessia in so much danger right now. Reza with no life cocoon manages to get a huge heal there to connect it onto Tessia, but they need to get something going offensively right now. Wind shear onto Tessia, summon Water Rally. He fake has the kick, gets a sheep on the Brunhilde. Water Rally comes out, he gets a resheep there on the Brunhilde. This could be their push now onto Jamie. Do they have the stuns? Do they have the damage? Jamie pre-astral shifts, reading the situation, being in danger, but now they're going after Brunhilde. Song of GG coming out there. Brunhilde in a full maim stun. Huge damage. There's the leg sweep as well. Next is going to drink it out. The ice wall comes out as well as the ray of frost, but Flappers randomly getting swapped to taking so much damage. They're leaving Jamie open, and they are paying for it on the side of DOBOB, but the counterspell snuck in onto next. Can they get something to follow it up? There's the roar as well. Brunhilde on 1% HP gets a life cocoon, and he is going to survive. Next, another miracle from next, but Jamie could be the next target here. He's got no cooldown. He has to pre-burrow this next stun, or it could be lights out.
Big damage from Jamie, and I think they could go after Flappers. Now go after Tessia. They get the life cocoon. Can they get the ice block? Ice block is back available. Full ray of frost channeling on Jamie. I don't know if he's gonna be able to survive. He burrows at 10% health. Both these teams, it's coming down to the wire. Flappers falls. Let's see if Tessia can pull off a miracle. I don't think he's going to be able to. What a back and forth game, but Streamer Zone, they put a point on the board. They tie up the series. And the Outlaw Elliot did not look bad. I like that they put more pressure on Flappers. I think they learned a lot that game. They don't just go after the mage. You need pressure on multiple targets. And I think Ellie Outlaw that's a huge benefit for their comp.
It was so nice at the end. Jamie burrows on 10.
That's a huge benefit for their comp.
It was so nice at the end. Jamie burrows on 10%, and then he's like, wait, Flappers is low. And then he goes back in and just boops him with the burrow knockout and actually kills him with it. It was a kind of a funny way to end the game, but I completely agree. Both teams, I think, learned a lot in this matchup. I think on the side of DOBOB, they learned, okay, we have to go after Brunhilde, but actually we have to go after Jamie a lot as well. Here's that moment. Burrow from Jamie, and then Flappers gets kidney shot, and then they go after Flappers, and they look at Jamie, just boop, and then they get the kill. It's kind of nice. Cool thing about Burrow, you know, can go use it defensively and offensively like that. But it was a lot of close calls, I think, from both sides. And like you mentioned, to circle back to that, I think both teams learned a lot. Like, I think on the side of Streamer Zone, they learned that, okay, we don't have to tunnel the mage. We can definitely go after Flappers and try to make it a mana win condition. But I think also on the side of DOBOB, they learned that we can do these setups onto Jamie, and it's very, very dangerous if we can get a good CC chain and stun Jamie at the same time.
Wow, what a great match. I mean, I really didn't think this would be the matchup we see. The Outlaw Rogue has been a surprise today. I think it doesn't look bad. Both Waz and Brunhilde doing a good job on it. It does seem like you can pressure them, though. I mean, there's a few close calls here in Brunhilde, on Brunhilde in this game. Like, he's got Smoke Bomb here. I'm surprised he didn't just drop the Smoke Bomb kind of defensively in that situation. Just panic, use everything you have to live. Another really close call here onto Jamie, but yeah, just absolutely insane. When Brunhilde has his cooldowns up and he's proccing, that's when that Outlaw Burst can come in. If we look at overall damage, Jamie, Brunhilde, and Flappers relatively even. Tessia a little bit behind, but I don't think that really matters for Tessia. It's like those Ray of Frost windows, that's how you win the game. You get a counter spell or a wall, a polymorph with a Ray of Frost, and someone just drops really quick.
Yeah. See if they can continue getting those windows, but they could also play Outlaw Frost themselves on the side of Streamer Zone, or on the side of DOBOB, sorry. So I think, I don't know, is Streamer Zone blind locking this? I feel like they kind of have to, but DOBOB isn't just like a one comp team, you know? They can definitely play their own Frost Mage Outlaw. Nala has been, somebody who's been very high rated on the ladder. He has been in a couple of AWCs prior, but never really had like a super deep run like with a serious team. But this season, he is on like a really, really strong roster. He is a strong rogue, and he has a lot of experience playing on the ladder as Outlaw. He has, sub under his belt as well. So he's definitely somebody who can play the Outlaw Frost. The question is how much they've actually practiced it, if he has it set up. Yeah, those kind of questions. But we're going to see Streamer Zone locking in the LA Outlaw once again. I don't know. I really like that comp from DOBOB. It's risky, though, in the swing match. But, yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Van? Do you think you tag in Nala and you go in with a cold kind of outlaw frost mage, or do you keep going with the feral frost mage?
I think that game is so close, they just stick with the feral. I think DOBOB will probably do that too. It's like, at least they have, I think they learned a lot in that last game about how they can potentially win, putting more pressure on Jamie in the early stages of the game. They could maybe even try to bring in like a frost mage if they wanted to instead. Or sorry, a fire mage if they want to as well. So I think DOBOB, like you said, they have options. I don't know if they'll play Outlaw, because this Outlaw tech is like kind of new. Like Outlaw just got buffed on Tuesday, so I don't know how many rogues have actually practiced it. Because it is even a little bit different than it was last expansion, you know, with some of the reworks and changes to the class. So if it's like him coming in on Outlaw for the first time, I definitely don't like that 100%. I'd rather just see the Feral Druid.
Okay. Yeah, DOBOB, they're taking their time. They used a full delay as well after that first game, so you can tell they're not feeling 100% sure kind of what the line of play is here against this Ellie Outlaw from Streamer Zone. So I'm not sure what the best option is, but
you still feeling confident in your prediction?
Yeah. What did I predict? The 3-2 for DOBOB?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah? You feeling confident?
I am, yeah. I feel like the Ellie I believe in the Ellie Outlaw. You know, it's a classic. A Legion classic.
It is a classic. That is true. Oh, we're going to see the RM... Well, I keep saying RMP and FMP, like, in my head, but it's...
It's not normal to play with a Mistweaver. Like...
It's RM Chi, yeah.
RM
Chi. See the RM Chi come in.
Chi.
Yeah, I stole that from Supertees.
I feel like, yeah... That Mistweavers, do they even still have Chi? I don't think they do. They haven't had Chi for a long time, huh?
I stole it from Supertees, okay? Like,
yeah, okay. It's fair.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
RM Chi.
Okay, you got a better name?
No, my names are boring. It'd be like Mage, Rogue, Monk, or some, or, you know.
I've seen your names. Your names are not bad, bro. Alberta Beef that's a great name.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, my alts have definitely been very interesting to say the least. But we can see how's Jamin building this character. He's got quite a bit of versatility as well. So these characters, like on the live servers right now, we don't have access to full gear, right? Like we don't have full gear.
Yep.
This is going to be a little bit different. You know, they have if they want it, they can get their 4 set. They could perfectly min-max, you know, all of their secondary stats here. Interestingly enough, he's going to be playing 3 out of 4 on the feedback loop, so not opting to go for that rank 3 and pick up something instead. So I think all the classes kind of have different power levels, and maybe the Apex talents are good in different content. You know, because like I mentioned, for like when you're playing Mage, you need it. Like if you're a Frost or a Fire Mage, you're 100% going to be picking that up. On Arcane, it's kind of debatable, but it's interesting for me to see how all these different specs play and, you know, how they decide to use that Apex talent.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the cool thing as well about like a new expansion. Nobody really knows, like the meta has not been optimized yet. You know, everyone's still figuring it out. Everyone is still kind of trying different builds, different versions of the talent trees, different PvP talents as well, and even gearing. You know, so it's exciting to see. Up until now, it's been all about the sub rogues, and now all of a sudden we're seeing, you know, a lot of outlaw rogues coming in. LA Shaman has been, you know, a big kind of question mark. I think no one really knows how strong or weak LA Shaman is. Well, but we're starting to see, you know, Jamie, Z-Pi as well, maybe potentially on Championship Sunday, bringing that in. So it's cool to see how the meta is actually going to shape up.
Yeah, Ellie Shaman, I think it's been reasonably popular in Europe. Like, they talked about it a bit. It's mostly been about the mages, but I think Ellie Shamans have been able to hold their own. And even when we watched the open bracket for North America, we saw Saul play Elemental Shaman too in some of their games. So I think it's like, it's a decent pick, but yeah, I'm still not 100% convinced of it just yet. But you can go toe-to-toe with Tessia. I mean, it was a close game, but still, I think Jamie's making a very convincing case here for the Shaman. It just brings a lot of durability, super tanky with that Nature's Guardian proc, and also that Ascendance is really lethal.
Yeah, and let's see if Jamie can ascend and take the swing match here against DOBOB. They're bringing in Nala here for the first time on the sub rogue. Full blind onto next. Stun onto Brunhilde. Full Ring of Frost onto next. No, it missed. Oh, he trinkets into the Ring of Frost, but he does get the Life Cocoon there in time. Beautiful setup here. Now they're swapping to next with the Ring of Frost. Oh my god, that kick on Tessia was huge. But next, teleporting away. Transcendence back into the open field. This is a strong opener. I really like what I just saw there from DOBOB. Force the healer's trinket with the blind and then do a swap to him because he is going to be off that stun DR and just try to end the match immediately. I really like the aggression that we see here, but now it is Streamer Zone getting aggressive here onto Tessia, looking for the first ice block. They're going to get the Life Cocoon instead.
Yeah, nice. Get the Life Cocoon out of the way. I think in terms of damage, Streamer Zone should pull out ahead here, but I don't know if Brunhilde's going to be able to survive the setup. Cheap shots come in. Beautiful knock there by Jamie, just gapping the stuns. And if Brunhilde can get a preemptive feint before Nala opens on him or gets a feint between the stun lock, there's just no way he's going to die. So it has to be very clean setups here from Nala and Tessia if they want to end up winning this game. Full kidney shot now onto Nala, trying to put some pressure onto the subtlety rogue. Brunhilde doing what he can just to slow down the game, avoid the setups. Full hex here onto Tessia. I think out of the hex, they'll probably go on Tessia. Another potential clean setup. Ray of Frost lands. Here it is. Brunhilde's in trouble. Can he get the Cloak of Shadows? He's so low on health. Does he have Vanish? What is he going to use? He greeds it. Evasion comes in. Super greedy plays. They don't trade the Life Cocoon or Cloak. Evasion finally comes in here, but that was a close call on Brunhilde.
Yeah, that was very greedy, but it's going to pay off, and it's going to pay off big for him now because now he can be very confident to keep pushing in. Still has his trinket in his back pocket to get aggressive with, and that's going to be another Life Cocoon there onto Tessia. So getting wind sheared, getting stopped by Jamie. Jamie also getting snuck into a full stun there, paralyzed onto next, but no more follow-up CC, so this go is not really going to net them too much. Actually, they get the Song of GG there onto next. They're going to pull the trigger here onto Brunhilde. Do they have anything else? Nice sap by Nala there, and Brunhilde is going to go down immediately. That was a dirty sap. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You got Nala. This guy is sitting on the bench all day just waiting to play. He's just sitting there. And most players, they come in cold, but this guy comes in, tagged in. His team just lost. And he is looking warm. He's looking like he's been playing the whole day. He's looking absolutely great. Gets tagged in, makes the game-winning play, and they just get the dub.
You know, I think the game-winning play is what Relza did. So I'll show you.
The song?
The Song of GG. He gets. Look at this. Okay, I'll show you what happened. So this is a little bit before it happened, but basically Relza gets stopped. He gets kicked by Brunhilde on the Song of GG. And he just waits for the interrupt to fade, and then he finds this double Song of GG. And out of the double Song of GG, that's perfect. They already got the cheap shot. They get the sap from Nala, like you mentioned. That was just beautiful teamwork between Relza, who basically set them up, and then Nala just kind of bowls them over and takes them down, you know, with the cheap shot, stun lock, and the sap. That was excellently played there by DOBOB.
Yeah, the Song of CG definitely set that up as well, but it's nice to see, man. It's really nice to see. Even the swaps that they were doing to the healer early on, you can tell DOBOB has been investing in this Rogue Mage, and it's looking real nice. And you can see the sap right there. We don't actually see the moment that you're talking about where Relza snipes the double Song of GG on the replay, but still good teamwork there from DOBOB, getting an early win like that. Streamer Zone now has to respond. Now that they know, maybe we shouldn't be right there. That swap in the beginning, that was really nice to see, actually. If Tessia would have gotten that Ray of Frost off, then they could have just KO'd him in the opener. So I like that. I like when teams are looking for that swap. I like when teams start the CC chain without using a stun. So if they start the CC chain with just a blind on the healer, and then they get like a sheep out of the blind, and they go on somebody, and the healer trinkets, then you swap him because you still have that full kidney shot DR or, you know, triple cheap shot DR, and you can actually get more cooldowns or maybe even a win like earlier like that. I love when teams do that.
Nice. I mean, we can see why they brought Nala onto the team, having the Rogue Mage, the Feral Mage. It's looking good. This team is basically custom built for Tessia to just show off on his mage, you know? It's really nice to see. Now, I do wonder, like, can they play the Outlaw Rogue into the Subtlety Rogue? Like, I think Outlaw Rogues they're pretty durable, but if you don't get the preemptive feint off before you get stun locked, you are in a world of danger. So I'm kind of curious to see what they decide to do. We are going to a large map once again. Even though they just lost on the large map, Streamer Zone just decides to lock it in either way. DOBOB, I think in the blind, will just lock in the Rogue Mage. I wonder what they would, like, why wouldn't they play that? Maybe they're afraid of, like, a Fire Mage mirror? Like Subtlety Fire?
Yeah, maybe. It's possible.
But
I feel like they should lock it. I feel like they should lock in the FMP blind. Or the FMM. Sorry. It's gonna take a second, you know, to get used to that. But yeah, I think they should look in the Feral Mage. Why not? That game, like, if the counter to Feral Mage is Ellie Outlaw, I feel like that's if that's on your losing map pick, that's still a matchup I would take, because that game could have gone either way. They ended up losing it, but I think they could definitely also have won it. There was, like, Brunhilde almost died in that one moment. He dropped to like 5% HP. They had close calls on Jamie, even like right before, you know, right when they lost. They just before that got Jamie to 10%, and then he burrowed, and then they turned it around because of the burrow. So I think that's a decent matchup to lock in blind. But this is not a bad option as well. I mean, you could just end it right here.
Streamer Zone. I hope they RMP mirror them.
What do you do?
Or RMM them, you know? I want to see the Rogue Mage Monk mirror. I really do. I want to see the Fire Mage.
You want to see Fire Mage, RMG?
Yes. RMG, exactly, yeah. The Fire RMG. With Subtlety Rogue. I want to see Subtlety Rogue, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Not Outlaw?
Nope, not Outlaw. Get it out of there. Bring in the Sub Rogue for the mirror match.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Frost RMM. Just 100% confidence.
Let's go with the Fire.
You're going to get your wish.
Yep.
You get your wish. You get your wish. And this is just such a great thing, because this is kind of what we were talking about in the pregame, right? Where we said P-Make, he is, you know, he's been a really good mage. He's been an up-and-comer. He's been looking better and better and better every single season. And now he's trying to break into that next tier of, you know, the absolute top mages. First, he had to go out against Maro. Now he's going to have to put his team on his back against Tessia. Like, he's going to have to be the one who makes the big plays against somebody like Tessia. It's not an easy thing to do. And then similarly, Nala is in P-Make's shoes, but on the rogue side. He has to go up against Brunhilde. Brunhilde has a lot of experience. He's been, you know, on some of the best rosters. And Nala, he doesn't have too much AWC experience, you know, compared to Brunhilde. So I think in terms of experience only, if we don't look at specs, we don't look at anything else, we just look at what class they play and how much experience they've got, I would say Tessia has more of that, but Brunhilde has more of that. So
what about the
I
healers?
think, like, matchup-wise, yeah, well, the healers, I think both have pretty much the same. I would say Relza probably has a little bit more experience. But next, as far as I remember, was a Holy Paladin main. And Relza used to be a Priest main. So, yeah. I think it's just two really, really strong healers who both have to play, you know. Both have to adapt to the meta.
In the monk world, yeah.
Yeah.
And a Priest and a Paladin just trying to make it in a monk world.
They're just both trying to get a loan from the bank, you know.
It's quite powerful right now. Like in Mystery for Monks, they have a lot of cooldowns to trade. It seems like cooldowns are really, really powerful. Things like Ray of Frost, you know, Ascendance, Combustion, and then for like Windwalker Monks and Rose, you have the Shadow Dance as well as Zenith. So having that Life Cocoon is basically just like a safety net. Super potent right now. And we'll see. Streamer Zone putting it all on the line with a Rogue Mage mirror. And they're going to be putting their own flair on it with the Fire Mage, which I think isn't actually bad here. You have a lot of ways to stop Ray of Frost, especially with Shadow Meld, your own invisibility, and mass invisibility, and Counterspell, of course, as well. So Tessie's going to have to really be creative in how he finds these windows to get damage off.
Yeah, P-Make is just going to need a stun target, basically, and spam instance. That's the strength of the Fire Mage. The damage is very, very much kind of unavoidable once they pin you down. But here comes a swap onto Nala. Smoke Bomb connects as well. Big damage. They're trying to... Actually, they're trying to kind of bait Nala there to panic and Trinket, but the man has ice in his veins. He's not going to use anything. Relza is not even going to trade out the Life Cocoon. Actually, did trade out the Revival there, so they managed to get that. They didn't want to overlap, so good communication there between Relza and Nala. And now it is the turn of DOBOB to get something going. Here's the Ray of Frost. Nice Dragon's Breath there onto Tessia, shutting it down. P-Make doing exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, P-Make having an excellent game so far, denying Tessia, but there's not that many openings. Seems like both teams are trying to focus the Rogue. P-Make actually under a little bit of fire. Looks like he'll just trade out his Trinket as well as his Barrier. And we'll see. I think P-Make is playing Blink. I'll double check that in a second, though. If he's playing Shimmer, this is definitely a matchup that they can exploit and go after P-Make a little bit more in the game. Nala gets a full kidney shot, setting up here onto Brunhilde. Ray of Frost is channeling, but it seems like Brunhilde, he managed to get a preemptive feint off because that really didn't do too much damage. There needs to be careful, though. The crowd control chain is still going. Cloak of Shadows is up. The heals will finally land here for next, but a little bit of a close call.
Yeah, nice Song of Chi-Ji there by Relza as well. Snipes it. Tessia getting aggressive here. Glacial Spike is going to be interrupted. Brunhilde charges in there and gets stopped in his track into a full sheep. You got a nice leg sweep there onto Relza. They're trying to swap the sheep onto next. Nice Dragon's Breath by P-Make, though, to shut it down. They're not going to get the crowd control that they want there. Life Cocoon still going to be traded here. Brunhilde now getting aggressive onto Nala. Relza, do you have a trade to make? Gets caught up in a full cheap shot. Do they have the follow-up CC? Doesn't look like it. Relza is going to just trade out Celestial Conduit, keep his team nice and healthy. Tessia taking some damage, but gets topped off there. And now next, Song of Chi-Ji being casted. Instantaneous kick there by P-Make, but P-Make now in a full sheep. Brunhilde gets stunned on his shrink. It might just go down in the smoke bomb. Beautiful stuns there coming out by Nala, but now Nala could be in trouble. Gets caught up in a stun by his team as well, and now has to trade out the cloak. That was a weird sheep there onto Nala, actually, during the go by P-Make. I feel like if that was maybe on the healer, that could have been a lot better. So, bit unfortunate, but once again, it's going to be Brunhilde. Both of these rogues kind of going after each other. I would say Nala came out ahead, though.
Yeah, I think so. Mana slightly in favor of DOBOB here. Tessia is actually doing more damage on that Frost Mage. He's been making it look really good. Combustion finally ripping off, and Combustion is one of the strongest cooldowns in the game right now. It is a very slow burn. It lasts for a long time. Nala taking a huge hit of damage, and that will be the Life Cocoon traded out here from Relza as he goes for his own Song of Chi-Ji, manages to find it, and Brunhilde might just die. Immediate Will of the Forsaken. Ice Wall comes down, but I don't think they're going to kill through the Life Cocoon. Almost no shot, and Nexus doesn't hesitate at all, makes the trade, which I like to see.
Yeah, but Relza's caught up in a full blind, no trinket. Nala could just go down right here. Gets the gouge onto Brunhilde. Gets an interrupt onto next, trying to stay alive, and he has bought enough time for himself there to survive. Tessia doing a good job there with the peels, but here comes the cheap shot onto Brunhilde. Double Dragon's Breath by P-Make, shutting that stun down immediately. Does not want to waste any time. Both of these mages kind of playing goalie right now, as both of the rogues seem to be the target. Relza sitting through a couple of polymorphs, but Nala does have the Shadow Blades active here. He pre-vanishes during the setup, now going after P-Make potentially, and both rogues kind of going after the mages, waiting for those DRs to come back. Gouge onto Brunhilde. Looks like they're trying to set up the sheep. P-Make on his trinket. Glacial Spike is going to connect onto Brunhilde. Full CC on next. They get a leg sweep on his trinket there, and now all of a sudden Brunhilde has bought enough time for his coolness to come back, but getting aggressive on Nala, trading out the Life Cocoon there as well.
Yeah, big combustion. P-Make still has it up for quite some time. They could actually go back on Nala. It lasts so long that they can push through after the Life Cocoon here. They can find the stun lock. I think it'll finally fade. No more hypothermia available. Tessia gets counterspelled on Frost. Great job there by P-Make. Triple leg sweep into a full polymorph. And now it's Nala who is isolated. And Streamer Zone strike back in the Rogue Mage Mirrors. We're going to a game 5. I think P-Make had a great game. I really do. I think all three of Streamer Zone, but P-Make, his peels this game were immaculate and kept his team in the fight.
Yeah, P-Make did a really, really good job. You know, as somebody who has had the unfortunate reality of playing against P-Make, he is very good at shutting you down.
He's so annoying.
He's super annoying at shutting you down. Like, there's not that much you can do when you play against him. You're always getting interrupted. You're always getting Dragon's Breath. You're always getting sheeped. He's definitely putting a lot of focus on shutting down enemy mages. But I really like what Nex did in this setup. So Nala overextended here. You see that? He got paralyzed. So they went after Brunhilde. Nala got paralyzed into a sleep on his go, and then they isolated him and took him down.
That life sweep was insane.
Yeah. Next, I feel like Next actually made that happen. So Nala overextended to get us go onto Brunhilde, but then he gets paralyzed into a sleep, and then Next kind of overextends between them and gets the double leg sweep as well. So all his team has to do is just do damage on the rogue that's already behind the pillar. Like right there, you see
the triple.
the song of GG, and then he gets the triple leg sweep right there. So nice.
You have extendo legs as a Mistweaver. Like the range on leg sweep is absolutely, it's crazy. If you jump and leg sweep, I swear it's like a 20-yard range in all directions. Just a tornado sweep. Like, dude, he's not even close to Relza when he lands. We'll see it again. Watch. Just look at the range on this leg sweep. It's so fun when a Mistweaver can actually pull that off. And it's very similar to what we saw in the last game with Relza setting up with the Song of Chi. It's like you said, at that point, if you're Brunhilde, you don't even need to land the stuns. The leg sweep comes in.
How did I hit Tessia?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. That was a perfect setup.
Yeah, both Mistweavers making plays. So what do you think? Are we seeing this matchup again?
I hope so.
I feel like if you are Streamer Zone, you lock this blind. You lock Fire Mage blind, but do you risk a Flappers game then? I don't know.
The FMP looked good. So the thing about Pharaoh Druid is it's super durable. So like a rogue, so this is how I like to think about it. Like a rogue, a Pharaoh Druid can preempt the stun by like going into bear, right? So like you have like feint in a sense with bear form. You're probably not going to die through it. But the nice thing about Pharaoh Druid is you have an insurance policy, which is you can just bark skin. Even if you do get stunned, you bark skin, you're not going to die. So whereas a rogue, they don't have access to any of that. So like a Pharaoh Druid, not only can you rotate through your bark skin, you can also rotate through your trinket. Will make them a lot harder to take down in a stun lock in a matchup like this. At least that's how I think about it. So I would not be surprised. Like if Streamer Zone locks in sub, I think DOBOB will play Feral. If Streamer Zone locks in Outlaw, then I think DOBOB will play Subtlety Rogue. That's my prediction.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I think, but if you're Streamer Zone, what do you lock in? Because I feel like the LA Outlaw versus the Sub Frost looked way worse than the Fire versus Feral.
I think you play Sub Fire is what I would do if I was them. I think that's their best bet.
Yeah, I think they just lock in Subfire and DOBOB locks in Frost Feral, and that's what we're gonna see. Yeah, I agree with this from Streamer Zone. Now let's see what DOBOB decides to do. They could. The thing is, there's one third option that we haven't talked about, and that is Tessia going Fire and playing Fire Mirror. That's another option as well.
I actually haven't seen. I mean, Tessia's. It's not like he can't play Fire. Obviously, he can. He's super high rated on it, but we haven't seen it in the AWC yet this season. So he's opting for that Frost Mage. He seems to like it more, and I think I'd like Frost with the Pharaoh Druid more. You're constantly snaring things, and you really focus on control even more so than a Fire Mage does. So I like it. It also, I feel like if you are the Frost Mage, it's nice to have a Pharaoh soaking up interrupts with Cyclone, because you have that threat, right? If they're interrupting Cyclone, they're not interrupting Ray of Frost. So I feel like for DOBOB, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I like it. All right, both teams kind of leading with their main comps, and it's going all the way to Game 5 elimination series. Loser will be going home. Winner stays alive in the tournament for Championship Sunday. So yeah, we'll see. Are you feeling confident about your prediction right now, Ben? Well, no, my prediction's already wrong because it's 2-2. So
I mean, perfect, but
I feel pretty good about it. I'm happy with how PMIC played that last one. I mean, these are just Titan teams, right? This is the lower bracket. This is a lower bracket elimination. It's like some of the best players that Europe has to offer. So it's an absolute treat to be able to watch these games. And yeah, I'm just hoping that you're not correct, because you can't be getting.
I mean that would be crazy right now. I'd be getting a point ahead of everyone. Me and the chat, actually, because the chat voted DOBOB as well. We would all be getting a point here on the entire desk.
Have you gotten everyone
right
yet?
Perfect prediction.
Are you 100% today?
I have no idea.
I feel like
I only care about perfect predictions. So
you're 100% accurate.
Oh yeah.
What the heck?
How is the chat getting How is the chat getting perfect predictions? These guys are just voting for the team. What's going on?
That doesn't count. They should have 0 perfect predictions.
Yeah, come on. Wow. You know what?
I don't like
Wasn't it me and chat on the top last time?
Is this something like... semi-insulting about like constantly being the same as a coin flip in my predictions, you know, like it's not the coin is deadly, dude. I don't like it.
The coin is deadly. But I mean, it's the first cup, right? It's a new meta. Like, things are still being figured out. Teams are evenly matched. There's new rosters. Rosters have been shuffled. Like, it would be crazy for somebody to get every single series right down to the score. That would be just absolutely insane if somebody were able to do that. So I think having the same prediction rate as the coin is probably what most people should be expecting.
You're unreal. You're unbelievable, dude.
I said it with a straight face, too.
I know. I was just waiting for you to smirk on that one, but you didn't. Good job.
All right. Well, could all go south now. DOBOB, don't let me down. Streamer Zone, though, and PMake, I feel like they had a really good last game. And I think, who is taking the delay right now? Is it both teams just kind of waiting out the clock? Because if DOBOB... So Streamer Zone is taking their delay. Okay. Interesting. So what do you think they're changing on the side of Streamer Zone then? You think maybe we're seeing some more dwarves? We're seeing some strategy adaptation?
The dwarf mage,
yeah. Do you think that they're letting DOBOB... You think they're actually just letting DOBOB marinate a little bit?
You think so? The tactical, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like DOBOB isn't too sad about that, honestly. Like, it was a close game. And this should theoretically be a better matchup. I feel like DOBOB, this is the blind pick that they wanted. So the fact that you get the matchup you wanted in game number 1 for game 5, if I was them, I'd be feeling pretty confident about it. But I mean, it's Brunhilde, PMake, and Next. It's like the next generation, you know, of gamers.
Nice. Yeah, you know, what do you think about the map as well? It's Tiger's Peak. I feel like it's kind of a neutral map.
Yeah, I'd say I mean, you're always going to have a little bit of an advantage on Feral Druid. You know what I mean? Since there's like tigers and stuff all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, but both teams have a monk, so I feel like it kind of...
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like if it was like a monk
but they
versus
cancel
priest,
each other
I'd
out,
say.
right? It's like if you have a monk on both sides, they cancel each other out, and then it's like Feral Druid.
And then you still have the Feral.
Yeah, you get the next advantage.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the extra cats. I mean, they did win on Ashamains, and that's definitely a Feral Druid favored map. So
yeah. Wait, did they?
But they didn't have the
lose
Feral
on
Druid.
Ashamains. Yeah, there's no Feral Druid, and they lost.
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep it going. All right, so finally, game loaded up. Streamer Zone doing a tactical marination there, which is something I love to see, guys. I do this all the time. When I snipe a team on the ladder and we beat them, we just kind of wait. We don't queue it anymore. We just like one and done. Let them marinate in the loss. Let them tilt a little bit. Then you get them again. And Streamer Zone definitely doing the same thing here against DOBOB. Let's see if it works out or if Flappers is just getting stronger and stronger for every minute that has passed. Let's see. Final game, guys. Last game of today. Lower quarters. Loser goes home. Winner stays alive for Championship Sunday. It's DOBOB versus Streamer Zone.
I know it's DOBOB versus Streamer Zone, but a big part of me is like, I feel like Europe, it's all about the rogues and the mages. There's so many amazing mages in this region that I'm going to be really paying attention between PMake and Tessia, see who's getting ahead with counter spells and mass invises and polymorphs and denying the setups. That's the thing that's going to interest me the most this game. Tessia, of course, going to be playing Ice Wall. I don't think PMake is, so there's that extra opportunity for outplay with Tessia with that ability.
Yeah, let's see it. Who's going to pull the first trigger? There it is. Full blind onto Relza. And Flappers is going to open up onto Brunhilde. Can they get any kind of crowd control? Pre-Life Cocoon coming out from Next, which means that they are going to be completely fine here on the side of Streamer Zone. Flappers now in a stun as well. Actually outside of form, but he gets the Bark Skin like you talked about. The insurance policy coming through. Does not have to activate his survival instincts. And Flappers is going to be completely fine from that exchange. So both teams kind of opening with strong cooldowns, but also with strong patience. Now the next setup is going to be here onto Brunhilde. It's going to be a leg sweep on the next Relza, though. Gets caught up in a cheap. Flappers in a full stun. At the same time, Ray of Frost from Tessie gets interrupted. And so far, I would say this was a nice win for Streamer Zone. Getting the Trinket Life Cocoon there from Relza is huge.
Second Ray of Frost!
Oh,
no
what?
Way! Oh my gosh. Tessia, I think, dude, I feel like Tessia, he baited a counterspell with his first Ray of Frost. He actually faked it. So he used Ray of Frost, faked the counterspell, and then had They realize there's no counterspell for the second one. It just channels another Ray, and Streamer Zone fumbles. They don't react appropriately, and DOBOB steals the win. Perfect prediction for Zico.
I just looked up for 1 second. I was like, okay, did they get Relza's Trinket Life Cocoon there? Yeah, they got the Relza's Trinket Life Cocoon.
The first Ray of Frost, look at it. He casts Ray of Frost. He gets Mass Invis, okay? So he gets Counterspell and Poly, uses the Ray of Frost, and then just sends another one, just ships the second. He's like, YOLO. I'm immune to Poly, no Mass Invis, nothing. There's no one that can stop it. It just totally destroys it.
I thought he was completely fine there. I didn't see that the counterspell was actually on Tessia's Arcane School there, and then it was a Mass Invis. I thought it was a counterspell on Ray because I saw the Ray get, I saw the counterspell icon and the Ray kind of get stopped, but he still had another one in his back pocket, and then they got a stun. I mean, this is so greedy though. Next, waiting to get the Will off there, and Brunhilde not using his Trinket there. Like, obviously, Next is not going to be able to Trinket the leg sweep or the Paralyze in that position, and then dodge the song. He wants the Will there.
It was just a Trinket
I
cloak.
feel like Brunhilde has to
vanish.
Yeah, it has to be a Trinket from the rogue.
On this Ray, like, come on. They don't call it Ray of Deletion for nothing,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Next could have used Restoral.
Yeah, it could have been a Restoral, but I think it's just a Trinket.
Let's see here. Let's watch one more time. So, look at Next. Okay, he's got Will, he's got Trinket, he gets Paralyzed. He gets Song. He uses Will. I think his big mistake is just not just pressing Restoral.
Yeah.
I think that's just got to be it, right? Restoral, I think, keeps him alive 100%.
Why was he walking into Flappers there?
I don't know.
What was he actually trying to do with that? He had no life cocoon.
He's trying to leg sweep him or something? I don't know.
Yeah, no, maybe. I don't know. Way to fumble. But good game there from Tessia, man. Tessia getting the Ray off. That was a nice catch. And Flappers there with the stun. It did not seem like the marination tactic worked out for them. I feel like I don't even know what they actually changed, but yeah. Ray of Deletion claims another one. DOBOB staying alive in the tournament, 3-2. And we're going to see them on Championship Sunday. Crazy day one here for EU. Crazy way to kick off the first cup in Midnight.
Sure. Have you gotten all of your predictions right today, Zico? Because you're the only one that predicted DOBOB for this.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think I got one. I think there was one where no one of us got a perfect.
Okay.
So I think I had every single one perfect except for one.
I'm so upset.
Yeah.
No, I'm
but I still had the right team on that one.
I'm happy for you. But NA is tomorrow. Let's not forget NA is tomorrow, and that's where I shine. All right.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
That's true.
Flip it
that
and
is
ship
true.
It, chat. Well, let's take a look. What's up, Zico?
Can I ask you to ask Ven to go first tomorrow so I can just,
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Just send some gold my way for sure.
I'll be sending it anonymous.
We'll make a deal. We'll make a deal later.
Okay, cool. Have your people talk to my people. All right, well, let's look at the EU bracket of where we ended up. We've got Echo and BORGIR KING up there in the top side of the bracket. Down and lower, still facing elimination. DOBOB coming from the lower bracket, beating a Streamer Zone GG 3-2 versus Stop Nerf Mistweavers. We've got 4 teams left in EU, and this is looking good. This is really exciting, I think, for this region. So stick around for Championship Sunday if you want to see the rest of those games. But like Ven already said, we have North America tomorrow, Ven. And you said that you're kind of an expert in this region. So what are you looking most forward to for NA?
I mean, that's a tough question. To be honest with you, you have a lot of good teams. You have Gators back, obviously. The returning champions, they're going up against Z-rated. This is a roster that's been leveling up, coming in from other games, earning their Gladiator, then getting their first rank 1 titles, then having their first season in the AWC, getting top 8s. And is this the season that they finally pull off the wins? We'll have to wait and see. I think they're the only team in the upper bracket not playing Mistweaver. If Welcome to the Jung coming back, they've been an absolute terror in the region. Their reign of terror finally came to an end with the Gators back last season, but I could definitely see them return to form. F tier, kind of the new challengers on the block with Saul, Laros, Dallas, and Meat Monk backing them up. And then in the lower bracket, a lot of exciting teams as well. Dire Wolves, a fan favorite with Sea-Doo, Mez, and Trill going up against Guild Bean. And then, of course, you have the Shuffle Club and Pre-Hardcore. Just a lot of threatening teams down there, but it should be a very exciting day.
Certainly should. So make sure you are sticking around for that one. You guys want to look at our predictions leaderboard at the end of today?
I'm good, actually.
Before we head out? Yeah, you're good?
No, I don't think so.
We can look at it.
I don't think we need to.
I don't mind looking. I don't mind taking a look at it.
All right, well,
Okay,
you know
we-
what? How about we
we don't
save
need to
it
look
for
at it.
tomorrow? We can save it for tomorrow. So if you want to see that along with the North American games, definitely be tuning in for that one. But that is all it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching and tuning in. Twitch.tv/Warcraft or YouTube as well. We are live same time, same place tomorrow. Also check us out on WoW Esports. Also hashtag Front Door Friday if you want to get your midnight housing featured for next week. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.